Hello everyone, we are in TrackMania Turbo. This is a racing game and I am being accompanied by Wirtual.
Yes.
Welcome, thank you for joining. He did the TrackMania Nations Forever speedrun yesterday, which has been picked up very well, I think.
Yeah, it was well received, and now
Yep.
the roles are swapped, so Rioli will be taking care of this run, and me and Qlex here will also be commentating to help him out
Yep,
in this
exactly.
4-hour
So
journey. So
feel free
Yeah.
to talk about yourself a little bit.
Yeah, well, actually finished the solo campaign of this game. So I did the all flags. It was not a speed run of 4 hours and 30 minutes, as you're going to see. It was more like 2 years. And I guess I was part of the Nadeo team when this game came out. So I tried, bringing some elements. I actually iterated on the cheat codes on it.
Oh, okay. Alright,
Yeah.
well, I see where
So
this is going.
But yeah, it's a game that I quite enjoy, and I'll say from a casual perspective. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're going to be playing for quite a long time, so if you haven't gotten snacks, beverages or anything ready, then you should definitely do that, because we're going to play this entire stack of tracks right here. The solo campaign of TrackMania Turbo consists of 200 tracks. We're going to play through every single one of them, and we start with the first track after the loading screen.
all right, let's go.
So, we are beginning with the first track right here. So, TrackMania Turbo has, as I said, a campaign of 200 tracks in total, and it is being split into 5 flags, 5 so-called difficulties. So, we're going to be beginning with the easiest tracks, with the white series. We're going to be going through green, blue, red, and black. And yeah, with each track we basically just increase the difficulty, and what's coming on top of that is that we have 4 different environments in this game. We're going to be beginning with Canyon, so as you can see, it is a very drift-heavy environment. We basically drift almost around every single corner in this game. And hey, Ubisoft Club action completed.
Yep.
Amazing.
We didn't have time to look at it.
What a great start into the speedrun here, so fantastic. But anyway,
Yeah,
we have Canyon, and after that we are going to be switching to Valley, Lagoon, and Stadium, which all vary in how they look like and how they play, like different play style essentially.
Yeah.
So that's something that puts a lot of people into despair sometimes as well. Like it's really difficult to pick up everything and to really master everything. So that's
Yes.
something you can look forward to.
So if you're a bit new to the TrackMania franchise, the objective in this game is to collect medals. So there's a big campaign, that's the focus, and the medals are time targets you have to beat. So for each run you do, you can beat the time target and you get the medal. So there's 4 medals for each track. There's the gold, silver, and bronze, and then there's the Track Master medal, which is the best one. But
Yeah.
in this game, they took it another step further and they made it a super campaign. So in the super solo campaign, the Trackmaster medal is set by a professional player in one of the previous TrackMania games. So Riolu here has also played to get some of these medals for the
Yep.
game. So we're going to be paying attention mostly to the super solo medals and see if we can beat some of those times. So they are really good runs. And
Could be
have
this
been-
one. Waits.
Yeah, let's see.
That's it.
That's
Very
the
nice.
super medal.
Nice.
So we're going to keep track of those. And that's a very nice run.
Exactly. So the super solo campaign is actually something that has really been a challenge for a lot of people, because you need to learn everything. Like every single track has been played by these professional players. So it's actually on some maps it has been a real challenge. Some people have actually like played maps for 10 hours straight, or not straight, but just 10 hours in total to beat that time. So these times have been incredibly grinded, and it has been put to a great challenge. And so far there's 5 people that have actually gotten them all. So that is
Is that a second Trackmaster?
it's actually not. It's a little bit
Ah.
buggy right here, because I don't know what's happening with the game, but I don't have any personal best ghosts. So my practice was using my personal best ghosts. On some maps I might actually be a little bit alone, but it should be fine for the most part. So
Yeah, so we're keeping track of how many he's going to get, and there are definitely a lot that he can get, because some new tricks have been found, some optimizations, and generally the skill level has evolved a lot for the last years, but trust us when we say that these medals are really hard, as only 5 players out of everyone who's touched this game has completed the entire challenge. So
exactly. So what's also to be noted is that this game has been available on Xbox One, PlayStation 4, and PC. So we had a total of like multiple million people that played this game at some point. So you can guess, like, this game has been played quite a lot, and I hope a lot of you maybe remember this one as well. This game has also been available for free, I think, on these Xbox One. Like, what's this?
Yeah, the PlayStation
Xbox Gold and
exactly, the
PS Plus,
subscription
yes.
thingy. Yeah, exactly. So it has been available there. And yeah, this game, at least in my opinion, has this insane solo campaign that is just the replayability is amazing.
Yeah.
Which is
What
the
you're
reason
seeing
why I'm still here.
Yeah, what you're seeing right now is pretty much like a good representation of TrackMania Turbo. The like artistic way, the music. That was actually the best my best music. What we had on the multi-lab. And yeah, just incredible difficulty with the Super Solo campaign.
Yeah.
I should
So,
add something. This TrackMania Turbo is there's a bit of a context as to why Riolu, of all people, is running this game. Like, are you good at this game? I would assume so, but
What makes you think that?
yeah, that's a good question.
I wonder.
Well, could you tell us more about, you know, your experience with TrackMania Turbo?
Okay, so I've had a very good experience with this game, actually. This game came out in 2016, and I was the first one to beat all of these 200 Super Trackmaster times.
Some of which
was,
were yours, but were
exactly, so
deemed to be unbeatable.
Exactly, so I had to beat myself, basically, which was quite interesting on some maps. So I ended up getting those 200 after long months of grinding. But yeah, I was the first one to get them, and then after that we had more people that have gotten them all. And actually recently there was the 5th guy that actually managed to get them all.
Oh, really?
Yes, so we have 5 people in the villa of the people that actually got all the 200 STMs.
5 people have reached Nirvana, TrackMania
Exactly,
Nirvana.
like the top,
Yeah.
the mountain. They climbed the mountain of TrackMania.
And you can start today by playing this track. This is the
Exactly.
easiest Super Trackmaster to beat.
Which I might actually get.
Yes, there was a trick
Or
found on
not,
this
I'm flying
one.
way too far.
Yeah. There was a trick found on this one
No.
the very next day after the release of the game, where you could roof hit and reduce your airtime, and you would get the free medal, but
Yeah,
it's
it
a
doesn't
bit
really matter
risky
for the
here
speedrun anyway.
speedrun, so.
Yeah, doesn't really matter. So yeah, the beginning is we have very simple tracks. So these are basically meant to just get you along with the physics a little bit for all of the environments. So as you can see, we're drifting a lot, and the way that you drift is that you just tap the brake. You need to tap it for a specific period of time. If you tap it too shortly, you will get something that we call a brake trick that we use for different occasions and for
So you can see it there, for example.
different cases. So that is something I will go into later. But yeah, basically you just tap the brake and you slide in this game. Track 10, we have a speed slide, a so-called speed slide here in the beginning.
Yeah, so
which
what
is
he's going
like
to do
this.
here is he's going to drift, and he's going to start to drift, and he's going to try to hold it for the entire turn, and he's going to keep accelerating faster as long as he can hold it. So he loses a bit by starting it, but he gains it back in the excess speed he has exiting the turn. So you're going to see that a lot in especially Canyon, where it's very prevalent.
Yep. It's a technique that has been found in TrackMania 2 Stadium Canyon, I mean, which was like the predecessor basically to TrackMania Turbo.
Right.
So TrackMania Turbo consists of the former TrackMania 2 environments, Canyon, Valley, Stadium, and then also Lagoon, which came originally with TrackMania Turbo. So TrackMania Turbo combined basically what we had before in TrackMania.
Yep.
And yeah, so Canyon, we found the speed slide I think in 2013 or something, where we started like really optimizing it. And yeah, as Wirtual already said, you basically gain speed by steering very gently, very smoothly with your analog stick. So as a gamepad player, you might have a little bit of an easier time to actually hold these drifts.
Right, right.
But yeah, it's
very
very nice
subtle.
It's very subtle, exactly. So now we're done with Canyon, which means we are going to switch to Valley, which is our new environment. So some new visuals to get used to. We are now in a valley, very green, like very nature-based environment, which is very beautiful. Like this is my personal favorite, actually. So I'm gonna enjoy myself here.
Yeah, so this car handles a bit differently to the drifty Canyon car, where here it's about trying to avoid drifting for the most part. If you can take a turn without drifting, it's usually faster. And this is also where we see the brake trick that we mentioned come in, where you can brake in a turn but avoid starting a drift, and you will pass through it with more speed. So
yeah,
exactly.
your turning radius gets better. Oh, nice.
A silver medal and Uplay points.
Uplay points. That's
Fantastic.
always good.
can't live without them.
Can I read a couple donations?
We have time.
We have,
Oh, okay.
yeah, time for
Yeah,
one
no
donation
problem.
here.
I have a lot of donations for you.
Oh boy.
We have a $25 donation from CH saying, "Oi, Riolu, good luck on the run.
Oi.
Finally seeing some TrackMania on these events, even though it's turbo. Anyways, no negatif." We've got a $10 donation from Croup saying, "Drive faster, Riolu. A nice reward is waiting for you at the end. Feels good, man."
Yeah, so
Alright, thank you for the donations.
yeah,
Appreciate
at the
that.
end of that track there, we actually had a small trick. So the turn there is so sharp and the finish is so close that there's no point in taking it safely. So the trick is to just smash the outside wall and
Yep.
keep the momentum.
It didn't work super well, but it's probably still faster than a normal turn. Track 13, we're gonna have the first skip of the campaign, which I hope is gonna work. If not, then you can spam some MV games in the chat or some other emote that you like.
Yes, there's a small cut coming up here at the end. There's a little water pool, and when you touch it, you will lose speed. But you can simply skip it like, oh, will he save it? Alright, we're back on wheels.
I'm Bear Grylls, help!
Improvise, adapt, overcome. Right,
unlucky.
so sadly we didn't get it there, but this would save around 2-3 seconds, right? 2 seconds?
Yeah, 2 seconds if done correctly,
Yeah.
so it's a pretty cool thing. Sadly, it didn't work, but I blame it on... What do I blame it on?
Well, nature.
Okay, fair. So, track 14, Valley includes this dirt surface, which is very, very sensitive, so you want to be extremely gentle with the analog stick. So, smooth steering is required. You really want to hit the lines perfectly, otherwise you will find yourself oversteering or understeering, or you hit the containers like this, which is also a possibility.
Yeah.
I tried a little time saver right there. The water pools, they actually are meant to slow you down, but I was trying to avoid that slowdown.
Yeah.
There's a very specific line that you can take, and it actually applies on this track as well. However,
Yeah, this
here
track
it's
is
even
insane with
harder.
this.
Yeah, it's even harder here, so I'm not gonna go for it.
Yeah.
But yeah, these water pools, they can be skipped in some way, or you can pick certain lines that allow you to actually avoid that slowdown. And yeah, they're for the most part very precise because there's only like one part that really works. So for a speedrun, pretty difficult, but I will probably just give it a try and see where it brings me. Guess I'm gonna try it in lap 2, because why the
Yeah,
hell
let's
not
go.
actually? Let's
Yeah,
go.
yeah, sure.
So what he's going to try to do is go on the side here, get some airtime, and hopefully be able to go over it just like that. That's
almost.
a
that
good
was
one. So
very close.
Do we do it in lap 3?
Try it
Sure,
again.
sure.
Again?
Yeah, absolutely.
Come on.
I have to do it.
I have quite some few donations. Can I read them?
We can have one more donation after my successful skip. I hope I didn't jinx
Okay,
myself with that.
All
But
right, I like the confidence. Let's
yeah,
see
we'll
what
see, we'll
goes
see.
on.
yeah.
Of course.
Third time the charm, maybe, at the water skip.
Come
Let's
on.
go.
Bless RNG. No, it was something. It was
something.
still
It was-
faster than going normal.
Yeah, I would think so, yeah.
So it was all good. So can we have one donation maybe?
Yeah, sure. We have a $25 donation from SBV saying, "Hey Riolu, good luck. I will donate another $25 if you do a 360 on any map."
On any map.
360.
Okay, that sounds tempting. Thinking about what map I could do it on.
Yeah, that's a puzzle challenge.
It is. It is. Do you have an idea, Virtual?
Well, Canyon is a pretty good environment
Canyon.
for drifting. You get sharp steering movements in
Ah,
Canyon, so if
right.
there's a big jump, then yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I might have an idea. I might
Alright.
have an idea.
So
Okay, moving on with our speedrun here. This is track number 16. So you can see the map name in the or the number basically in the top left corner. So you can always know where we are at in the campaign. The tracks are going to be longer, so here in the beginning we're going to progress very fast.
Yeah.
But later on we're going to be having tracks that are of 3 minutes plus length, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult.
So these very first tracks try to teach us all the environments,
Yep,
like the
exactly.
different blocks that
Basically,
are
yes.
involved in the campaign, and
Yep.
the later maps will then elaborate on those and make it even more challenging, precise.
Mhm.
More speed usually is difficult. So
So
Yes,
here
you-
for the first time we actually have these uphill and downhill corners in dirt, which are very bumpy in their nature. So you want to pick lines that actually allow you to avoid most of these bumps and keep the maximum speed. Because as always, like in the racing game in general, but especially in TrackMania, it's really difficult to maintain ground contact as much as possible. So you want to keep the wheels gripped for as long as you can. So maybe sometimes you need to sacrifice like a maybe wider line, but for that you actually keep a bit more speed due to the fact that you're actually on the ground. So grip maximization, very, very important. On this track, not really too important because here there's no way to avoid the air. So going through the loop here, pretty simple.
Yeah,
And,
looping is kind of the trademark of TrackMania games.
Yes.
Every environment has one way or another looping.
And so in the loops there, it's very important to avoid drifting as much as you can. The car will usually try to slide automatically, so Ryolu tries to control when he's drifting and when he's not.
Yeah. On Valley, it can be extremely scary because by the time you actually drift away a little bit, the car is going to, you're going to lose control of your car really fast.
So what I'm doing right here, this little weird movement at the end of the drift, it is a so-called drift cancel. And as the name suggests, I'm basically getting out of my drift. I'm forcing my car out of the drift because the drift actually is slower than driving with full grip. So I'm trying to basically pick a line with the drift that allows me to cancel it and have a good exit with a lot of exit speed.
Yeah, so the earlier he can cancel the drift, the earlier he can start to accelerate again after performing the drift, and that's why I want to cancel it as soon as he can.
So we have a multi-lap here, 3 laps. You can also see it in the top left corner, so that's going to be your corner for information. Here you will see a very weird line. You might ask yourself, hey, why does this speedrunner from Germany go like that?
Yeah.
And the reason why is another water skip. So we're basically just trying to avoid the slowdown that you get while hitting the water. And it worked in the first lap. It's very precise, like you need to transfer your weight in a way that you dive with your right wheels first. I didn't get it here sadly, so you can hear like my car is like drowning almost.
Yeah, it does that sound.
It's like, no. Yeah. So I lost a bit of time there, but for time attacking this is important. For speedrunning it's like very difficult. It's the techniques that are, they either work or they don't. Maybe in lap 3 it's gonna work again. Let me take a look here. All the way to the right, dive.
All
very
right,
nice.
beautiful,
beautiful.
Very good. And we are moving on with the next environment, Roller Coaster Lagoon.
Can I just read a couple donations first?
You can have donations as many as you want.
Okay, nice. We have a $5 donation from Dunst saying, well. I see TrackMania Turbo, I click on stream. I see Ryolu and Wirtual, the MV game duo, I donate. Simple.
Absolutely.
Good luck with the run, and please show me how to beat those super track master times. Greetings from Dunst. We have a $50 anonymous donation. Oh, no. We have a $50 from Evil World without a comment. Thank you very much. A $50 from Pixel saying, let's go Ryolu, enjoy your run. Another $25 donation from Dutchy saying, hello Ryolu, good luck on the run. Let the RNG be with you.
Dutchy.
And to the TrackMania community in the chat, say hype. And we've got a $30 donation from Div saying, nice number 13.
Oh, thank you very much. Was my personal best. Thank you very much for the donations. Really, really appreciate that. Loving the community coming together again
it's really nice
to just
to hear all
have
the
a fun
names.
time. Yeah. So we can talk a bit about Lagoon. So as you can see, it is another setting. So once again, we're finding ourselves in an Asian environment. It's you will see like these Chinese letters and all of those fancy blinky signs all over the place. So, oops, very nice. Good save though. So I caught a little bump there, but not too much of a
so
biggie.
this environment is the fastest of all the environments, and the car is very, very sensitive. So any steering movement you do will have like drastic effects. So you have to be very, very precise with the stick, on the analog stick, to be able to control your car. And this environment also has some crazy features like the roller coasters that you're going to see with magnets, so the car can drive in any direction, upside down, etc., etc. And we also have the beaches, though, and on the beaches they're quite bumpy, so the lines you have to take are again a bit impacted by that. But you want to stay on the ground as much as you can. So
exactly. So Lagoon is, I think, regarded by a lot of beginners in this game by the worst environment, because it's out of all of the 4 environments, by far the most difficult one to get into, because as Wirtual said, the car is extremely twitchy and every steering input almost results into a 90-degree turn. So this is why I play with a gamepad, for example, and I can just steer like, let's say 20% on my analog stick, and that way I can avoid just completely oversteering it, going into the beach and have a nice time there. So yeah, this is an environment that I personally think is quite interesting, because there are a couple of techniques that I will go into later on after this track, or after the next couple of tracks. This one's a multi-lap here, not too difficult of a multi-lap, because then again it is meant to just introduce you to the game and to the physics. So the tracks are going to be extremely difficult later on, I can assure you that. And yeah, maybe two more donations if we have some.
I can actually plug a few of our sponsors, if you want.
Absolutely.
So I would like to thank the city of Malmö to house us pretty much in this event, to host us for this event, and thank you for supporting the event and pretty much making us feel at home in this big hotel right now.
Yep.
And also I would like to do a shout out to Western Digital. So exactly, the WD Black. So I don't know if you know about WD Black. They've been pretty much a returning partner at ESA, and they have special SSDs, so the WD Black NVMe SSDs that actually provide the speed that we speedrunners need.
Well said, well
All
said.
right, nice.
So we passed the previous track. As you saw, it's just 2 corners, so good that we have the shoutouts there. Track 27 is going to introduce us to a new surface in this lagoon environment. It is wood. And the wood is just not normal wood, but it's actually a very, very slippery type of wood. So we are sliding automatically. This is like...
It's like driving on ice, basically.
It's like driving on ice. It's like you clean your ground and you're like slippering all over the place. So very slippery environment. It handles very similar to beach and to grass. So you want to be very early with the steering. The earlier you steer, the earlier you can also possibly adjust your line. So
Yeah.
line choice is very, very important here on wood, and also the weight transfer, the way that you transition into a left and a right turn, for example. You're going to see it in later maps especially. Like the way that the car is handling sometimes, like it's ridiculous.
Yeah, so here we can see the magnet blocks. These blue blocks on the roller coasters, they give him more gravity towards the block. So if it's a very sharp downhill, that block will make him remain with the ground contact, so he's not going to fly out. But there are some tricks to manipulate these blocks that you gain more speed from them. So, oh, nice hit.
Close.
Yeah, so that's a wooden loop, and if you start a slide there, it can be very, very hard to control. So,
especially due to the aforementioned weight transfer that this car is like really bad with. So whenever we switch from left to right, like on wood or beach or whatever, then it's gonna snap so hard. You need reflexes of a cat to actually catch those. Otherwise, you're just gonna find yourself in the next wall. So it's really difficult, and maybe later on I might die to one of those, but hopefully that's not gonna be the case.
Yeah, so what we have there, the big engine off text on the screen, that's a freewheeling block, and what it does is it shuts off the car's engine, so it's only rolling in what speed it had when it entered, until he reaches the next checkpoint. And when you have those blocks, it's very, very important to not crash, because if you crash, then you lose your speed and you can't regain it at all. So we're going to see a bit more of those. It's a very common block, and it's in every environment. So
it is in every environment, yep.
That's something to pay attention to as well.
So we're coming up to the second multi-lap now. As you can see, it's mainly based on roller coasters. And what's interesting about the roller coasters is that there are specific lines that we call speed boosts that actually give you extra speed. They happen whenever the road is like twisting, whenever it goes uphill, downhill, sideways, whatever. So like here, for example, you might see that I had a small offset to the right. You can also see it in lap 3. Maybe you can actually pay close attention to that. But these are very specific lines that actually give you more speed. It's going to happen here on the downhill. So I'm going to do a very smooth right steer, right when the road levels out. And that is going to manipulate the car's weight transfer in a way that it actually accelerates more. What's interesting about these cars, it also applies to Canyon and Valley to some extent. But when the car is like slightly tilted like this, for example, then you're not going to have the full acceleration. So you want to actually be very sure that you have the proper weight, like a 50-50 balance on the car. Otherwise, you're gonna get a slowdown.
All right.
Stadium. This is
this
your
is
jam.
my territory.
It's your jam,
so
man.
Now we're on to the final environment of this game. It's Stadium. It's the staple of TrackMania. Most other games have Stadium in them, and this one is no different. So on Stadium, we drive a Formula 1 car, and here it's much about drifting and air control. That's like the two basic concepts in the game. So right here we have the first track of the Turbo campaign. It's actually a remake of an old TrackMania map, and so is this one. So they used some maps again, but they're rebuilt with new scenery to match the game's design with Japanese kind of arcade-ish design. So right here on the start, he's gonna actually release the acceleration a little bit to land in this downhill, and now drive under the scenery crane. It's a shorter line, so he gains a bit there, and then he's gonna try to take these corners, of course, as tight as he can. No risk of auto sliding in this environment, and down the finish stretch. So.
Very nice. So 33 is gonna bring us to a trick that I will try, and hopefully it's gonna work.
All right.
But it's gonna be skipping the freewheel. So it will be very precise because the gap is barely wider than the car. Almost.
All right.
Almost.
So we talked about this block. It shuts down the engine. However, there is a small gap on the side there. You can see the little border on the edge of the road. And it's just barely wide enough that you can drive your car over it. And if you do, you will drive past this block, so then your engine won't shut off, and you will gain a lot of time with that.
Especially on this track, the difference between a run that is just normal, which is what I just did right here, or a run that uses 2 skips, I think it's more than 2 seconds. So
yeah,
you can imagine
big
on a
margin.
22-second track. So it's a massive exploit, but as you saw, it is really, really precise. And I would have been happy if it worked, but yeah, as you saw, it's really, really close.
So here we have dirt in Stadium, and on dirt in Stadium, it's all about the car's gears. So when we're playing this, we're always listening to try to find out when it's good to gear shift. It's an automatic gear shift in this game, but we don't want to steer when we gear up, because then the transmission will take longer and we will lose speed as a result. So
exactly.
Always listening. We have a big dirt map coming up here, and this is going to be very important. So you might actually notice it. So in the start here, it's about steering smoothly, trying to avoid the drifting. And so in this turn here, it's all about keeping the gear shift. Looks like he got it nicely there. So of course have 2 more laps of this. And it is a bit bumpy here, and we can get unlucky. We did not, though.
So far.
So far.
We've been good at jinxing the bugs
We
yesterday.
have, yeah, we had a good one.
Perhaps we're going to have it again, I don't know. We have 4 hours left, so anything can happen.
Anything can happen, indeed.
So 1 more lap here, and that was a fantastic landing right there,
so
10 out of 10. So that was my bad, actually. So you can hate me. Don't at me, but you can hate me.
I won't at you, but I will say that the physics of the game are like have this chaotic nature in a way, which actually leads to like very tiny differences can lead to the car flipping over or not, and that's what makes the game like incredibly deep. It's just like small, tiny differences. Sometimes it even looks like luck, pretty much.
Yeah.
The way you're orienting the car, the angle. Especially for some skips, because some of them are like very surprising in a way, and they demand like some miracle from the game engine.
True.
Yeah. So there technically is no RNG in this game, but there are certain outcomes that are really, really bad.
Oh
so
my god, this was good.
This was a really good time. Very well played. So
thanks.
Anyways, as I was saying, the physics are consistent, so it is in like a world, so it's always consistent, but
yeah, it's deterministic world.
Deterministic is the word I was looking for. So, but we still have these bugs, as we say, like the outcomes that produce speed loss, for example, where sometimes you just can't avoid it. It's about like very, very tiny movements that are out of our control.
Yeah. At this point, it becomes like so minuscule that you could have like the same landing twice. In your eyes, it's the same landing.
Yep.
But it actually produces a loss of...
two different results.
Yeah, 2 very different results
Yep.
by about half a second or more.
So track 38 is actually the shortest one in the entire campaign. It's only 17 seconds, so it's you blink and it's over pretty much. And it's very simple. Just go down the hill, bit like slalom skiing, sort of. So just want to be precise and commit to your lines. Because if you correct, then you're most likely not going to end up making the corners.
Yeah, this is the tough part about Stadium. It's much more difficult in a way. The other cars, when you bump into walls, your speed loss is like not as drastic as in Stadium. And yeah, generally it's about like memorizing a line, like committing to it.
Small
that was a good one here. Yep,
yeah.
That was a land bug.
Okay, well.
So the landing bug is when if you land and it's a bad spot, there are some spots that are very prone to landing bugs. The car's acceleration will for some reason drop, like you lose speed, as if you crash on the ground basically. Which
yeah, you generally see a bunch of sparks. That's an indication that didn't go as well. Didn't go as planned.
So as you can see at the start there's a small downhill, and because we want to stay on the ground at all times when we can, Riolu did a small wiggle to the side in order to keep his wheels traction on the ground, and he gets more speed from that in the first lap. And here as well he did an early technique called the air brake, so we can go into that on the next lap. I want to avoid the drifting the last corner here to have more speed very nicely, and so now we can just jump down the hill. So yeah, there's the technique I mentioned called the air brake, and if you pay attention you can see the brake lights turn on most drops and jumps. So here for example there's a small brake tap, and what it does is that the air brake it stops the car's downwards rotation in the air, so it doesn't lose speed, it only stops rotation, and this helps us to control our car in the air. So we want usually to have the flat landings, they're the most predictable and they usually give the most speed. So for every one of these jumps here, it's important to tap the brake and control your landings. So,
yeah, it's very important. Like, it's something that you learn pretty much straight from the get-go when you start with the stadium environment. It's something that you simply need to survive almost in this environment. We're done with the white series here, so the first 40 tracks have ended, and we're gonna go straight to 41, which is Canyon. So it's just alternating all the time: Canyon, Valley, Lagoon, Stadium. And we're gonna go to 41, which is gonna have a flip that I will try.
Yeah, so now we're in the green series, and the maps are already a bit more complex. So you're gonna see Riolu go for a pretty cool trick here if you can hit it. So let's see what will happen.
Can I read a couple donations?
Oh.
Yes, you can, because I died.
All right, we got the checkpoint at least. But
so it was a flip, I didn't lie.
I have a $10 donation from Phoebe1980 saying, "Hey Riolu, much love from Phoebe. Good luck and see you on track 45. We've got a $5 donation from Big Daddy saying, "Thanks for running this game. Interesting to see. And shout out to Viper, the best go-karter in the world." We've got a $50 donation from Cyberdust saying, "Moin moin, Bobbit, Riolu hype, spam derp." And we've got a $100 donation from Rambo Fight 250.
Thank you so much, man.
Absolutely amazing.
Saying, "Riolu driving so fast, no time for donation in the game." But please, Riolu, tell us about your biggest achievement.
I will do that, but first of all, this is going to be a track that is going to be a candidate for 360.
Yeah, so we had SPville donate and ask for 360 jump, so maybe at the end here...
Let's try here, I don't know. It's a 180. It's a 180.
A 180. Oh!
Not 360. Okay, that was more.
720.
It was more.
Alright.
I tried.
Well.
There's one more chance, though. I will try again.
But yeah, so what Rambo mentioned is that Riolu is one of the 5 people to complete the 200 Super Trackmaster Challenge. But he has also recently taken on a much bigger adventure with this game, so maybe you want to elaborate a bit about that.
Oh yeah, sure. It's something that has been going on for a long time. So I was basically putting myself the challenge to set the individual track records, the track world record on every single track in this game, so on all of the 200 ones. I started off having like 100, which I already had in the back before I started this little endeavor. Yeah, it took like half a year, I think, until I was so close to actually get all 200. But unfortunately, I was stuck with a couple of very, very random shortcuts that were basically like winning a lottery. And I was stuck on the final track. I was sitting there with 199 records. And the final one on track 4, which I will show you in the donation incentive later, which actually has been met already. So massive shoutouts to that. There has been a donation incentive to show some of the super lucky shortcuts in this game.
Yeah, so this game
I had to go through as well when I went for the 200 records.
Yeah, so just to put this into perspective, we mentioned this game is multi-platform, and it has probably seen about, let's say a fair estimate, 6-7 million players in total. And having the world record on each one of these tracks, every single one of them in 4 different environments, is absolutely crazy. Like, there's there's no words for it, really.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people
thanks,
who joined in the fray from PS4, Xbox One. I think one from Xbox One.
Yeah, the world record holder on the final track was actually from Xbox One.
Yeah,
he was an Xbox One player. And shoutouts to Solid Trees, I love you.
Yeah. and when people heard that he was going for this achievement, they were also trying to stop him, you know, see if they could put some spikes in his tracks. But he did get it in the end, so And as he mentioned, the reason it is also hard is because some of these tracks have very lucky shortcuts where it's not so much up to skill but more to patience, because you have to try over and over and over again for a specific bounce or trick, which saves time.
Yeah. So it was like so many things that I just had to go through, and losing a record on a daily basis, because as Wirtual said, it has been an insane fight. Like, everyone wanted to have a piece of the cake, you know, and try to put a rock in my way. But the challenge was insane, and I do appreciate everyone that was actually trying, because it pushes the game even further, and it also pushed me to become an even better player. So I'm actually looking back to that challenge with a really nice memory, sort of, because I never, like, no one thought it would be possible, pretty much. Even myself, I was like, nah, this is crazy, man. I'm not gonna do that. And the closer I got to the 200, the more I was like, okay, it's actually possible. So I just went for it, and it took like I grinded daily pretty much, and it has been rough sometimes for sure. Losing like 3-4 records a day, I was like, okay, yes, I might just listen to Justin Bieber instead, but I was like, nah, man, gotta keep going, and that was a pretty good run here on 45.
Yeah, so there's a small shortcut there at the end. There's a booster pointed against you, so it will reduce your speed, but driving on the grass, there's barely enough room to skip it, so you keep your speed.
It's similar to what we saw on the stadium map on track 33, which is something that I didn't do there successfully, but on the previous track it did actually work. So basically you just drive to the side of the road and you actually skip the freewheel, which is, or the back boost in this case.
Yeah.
So the boost that basically decreases your speed instead of increasing it. So that was a very, very important time saver. 46, not really too interesting here. There's that one drift, and pretty much about it. 47 is gonna be a contender for the 360, so
all right, let's have a look.
Might give it a try here, even though I'm not sure how to approach it at all, because this is like not planned or anything. So I might just try and see what works out.
So we have a big wall ride to wall ride jump here, and you can turn, and you will have plenty of air
Achtung! Okay, we good.
All right, let's. Oh, we're going for the
This is good.
All right.
That's
beautiful, beautiful. So
it wasn't perfect though. I'm not entirely happy with it. I'm not sure if it's worth the 25. We might find out, or not. I guess.
Well, it did go near the Achtung sign.
It was
in a
so
way.
close.
It gets
It was
style
so
points.
close.
It gets style points for that.
yeah.
Well, that's something. That's something. All right,
right.
track 47. Coming up to 48, which is a track that is symmetrical. One of the few tracks in the campaign that are symmetrical. So you can go to the left or to the right, but I go to the right because that's how I always did it. So my muscle memory is just going to the right. There's really no difference in what route you take. But I go to the right here, and I will also go to the right at the next intersection, which is coming up here after the checkpoint. So drifting in canyon, mostly done using outside, inside, outside techniques or lines. So the mindset that you have in many racing games also applies to canyon.
Yeah, you want to approach the apex of the turn, and you want to try to go as wide as you can on the exit to keep your speed after the turn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
49.
I have another wave of donation.
Oh,
Right,
go
let's
ahead.
hear it.
Oh, nice. We have a $25 donation from Juvo saying $W, $O, I,
my
$0,
forehead.
FF Cool Beans.
You will.
We've got a $10 donation from Sefi saying, what's better entertainment while stuck at work than this? Best of luck with the run, Riolu.
Thank you.
And we've got a $20 donation from Panny Mule saying, hey, hi Mr. Streamer, good luck on the run. Get at 138 cuts and world records on 60 and 135.
Oh. That was a little spoiler right there. But yeah, there are tracks where I can potentially set a world record on an individual track. However, the twist is, I talked about it earlier, I don't have my world record ghosts available, so I don't have my visual cues really. But I will try anyway. 50, by the way, shortcut time. I will give it a fair chance here. So let's see if that
there's
is
a chance we can get it here.
It was
Alright.
beautiful.
Oh, very nice. Let's hear it for this shortcut.
Tasty. Fresh out of the bakery here, a little shortcut here in the morning.
So this is on pace to beat the Super Trackmaster time, correct?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Right now it is. So you might ask yourself, hey, why is this dude playing in the internal camera? That is because the game still thinks we're in the loop. because yeah, we cut that loop, and the camera is going to reset after we pass the loop regularly, which is happening right here.
Yeah, so the way it works is that they set up trigger points. So at the entry of the loop and at the exit of the loop, they want you to have the internal camera so you see what you're doing. And we don't hit the second trigger until the next lap again, so that's why we have to play with the internal camera.
Exactly.
And it can be a bit
difficult.
It can be a bit difficult if you're not used to it. Some players prefer it, but you cannot see your wheels, so you base it mostly on feeling, like, and game knowledge about where you are, like your spatial awareness.
Yeah. I personally can't play with that camera at all because I always played with the outside camera, which is this one, like the standard one. Never really bothered with cam 3. It's the third, the number 3 on the numpad to trigger that internal camera, which is why we call it cam 3 in TrackMania. TrackMania vocabulary, TrackMania slang. And yeah, I never used it, so I'm playing like a potato mostly. But hey, this could be can you check?
I will check.
Can you check? It was a 1:30:49. I'm not sure if it's enough, but in the meantime, we're gonna switch to Valley again. 51. You can already maybe see it in the distance.
Oh, we were barely behind.
How much?
We missed it by 17/100ths of a second. So this game runs at so this game goes down to the thousands even, but the margins are really small here, and there are very small things that separate like a really good time from a okay time. So you will see like differences in world records of sometimes they're even equal to the thousandth of a second on tracks where it's hard to optimize. So
exactly. So here we're just going up the snake. In Valley, I think you mentioned it earlier that you don't really drift in Valley. You only work with releasing the acceleration pretty much, because that's the more efficient way of taking turns with the Valley vehicle. And yeah, 52 having some dirt and a helicopter drop. So the interesting twist about helicopter drops is that you can do the air brake. We explained it earlier, the little brake tab to stabilize the car's rotation. And very often, and especially with longer helicopter drops, you will actually have the opportunity to do these air brakes and to ensure a smoother landing on the ramp. That is something that I did here on this track, for example. Kind of hard to visualize without a ghost or without a reference ghost, but you can just trust me on that.
Yeah, so what actually happens is that the developers just intended you to drop down and keep driving, but it was discovered that if you air brake on certain points, and they're different for each helicopter drop, you can sometimes land with even more speed. So sometimes landing is a bit cleaner if you air brake early or if you air brake late.
Yeah.
And
timing is really precise for the most part.
Knowing these timings just comes from experience and playing the tracks a lot.
So luckily these things aren't really important for speedrunning, because they're like a difference of maybe a tenth of a second of a map, so that's completely irrelevant for a speedrun of 4 hours of a length. But for time attacking, these are things that you just need to do, otherwise you will put yourself in a disadvantage that on a lot of tracks you can't get back.
Yeah, so we can have the loop here where we want to avoid drifting in the exit, and we got it really well there. So
yeah, almost STM actually.
Almost, very close.
I think it was like 500s off, so that was not too shabby. 54, we have dirt. This is actually a pretty well-built track, because it reminds me of the way that users build maps. So these maps have, of course, been built by the community, by the developers. My apologies, by the developers, of course. And TrackMania has a very interesting map editor. It's basically what's making this game almost. You have the option to build your own maps. TrackMania Turbo has an editor, TrackMania 2 has an editor, Nations Forever has an editor, so in every TrackMania game you can build tracks, and yeah, this one has a nice flow to it. I just like how it drives.
So there's a lot of user content in all of these games, and the way the tracks work actually is that they're made up of blocks. So one block is a start block, then you have the turn block after it, and then, for example, another block, and you can keep building like this. And even the scenery here, all the mountains you see, you can build yourself too. So there's a lot of possibilities, and many players make tracks in this game. So
yeah, it's basically what's making this game strive almost. Strive for just more and more and more and more, because everyone's just building the map that he wants. And it's just fantastic to have so much variety. You're not stuck to these 200 tracks. You can build your own track and even host a competition on it. This game has a very vital esports scene, which is actually on the rise at this point, with a lot of competitions right now. For example, the TrackMania Grand League, which is happening in TrackMania 2 Stadium, which is a bit different than Turbo, because it's only focusing on Stadium. But you have big competitions with prize pools that are beyond the 10K mark, 10K US dollars. So if you if you're not necessarily into speedrunning or time attacking, you can compete or build maps or create your own car livery or create your own blocks for the editor. Even that is possible. So you have the possibilities there are endless in this game, and that's why I'm playing this for 11 years. For how long are you playing actually?
I'm playing that for 7 years, so still going strong.
What about you, Qlex?
I kind of started with TrackMania Turbo, honestly.
Okay.
So it's been what?
2.5 years already.
4 years or three.
2016. So
yeah,
that's
3 years.
3
Yeah.
years now.
Time flies.
Okay,
Crazy.
there's
That's,
a big wave of donation right now.
Oh, well, keep them coming.
Okay, nice. We've got a $40 donation from Medium Density Fiberboard saying, nice to see you playing for once instead of your rabbit. No time for chat. We've got a $10 donation from Muffy and a $10 donation from Nork, both saying Zoop. Zoop. We've got a $5 donation from Monty saying, hello, Riolu.
Hello.
Thanks for showing TrackMania at this amazing event. Good luck for your run. Make some ad for TM2 Stadium, please. Buggers,
I just
it
did it.
needs more players.
I just did it.
We've got
Perfect.
little update. We've got a $50 donation from SBV.
Oh, it was
Saying, well done, my friends. Some extra for the excellent attempt on 42 too. Good luck for the rest of the run.
You're
We've
the
got
man.
a $12 donation from Pastel Fox saying, best of luck with the run, Mr. Streamer.
Thank
Keep
you.
up the good work, guys. Loving it so far. Greetings from Germany.
Yeah,
and
thank you so
finally,
much.
we've got a $50 donation from Forever the Real Venom saying,
Wow.
go Riolu, show them what you got.
Wow,
Absolutely.
crazy.
So
Thank you
many
guys so
donations.
much.
This
Yeah.
is insane. I
So
can't believe it.
We actually have a small announcement. So on the track we were playing when the donations read out, we actually beat the time, didn't we?
What time?
The world record.
I didn't, actually.
Oh no, we beat the Super Track Master. I'm sorry.
It was
yeah.
the Super Track
Yeah,
Master,
so
but
we
not
got
the
the
world
medal.
record.
Yeah.
Yep. So that 55, that multi-lap, I was trying to beat the world record there, but
It was a
didn't
contender,
really-
yeah.
It was a contender, but it's really difficult regardless. I will still have another map where I could give it a shot, but that one's coming up later. It's track 135, so a little bit of waiting time until the next potential world record attempt.
But yeah, so in Riolu's grind for the 200 world record, this one was
Oh, yeah.
one of the tracks
This one was a
that,
pain. I don't even want to talk about it a lot because there was a
Yeah.
really random shortcut at the end.
So these
You saw the looping right
yeah,
there, and
yeah.
you could figure that, hey, maybe you don't have to take that loop, right? So
Yeah.
what you could do is, you see these yellow silos next to the road. I think you can see it right here, upcoming. Yeah, these yellow silos, and on that previous track, there's a ramp, and you can smash yourself into these silos, and if you're lucky enough, it will bounce you right into the finish. You're gonna see it later in the shortcut showcase. I don't want to spoil it too much, though.
So there's actually a very common theme in this game on valley tracks with the loopings that they are pretty slow, and any looping that you can skip, you would like to skip. And there are a lot of loop shortcuts in valleys.
Exactly. So the thing about TrackMania is that you're not limited to the checkpoint order. So you don't have to take like checkpoint 1 first, then checkpoint 2, but you can take any checkpoint at any point as long as you... Wow, that was a brilliant slowdown. Okay, I didn't
damn.
understand
Okay,
that.
alright, we got on our wheels again. We're fine. Let's go.
That was a little bug there on that ramp, which is annoying, but
We
it happens.
we actually put the insect sticker on our car here to
you might figure why.
celebrate some bugs during the run. So yeah. But as we were saying about the checkpoint order, so every checkpoint just counts as a checkpoint. So what the game cares about is that you have all of them, and then you can collect the finish.
Yes.
So you must take every checkpoint before you can finish. If not, then the game doesn't count the finish. So.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
let's just go through the finish line and just smash into the wall.
Yeah,
and you're like,
exactly.
What's going on?
Why
But
didn't I finish?
Yeah,
What
w-
happened? Alright, so track 60. This is a track that actually came from TrackMania 2's campaign, so pretty much a straight port. It's one of my favorite tracks, actually. It's a really good map that is testing your valley dirt skills. So this map is completely based on dirt, where it's a lot about picking lines that are a good balance between going like this, like very tight on the grass, or actually stay on the dirt. The grass is a tiny bit slower, so you want to be very careful with what lines you pick, because you obviously don't want to put yourself in a disadvantage. So you can see myself try to stay on the dirt for the most part, but whenever it is possible, let's say when it's a really tight line that is just such a shorter line, it will actually be an advantage for me.
Yeah, so you will see in this wood section here, it's all about trying to pick the closest lines, and it requires immense car control to be able to drive this close to the obstacles without actually touching. So It's very, very precise here, and Riolu's doing an excellent job. Like, you can see the wheels are almost touching the blocks, and that's what you're looking for, the closest line. So
Exactly. And
Yeah.
dirt, as we said earlier, it's like really slippery. So I'm playing with the analog stick, and I never really like fully move the analog stick. I only do like 50% movements on the dirt at most. So that's maybe giving you an insight or an idea of how gentle you have to be in this game, especially on dirt surfaces. Or in Lagoon, for example, you have the beach and the grass and everything. So you want to be extremely gentle at points, because the car, the more you steer, the more speed you lose, sort of. So you want to avoid that as much as possible.
yeah. So with the trees here, we can actually see that he does drive through some leaves and stuff, but the hitbox is the branches themselves. It's not the leaves, so we're safe driving through that. We don't lose any speed.
Okay,
It's the
very good
closest one.
time here actually.
Very, very good. That's the Super Trackmaster again.
Not sure, is it?
It's the 146.51.
Damn.
So I think we
Really?
get
Yeah.
close. Did we get it?
Okay,
Don't
well,
remember. Anyways,
coming
yeah.
up to Lagoon. This one is getting a bit more interesting now. Lagoon, as we said earlier, it's the environment that a lot of people struggle with, and here in Lagoon Green, there's one track which is coming up. It's track 66, which is something that maybe Qlex wants to talk about, but
Yes, good memory.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Lagoon Green, I would say, from a casual perspective, is like when you start not getting gold medal. Well, of course, he's fighting like Super Track Masters right now, but but generally to progress further into the solo campaign, you need generally silver medals or gold medals. The game will kind of want you to keep going until you get a gold medal, and then it will kindly ask you to go to the next track. And generally, gold medal feels nice, so you generally like take it as a matter of pride. 66 will deny you that goal. We'll see. 62 is already quite difficult. You've seen that wood turn. It's pretty sharp, and it's easy to die there.
especially because it's so dark. Like also on this monitor, for example, it's very dark, so it's kind of hard to see the edges. So the night
Yeah,
tracks,
it worked.
it worked very well
Nice.
actually.
Yeah.
So this was a pretty good run here on this track. So TrackMania, if you didn't notice, actually does have 4 different types of moods in the track. So you can have tracks in sunset, in sunrise, in day, and in night. So you have 4 different ones. And yeah, they obviously impact your visibility on some tracks, and sometimes it gets hard, especially on the later maps in the red and black series. There are quite some maps where it's really difficult to even see the hand in front of your eyes.
Yeah. Well, I'll try to go for the dark theme because it's like the black series and it's like super tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you can see on the wood here, we do like a full 360 turn. You want to stay inside on all of the part that you can, and it's really hard control, but excellent performance there.
Thank you very
And
much.
we're on to the next one.
On to the next one. Has a nice little technique right here, which is also a speed slide. Lagoon is an environment where you never really slide, but for some reason there is a gear change from gear 1 to gear 2, which happens at exactly 100 kilometers an hour. And if you slide through that, you actually gain a boost. Now, don't ask me why. This game has a lot of unsolved mysteries, but this is one of them. And it works on this track. It's actually, together with 107, the only track where it actually works. So, other than that, pretty easy one, going towards the finish line right here.
Nice.
And we are gonna have the next multi-lap. So if we have any donations, any shoutouts, maybe to your mom who donated yesterday, right?
Yes, yes, that was very
then
nice.
you can go for it.
All right, we've got a couple of them. We've got $25 from Paulista saying greetings from the audience. It's always fun watching Riolu on stream, so to catch a TMT run from up close is super hype. Good luck on the run.
Thank you, man.
We've got a $20 donation from the Racing Cow saying, "Yo, Riolu, don't eat too much grass, even though it looks delicious." We've got a $10 donation from Spammy J saying, "Please let the donation speaker shout out the donators more, Riolu. Good luck on the black maps."
Thank
And
you
we've
very
got
much.
a $10 donation from the Phil UK saying, "Look, ma, I'm on the internet."
It was my announcement that I did on my Discord server. I wrote, "Hey, at everyone, I'm on the internet," and then popping the link. So yeah, thank you so much. The donations are outstanding. I actually didn't expect to even reach the incentive before the run started. So you guys are completely insane. You're nuts.
Yeah, the support shown here has been crazy from everyone, really, and it's a blast to be here and show off all that we know about this game.
So I hope you're having a blast. We're not even halfway through, so
we're not even a fourth through.
Plenty of time.
So yeah, get close.
Yeah.
So we are coming up to the finish line right here, doing the quick switch to track 66.
Yeah, 66 is really tough because it adds like it has two very difficult parts, and it also has beach parts. The gameplay on beach can be quite disorienting, but also the geometry can be quite surprising in some cases. Riolu is going to attempt to really
Didn't work.
Didn't work. But if had he kept enough speed, he would have gone there over what he just hit.
Man.
Not bad.
So what he was going for is that when he drives in the water, if he has less than half of his car in the water, but 2 wheels still, okay, yeah.
Yes.
Snap.
So if he has 2 wheels in the water, it's a trick in this environment specifically, where he will then get more speed. He will have normal traction instead of this loose sand that we're driving on. So he went for it, but he went a bit too deep in the water, and then he loses the grip again. Then
he would have gone an insane amount of speed and gone
Yep.
over the grass part.
It was a really risky approach. Sadly, didn't work.
Yeah. Well, that was kind of close to what I would get on average, honestly.
Yeah, it is very precise because you need the wheels in the water, but if you have about half the car, then you will sort of drown and lose all your speed. So
yeah.
Which is basically what happened to me. So a little bit unlucky there, but track 66, I remember like also in the TrackMania subreddit, I saw a lot of people that actually complained about that track. They were like, oh yeah, guys, I'm stuck on track 66. I want to refund this game. Or I don't know, they were like, oh yeah, I don't like this. I'm not a fan of this map. It's too difficult. The physics are broken. I don't know. They were actually spitting quite some hate towards that map. And today I would join them. Today I would join them.
Today, yeah. So again, we have the magnet blocks here, and as you're driving up, you will see the small diagonal line that is taken, and that's to get these speed boosts, which are infamous in this environment. Yep. Since you always keep accelerating here, you never really lose your speed. So if you can get like a bit higher, you will keep that throughout most of the map. So there is actually a shortcut on the end of this track, and it has been given Riolu some trouble again in this quest. But
indeed.
Yeah, what you just saw, like the several jumps, you can actually skip this part because it has no checkpoints in like the big
spiral.
Yeah, the big spiral. So
yeah, track 69. So this is
this is the track that I think used to have a .69 as a world record as well. So a lot of occurrences for this interesting number. But yeah, we're coming up here. It's pretty technical, so there are quite some techniques here on this track. I don't like this one, to be honest.
I had a lot of trouble with it,
Yeah,
especially the several turns. This one, I would like have a bad line and just run into a wall.
It's really, so I got a .674, so it was pretty close. It was a pretty good run here. So track 70, this is another multi-lap. So you might have guessed that every 5th track is a multi-lap with 3 laps. And this one is no exception. I will do a little technique right here. Hopefully that's going to work out without a visual cue right here. So I deliberately, I actually hit the wall on purpose because that's going to make my front of the car actually dive down and hit the blue magnet earlier, which means that I can re-accelerate earlier and gain like 0.2 or 0.3 of a second there. So it's actually, over the course of 3 laps, actually a very vital time saver. Yeah. Hopefully it's going to work in lap 2 and lap 3 as well.
So also you might notice these turns where he has the road part and he also has the sand part next to it. You can actually drive on the sand part there and it will still have the same speed. So he wants to cut those corners as close as he can, so he can also drive on the sand instead of the road, which you might not think is faster.
Here we go, worked again.
The
very early landing.
Wall bang,
that was good.
but that was really good.
Yeah, normally you fly like a little bit over and you have this little extra airtime. It feels inelegant after you've seen like Riolu do the thing properly.
It's a pretty new strategy as well, which has been found while I was going for those 200 world records. A PlayStation 4 player from France has actually found this one out and got the world record down by quite a bit. So shoutouts to him as well, and shoutouts to everyone that was actually like pushing this game even further. Because TrackMania Turbo has the reputation of being, maybe a little bit the abandoned child of the TrackMania series. because it was mainly tailored towards the console.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah, nice. That was a close one, but
Towards the
calculated.
console market. Let's just forget about that for a moment. But yeah, it was mainly tailored towards the console market. So the PC players that were used to TrackMania 2, which has a lot more customization than TrackMania Turbo, they were like, I can't like do this and this and this, and I don't like Turbo, and the campaign is too difficult, and Track 66 is stupid, and so TrackMania Turbo has mainly been played by players that actually enjoy playing just this solo campaign, try to improve themselves, go for these times, and maybe even set some world records.
yeah. So the previous TrackMania games have all been on the PC.
Yep.
PC. I don't even know what it's called in English anymore. But yeah, they've been on PC, and in 2016 they expanded to console as well, and it was very well received actually in the start. But people then after a while went back here to the main competitive game, TrackMania 2 Stadium now, and yeah. Anyways, we're actually on Stadium again, and as you can see, he is playing a dirt track, and dirt in this game is very known for being, as we say, buggy. Like the landings usually will result in speed loss for seemingly no reason, but
yeah,
the
sometimes
landing
you
bugs.
keep the speed, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you backflip at the landing, sometimes
like that guy
the
in the
car-
cutscene.
exactly. Yeah, I think he bugged.
Yeah, I got a bit of a bad one there. So,
Unlucky. But yeah, it's crazy how inconsistent that is, and that takes away the fun for some time attack runs on some later maps that you will see that are very buggy. So yeah.
So anyways, this track is pretty cool. It has some loops, and in loops in Stadium you want to take the shortest possible line. So you just want to drive straight through it if you can, and that's gonna get you out of it soonest.
Little wall touch there, but no problem. Still kept the speed there. Still a track master, whatever that means. I don't even know where that's coming from.
Yeah,
actually,
well, we
but
should.
I take it.
Yeah, we should explain. So right now he's in the solo campaign, rather than the he's in the super solo campaign actually, rather than the solo campaign.
Exactly.
So,
So to know about the existence of the super solo campaign, you have to get all 200 golds, which is easier said than done. But to actually have access to the super solo campaign, you need to have 200 track masters, and I guess offline the super solo doesn't really like what's happening right now.
Yeah, I don't think so either, because I'm like running on offline mode without my personal best, and the game is like, okay, what is happening here?
Yeah. By the way, why are you doing this? Don't you want a ghost?
The thing about offline mode is that it actually decreases my load times, which is pretty important for a speedrun, I heard. So what happens with the game normally is that whenever you start a track, the game tries to load your friends' ghosts. So you can add friends to Uplay, and their personal best times will be available to race against. And every time you start a map, the game tries to load every single friend ghost. And I have a lot of friends like on Uplay that wanted to have my ghosts to just race or to improve. So I just ended up playing offline, because the game is soft locking for a good 2 seconds at every track, because it's just trying to load in these ghosts.
yeah, and that becomes a lot over all of these
it's
tracks.
adding
so,
up, and it just doesn't work at the end of the day. So
The
75 multi-lap.
Yeah, I guess I could talk a little bit about the friends records. In TrackMania, it's like a known thing that it's more or less international. I guess you have the word on screen, like right in your face.
Yeah.
It says international. You can get friends and play against them, and that's like the competitive aspect of it, especially in the solo campaign, because there's no versus, so you can get somebody else's ghost, and that's how I actually learned a lot in TrackMania, by seeing, by getting some friends who are stronger than me, and you can see their lines, you can see some of the techniques that they have.
And of course, you learn a lot from the competition too. You want to beat your friend.
Yeah.
Like, you can't accept that they beat you on a track.
It pushes you.
Yeah,
Pushes you.
It definitely pushes you, and you have those regional rankings, and you can see people from other countries. So it kind of mixes those two elements together, and
So
that makes a very
it is a really good feature, but for our use right now, it does the opposite. So we want to save time, and playing offline is the better choice.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So far, flawless run. This is a track that has very, very basic dirt corners, so this one's actually pretty good if you're like, I'm not feeling very confident on dirt, might actually give this one a try. because it really teaches you to stay away from the inside dirt, because what's special about that inside dirt, like about the darker part of the dirt, is that it's actually more bumpy than the inside. So, or the middle of the turn, pretty much. So you want to avoid bumps because they throw you into the air, and that's obviously resulting in a time loss.
That time he got there was actually the Super Trackmaster medal, so
Really?
very impressive.
Very good.
Good job.
Thank you. Didn't expect that because I actually had a couple bad lines, but happy about that.
By a
76.
sliver of a second. But
More dirt. Oh, that was a bug.
Small bug.
Saved.
All right,
Okay.
we got it.
So you saw my car was just all of a sudden, like within one frame, it was just going to the right because yes. So sometimes it can really ruin you, and here it almost did. Lucky that we were at rather low speed with an angle that was still savable. So these are things that can happen again, like at any point, pretty much.
Especially that part that we just had.
Yeah, that one is really,
You
really
see
annoying.
a bunch of sparks. That's generally like quite frightening to watch.
So in Stadium, you gotta be on high alert, and you gotta also know where bugs can happen. That really helps you to prepare you to react to them if they happen. So that's some skill in that, like trying to avoid the worst spots.
Yeah, trying to find a good call between like trying to get a good line and trying to be like conservative about like which spots are like too risky.
Yeah.
So last part coming up, going on to the blue part, which is basically just like a fabric surface sort of. So you just have full grip on it. Through the last loop we go, and we have completed the next track. 78 is another map that came from TrackMania 2. It's another remake which does incorporate a couple of walls and loops. And there's something that we have seen already. It's this little movement right there. You saw it right there. It's a zigzag. It's a little diagonal line that I take to keep my wheels grounded. Because we can't emphasize it often enough, but you need to maximize the ground contact or the ground time.
You always want to have ground contact, and if you try to go straight there, he would fly up for a little bit.
What?
Oh, what?
Oh, Jesus.
Oh my god, yeah.
Okay.
Scary, but he got it.
This is sketchy.
Yeah.
This is sketchy. I think this game really wants to test the best out of me.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Okay, 79. This one is going to introduce a lot of power sliding. So you're going to see me drifting around the corners. We haven't really seen that a lot in the stadium tracks so far. A lot of tracks have been dirt heavy. So we're going to be coming up to, for example, this drift where you hold the brake to start a slide and to just hold it as well.
Yeah,
so the longer you hold the brake, the longer your slide is going to be. And there's something special about slides. You can't slide at any point. It's just not possible. The car requires a certain amount of speed and a certain steering angle to actually start a slide, to actually lose that grip that you want to force by holding the brake while turning. And there's that technique that you can maybe go into, which is basically countering that.
Yeah, so what happens at low speed when you're not able to access a normal drift, you can do a trick called the Neo slide. And the Neo slide is really useful if you have a very sharp turn at low speed and you want to keep more exit speed. And what it entails is that in a sharp corner you can steer, then you stop steering, and in this little window, if you start braking and steering, you kind of trick the game into giving you access to that drift property.
Yeah,
so
it's essentially just a weight transfer. So you bring the car out of balance by doing this very harsh movement, and that way you can actually start a drift.
Yeah, so you will see that on some maps, I think.
Yeah,
in
definitely.
This game, so,
on this one, not really. If we have a couple donations, maybe again here on track 80, go ahead.
Okay, we've got a $50 donation from Black Maps, saying, my master Mr. Streamer streaming a great game. Time to donate for a good cause. Good luck on the run. Black Map will be something.
Oh boy.
We've got a $20 donation from Unconventional Tension, saying, shout out to all the tech crew who keep the event running.
Absolutely.
We've got a $20 donation from Ascarat, saying, am I ever so happy to see some TrackMania love in a speedrun event. As both the speedrunner and a fan of this series, I am in love with the display of skill. Good luck with the rest of your run, even though we all know there is no luck in this game, just skill. And I would like to plug one of our sponsors, the Yeti. They have a special line of ESA merchandise, precisely 3 shirts and a pin. And a little reminder that if you buy 1 t-shirt, $5 will go to the charity, and if you buy a pin, $4 will go to your charity.
It's fine.
Yeah, so what happened there is he got the bug on the edges here, so the little edge part of the road is very prone to bugs, and there's some parts where you can collide with it as you transfer over it, and that gives him airtime there. So he was quite unlucky. He managed to save it though.
Yeah,
a bit of time,
it's something that I just do without thinking. Like
Yeah.
when you play, you just go over these borders, and there's a little height elevation. You're gonna see it. Maybe the next time we play Stadium, you're gonna be able to see it. There's a little height difference, and that height difference sometimes causes the car to be like, oh, we're colliding into something. We're just gonna do a backflip, which is what happened earlier.
The most popular way to play this game is, of course, to play the time trials and to try to get the best possible time. And for most of stadium maps, we are forced to drive over every border on the inside of the turn, and that is a common occurrence. So it certainly happens, but it's a shame to see it, especially
it
in
just
this
happens.
setting.
I mean,
so,
it's part of the game.
yeah.
We all got used to it. We all love it, and sometimes people are even going for it on purpose. Like they are hoping for such a thing to happen,
Yeah,
to
so
go for certain
you
shortcuts.
can exploit it intentionally because of
Yep.
the set airtime. If you get the airtime early before a drop or something, then you can get less airtime on the drop itself,
Yep.
and it has been used for some world records even. So it's not all bad.
It's crazy how far you can push this game. You think, oh yeah, this is a bad thing, but you can make that bad thing actually a good thing in certain occasions. So it's crazy how far this game has been pushed. TrackMania exists, like the franchise itself exists since 2003 with TrackMania Original, with TrackMania that was the first one with the first 3 environments, and ever since the franchise has been expanding, getting more and more environments. Now we're here with TrackMania Turbo and TrackMania 2, which are the games that are being played the most, together with Nations Forever, which is maybe gonna ring a bell for you because it was actually a free-to-play game and still is. So if you want to get a taste of TrackMania, you can try out Nations Forever. You can try out TrackMania 2 Stadium, which is €10, $, whatever, on Steam.
It's pretty affordable for all the content you're getting.
Absolutely,
It's a good deal.
Definitely worth the money.
I'll also say, I think this game has a trial version which allows you to play a little bit in the canyon environment and even enjoy the servers, the multiplayer servers.
Yes.
Back at the time where they were like really active.
Ooh, nice. Yeah.
Interesting spin right there, but we survived 83, which is, for time attacking purposes, a very annoying one, because that long wall is very difficult to get right, because there are speed losses everywhere, and there's only one line that really works, so if you don't hit that line, you lose all of your speed.
Yeah, indeed.
84, very difficult one.
Yeah, is super hard.
Yep. So what you saw
You
right
have
there is
no idea how hard that chicane
yeah,
is.
what I did right there, I tapped the brake, and that is not only to slow down, but it's also to make the game think that I'm actually fully turning already, that I'm like sliding basically. So this is the so-called brake trick. I hold the brake, and as soon as I lift the brake, I start steering. And normally the game needs some time to reach that 100% steering threshold. It's like you turn a wheel in a real-life car. It takes some time until you fully spin the wheel to get the full steering rotation, but by tapping the brake, you instantly force that oversteer, and you can actually use that to your advantage to simply turn quicker.
Yeah.
And it is a technique that you can do in Canyon. It is a technique that is part of the gameplay in Valley. Like, you need it in Valley in order to be good, because Valley steers rather slow in its nature, so brake tricking is really helpful. And it also works in Lagoon, but in Lagoon the brakes are so strong that whenever you use it, you slow down so much that it's barely worth it.
Yeah. Lagoon in a way is very accessible because it basically has 3 buttons that you're going to use. It's left, right, and accelerate, and you just hold that A button. So it's the tough part is really like how well you can hit those left and rights. But yeah, actually my favorite environment is Canyon because some of the tracks were also a lot of fun. The level design in this game is an interesting beast. And the way those drifts, especially with the engine off, were like a thing that I had never seen before in the game. It makes it rather interesting. The car is like it's very accessible in a way. It's very drifty in a way, so you can kind of go wherever you want. But obviously that can make you lose some speed, and the higher your speed is, like here, the crazier the car can go. So
Yep.
you want to be very careful.
Exactly, and you're going to see even faster drifts on track 90, which is going to be the next multi-lap. That one's probably one of the fastest tracks in the game, so pretty early actually in the Blue Series. It has definitely the potential to be even later in the campaign. But
And,
yeah, that's how it is.
Canyon especially is a very like satisfying environment because it's easy to drift, and the drifts feel very like natural
True.
when you hit
Yes.
them.
Yes,
and,
yes.
Yeah, you know, drifting around, it's a lot of fun. So
Yep. So after Stadium, Canyon is like the most popular environment. A lot of people still play Canyon also competitively. So Canyon, due to the fact that it's so easily accessible, as we said, and just it plays nicely, and it has a lot of techniques that you can do to just go faster. It's a very valuable environment.
yeah.
Also to note,
Yeah.
shortcut coming up on 85
So we
right
have,
here.
yeah, we have a shortcut coming up in the end here, and you're gonna see it. So at the last turn, there's this freewheeling block where he loses his engine. It's a sharp turn, so we would like to skip that. And Rio's gonna try his best here. So let's see if he can get it.
Let's see if it's gonna work after the freewheel coming up to the
Alright,
turn, and then I need
alright.
to set myself up
Oh,
and
looks
use the ramp to flip
good.
into the finish. That was a bit
Okay.
high. I'm reaching the ISS almost, but
All right. Well,
slower.
made it.
but
It's a
cut.
I flipped.
It
still a
works.
cut. Let's give it up for shortcut.
All right.
Very nice.
So 86 now. It is getting a bit darker again. We're in a cave, which is also a part of Canyon. You saw it on 84 already, 2 tracks before. So Canyon, and every environment has very different block sets. So you have the game works with blocks. So every block is basically like one rope piece, and in the map editor you just put these pieces together and you have a map. And yeah, you have these block sets. So you have, let's say, this cave. Oh. Where am I? Okay, nice.
Oh.
I never managed to land on
lucky.
the left side, so that would be something, but hey, happens to
Yeah.
the best of us.
Yeah, so these caves are of course very narrow. The roof is always closer
It's
than
hard
you
to
might
even
think.
see,
so
actually.
Yeah, and any mistake here will be
Yeah,
like
yeah.
fatal. It will
Yeah.
be a respawn. So
Yeah, those cliff blocks and tunnel blocks are very, very frightening as well, because if you're too much in the inside or the outside, the car will start drifting away. And the difference between like normal steering and
Yeah.
losing your
Yeah.
grip is day and light. So
Yeah.
generally you just end up inside of something.
It's really difficult to keep control there, so a bit of an unfortunate mistake there, but that's what it is. 87. This one's getting a bit faster again, so we have these boost blocks, and what's interesting
Oh,
about the
yeah.
boost blocks in Canyon and Valley in particular,
you can see these flames behind the car here.
yeah,
And the booster actually activates, and it keeps going for a long time after you pass it. So
Yeah.
you need to take a look at the turbo symbol on the right-hand side of your
Also
screen
that,
and
yes.
the exhaust flames. So as long as these are active, I keep getting boosted. So
Right.
that's something you need to keep in mind. So it's not like you touch the boost and for as long as you touch it, you get boosted, which is, for example, the case in Stadium or in
Yeah.
Lagoon. But here, it is actually with a massive, massive afterburner. So
Yeah.
it takes quite some time until it neutralizes to your regular acceleration.
nice.
Right. So the way turbo works, in a way, I think it's like it adds horsepower to your engine. So if you're in the air, your turbo doesn't mean anything. But if you have like, if you're on the ground, even in freewheeling mode, as long as you're holding that acceleration button, the turbo like drives you like quite nuts. It makes the car speed up significantly more. There's 2 kinds of turbo actually. There's
Oh,
the
yeah.
yellow one, and then there's the blue one, and the blue one is insane. Like it makes the car go crazy. Like those are blue ones, and you can see it makes the car
speed here. We're
go up.
approaching 700. So,
Yeah.
it's a really fast track. And of course, at higher speeds, you need to be extra careful with your steering inputs. The thing is that any input will be more drastic at high speed, so you're
Yeah, if your cat jumps on the keyboard, your car is dead, pretty much. Because any big input more than 1 frame will just make the car go whoosh.
Yep, also here going pretty fast over the off-road section, which handles like dirt, so you can also compare it a little bit to dirt in Valley and in the other environments. So very slippery, very gentle with the steering, otherwise you will spin out. And now the second half, this one is pretty tight, so very difficult jump coming up right here.
Yeah.
Hopefully I can line up properly. Transitioning into the drift, snapping to the left, and that was
Seeing this is
pretty
insane
good.
Really
to me.
nice.
That
Yeah.
was pretty good.
I didn't think that was possible.
All right, so
not bad, not bad.
yeah,
So,
that was
Yeah.
not too bad. Canyon, of course, very satisfying also with the drift changes. You go to the left, to the right, you snap all over the place. It's really, really nice. And you're also going to see that on the next track, which I said, track 90, very fast, 3 laps, and you know what it means, 3 laps, maybe donations if we have some.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a lot of them.
Keep them coming.
Let's go.
We've got $20 from the Racing Cow saying, move faster. We've got $10 from Black Map saying, I'm waiting for you.
This is scary.
We've got $20 from Hoelby saying, let's get that bread. We've got $10 from Iona saying, hello, thank you for what you're doing to this game. Love you all. We have $25 from Miss saying, everyone loves TrackMania. Keep it up, Riolu hype. And we've got $20 from Lumby saying, hello, great display so far. Keep it up. Get those easy STM snacks. And I will like to thank ViewSonic Elite, that is a long partner of ESA. They're providing all the gaming monitors for this event. You might actually see it on the screen right now. And they have over 30 years of experience working on CRTs, on LCD monitors, and they use all the knowledge they have gained over this past few years to take their gaming products to a new direction.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
this is mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing. It's really making my heart just so warm, seeing all of these names that I just know from my stream and from other TrackMania streams. We're a very cozy community hanging out in Twitch and enjoying some gameplay.
Everyone is showing up for this. So
and everyone's here.
Yeah.
It feels like everyone is here right now. So massive shoutouts. This is insane. Really means a lot to us that you're supporting the good cause and also enjoying some TrackMania Turbo gameplay.
Yeah, so this is the track we mentioned though, that is the fast one, and you can see these drifts here. It's really, really precise at this high speed, like basically one big motion blur if you're not paying attention.
Yeah,
so.
The thing about these drifts, to touch upon that real quick, if you steer too much at these high speeds, your car will actually spin out. So you want to be very, very gentle with the steering in these high speed corners. So the angle is very important. The timing for when you start the drift is also very important. So a lot of things actually come together. So it might look easy. You're like, oh yeah, just avoid the wall, forehead. But it's actually more than that. So gotta be very careful with the steering here. It's a fun track though. I actually like it.
I strive just for personal satisfaction to play this track without hitting any walls.
Yeah.
It was insanely hard, but it's very, very rewarding.
Yeah, it really is. It really is.
Actually goes so fast that at some point you're gonna have a counter boost, which will make the car pretty much keep its speed. It will have close to negative horsepower.
Oh, what? Yeah, okay, no, we're fine.
Saved. All good, all good.
Yeah, this boost right here.
Yep.
You see the speed just just stays the same.
The car is
bit.
I can't go forward.
Yeah.
I can't go forward right now.
And then there's this part, which is very satisfying to nail.
257. Is this by any chance an STM? 257. I
no,
don't remember.
We missed it by a bit. We had it until the
so
crash.
it's probably
I think.
the mistake
crash.
again.
Yeah, unfortunate.
All these mistakes. Unbelievable. Okay, 91 back to Valley. So we're going from this orangish, super red heavy environment canyon to a lot of green. So 91. This one has a very interesting technique that I sadly won't do in this speedrun because I have only gotten it once in 3 hours.
Right.
It's insanely precise. I can try to explain though. It's coming up right after this turn. So now imagine the freewheel situation. We have no acceleration up until the next checkpoint. So we have the last checkpoint here and the freewheel here. And we're now going up the hill with a really slow speed. We can't accelerate. So you might ask yourself, we could skip that, right? We could maybe skip that freewheel. And what you can do is to throw yourself onto the barrier and flip over that freewheel and actually get full acceleration over that hill. You're going to see it in the shortcut showcase, little teaser here once again for those. So make sure to not tune out, otherwise you're going to miss this really, really cool skip that just looks fantastic.
Yeah, so it's pretty interesting there, because that's another case of the freewheeling. It gains time to just drive normally at the start, but the skip will pay off in the end because of the speed advantage. That
especially the uphill,
yes.
you can imagine, up the hill you need the acceleration. And if you don't get that acceleration, you're just slow like a turtle.
Yeah. So competitively in this game, there's a lot of lines that are pretty fundamental. So there's the line where you always go a bit wider for more speed, and like usually you are behind, but you still catch up with the extra speed, and the shortcut like implements that fundamental concept of taking more speed in each turn.
Exactly. It's like racing is always like you need to find a good balance between like a proper racing line or going for more exit speed, more entry speed. Like it's very an interesting concept that applies very often to TrackMania. 93. This one has a very difficult ending, so you guys need to actually hold your horses for a little bit.
Yeah, it's a bit of a Monka-S.
It's very Monka-S actually. So the beginning is easy, like you have this jump, not a lot to really bother about. But the ending consists of multiple quarter pipe jumps that you can actually pick from. So you have the choice what you want to do coming up after the looping. And it's very dark. I wish I had a flashlight. But let's see if that's gonna work. So we have this setup where I hit the wall and, well, I don't hit the wall, but I just need
we're
to
fine,
jump.
we're fine.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
very nice. All right. Not bad.
So I was originally actually going for a Nintendo wallbang right there, but I missed it by just a hair. So I was actually forced to do it another way. Glad that it worked out.
Very quick adjustment though,
Very
to
quick.
realize he wouldn't hit
Yes,
it and still
yes,
manage
yes.
to get it. So that's nice save there.
That was a bit of a Monka-S indeed. So 94. A bit more technical once again, and you saw the water ponds once again in the beginning. There's also one later in the track, and you can imagine water always skippable. However, very difficult to do, so for the speedrun it's not viable. And coming up to the second one here. So here, if you want to avoid the slowdown, which I just got, like you just noticed, it's visibly noticeable how much of a slowdown you got. But if you get enough speed out of that previous corner, you can actually land very smoothly into the water pond. You gotta imagine the water pond isn't like, it's not like flat, but it's kind of smooth. So it goes like a slope almost, and you need to land in that slope. So if you have enough speed, you can land in that slope, and the car is actually not going to slow down. But as I said, very difficult.
Yeah, so you might notice now we're on track 95 already, and the tracks have gotten a bit more complex. There's a bit more tricks happening, and the blocks usage are like there's some blind jumps here, for example, where you need to be able to land well, and they're only getting harder as we go. So the last tracks in this campaign are a bit infamous for being super difficult. So,
yeah, they really are. So this is only giving you a glimpse of what's coming up in the future. As soon as you, or as long as you progress through the campaign without rage quitting and writing a Reddit post about the tracks being too difficult. But yeah, this one, as you can see, it has a lot of these uphills, downhills, and as we said previously, it has a lot of bumps. So it's not like you go full inside all the time, go for the shortest line, but you actually want to go a little bit wider and pick a line that doesn't throw you into the air. So like right here, I go wide because the elevation on the outside is actually a little bit less steep than on the inside. So instead of just throwing yourself into the air by using the inside, you just go to the outside. More travel, but less airtime. And that is simply the better choice here for most of these blocks.
Yeah.
Indeed.
It's quite interesting that it's talked about, like the maps are talked about in terms of blocks, because that's pretty much another like upside of having user-generated content in the map editor. The turns are always the same.
Forehead.
The thing that kind of differs is the speed and the angle that you're going to have, depending on some of the maps. But generally, you'll find a way to go back to a previous like good situation. It's kind of why like good TrackMania players can have a very good time on a map like on the get-go, even if they haven't played it before.
Yep.
I think that's a thing in something that's called the True Talent Cup.
Oh yeah, good that you actually talk about it. So we have a lot of competitions that are all mostly user-hosted. So by people that simply like the game and want to push the people to become even better. And there's that format called the True Talent Cup, which is being played on 5 unknown maps. So no one knows the maps, and if you get last, you get knocked out. So it's basically a knockout race, and the last man standing wins the thing. So it's a very cool format, and it just really emphasizes on the aspect of learning maps on the go, which is very important. As you said, it's something that you really gather with experience. The more you play, the more you will get comfortable with the physics and with the car and with the blocks and everything. So you just feel comfortable at some point.
Yeah, and usually maps will also be very intuitive, both with the scenery that is made around the track and also with the way you set up one turn for the next turn again, and you kind of get the
True.
flow of how
Absolutely
it's going to
true.
go. So
Yeah. Some people could be like, "Well, there's no minimap in this. Like, it's so disorienting."
How do they know where they go?
Exactly. But generally, yeah, some of the turns are generally made in such a way that if the level design is good enough, you don't need the minimap, and that's exactly the idea behind the thing.
Yeah. For example, here on this track, you see like those signs, or in every track almost, you see signs that say like U-turn or big jump right here, so you know what's coming up. So
That
even
is a pretty big jump.
without really knowing the track, you can like immediately kind of prepare yourself for that situation and line up and make sure that you don't turn before jumping or something. Coming up to the finish now, we're gonna make this.
Oh,
Yes.
very nice.
Wow.
Perfect
That
landing
was
right there.
really close. Glad it worked out right there.
It took me like months to get a track master on this track, and I
Okay.
think you just pulverized it. I love it. Keep going.
I certainly will. Coming up to 98, so we have 98, 99, and 100 for Valley. And then we're done with the first half of the tracks.
Yeah, almost halfway here. Only 3 more to go. And the 3 we have to go are actually quite interesting tracks. So this one was one of the first shortcuts that was found in the game. And it's again one of these loops that you can skip, but for a speedrun it's nowhere near viable.
Absolutely
It's,
not. Absolutely not.
I think it took you like 6 or 7 hours to
Yep.
get one attempt that was successful on this one.
So what you do is you have this ramp and you can smash yourself into those yellow silos again. And with a lucky bounce, you basically skip the loop. You pass all of the obstacles on your way to the finish. There are lanterns. There are these yellow silos that you just miss. And you
yeah, there's
just
no real set way to do it. You just try to bounce on
Yeah.
whatever you hit.
Yeah, whatever you hit,
And-
somehow it's gonna work.
And the thing that makes it worse is because we talked about the game triggers for the camera perspective. The game will give you the third camera perspective in that shortcut, so you can't really see what you're doing.
Yeah,
So
which makes it even harder.
it's basically a
Yeah.
lottery
Yeah.
at that point.
So we talked about air control earlier, and that of course applies to every environment. So not only stadium, nice
Oh.
bump,
Nice.
fantastic.
Yeah,
but
that's
yeah,
so
it doesn't
lucky.
only apply to stadium, but also to Canyon Valley and Lagoon. So you have certain air control mechanics. For example, steering in the air to stabilize the car, or the air brake, and that is something that can definitely save you if you see where to go. But let's say you're in the internal camera and you're used to that external camera, then you don't really know like what is my car doing, in what position is my car, and that
Yeah.
makes these lottery shortcuts even harder.
Yeah. So 100th track here. We're actually halfway after we finish this one, and it is a multi-lap again. So every 5th track is a multi-lap, and this one is no different. And we're going through some woods here. And
Indeed. So Valley Dirt being something that I do truly enjoy to drive, because it's really challenging. Like, you need to be very gentle with the steering. Every steering movement kind of makes you lose time.
Yeah.
So very, very difficult to get that through. And I think also beginners are struggling a lot with Valley Dirt in the beginning,
Yeah.
because it's really, really sensitive.
Yeah, well, that's as much grief as this map gave me. Actually, it was a lot of fun to actually get right, because the flow is just like it goes really well, and especially with this little jump right here. This like it kind of follows some sort of scenario, and it's really it's a really fun one. It generally gets you acquainted with many of the mechanics, like slowing down for this like the upcoming turn, so that you don't lose. You don't get airtime. If you get airtime in some of the turns, you actually die because you just go straight into a tree or
Exactly.
something. So this is where the maps get like very, very dangerous. Like, he's not crashing much because he's Riolu, but it's very, very easy. Like, some of the turns actually have some like very small branches, and those branches have the strength of Hercules. If you even like touch them, your car will just flip over, and that's like it.
Yeah, so there's no mildly solid objects in this game. If it's solid, then you cannot do anything to it.
You can't destruct anything. You
Even if
just
it's a
can't
stick
move
or
objects
whatever,
or-
it's
exactly. As long as it has a hitbox, you just crash into
unpassable.
it.
Yeah.
And the part that Qlex was talking about, it's coming up after
Yeah.
the water part right here, where you have rocks and branches and everything that are sticking out, because this is like sort of resembling a little swamp.
Yep.
Where the road is kind of flooded. It's coming up right here after we pass the cubes. So right here
Yeah.
you see like there are branches and rocks and everything, so you need to pick a very, very straight and diagonal line.
Yeah.
Like straight in terms of like you don't steer a lot, but you still need to be diagonal through it, because it's
Yeah,
it's like an
exactly.
S bend. So you need to be very careful. First with the steering, and second, like where you actually go.
Yeah, your first 10 crashes, you don't see the branch, and then after that, you only see it. You can, like, it's there in your brain all the time.
It's there. Okay, so 101. So we're going on to Lagoon, which is a almost fully grass map. So we haven't seen that a lot in Lagoon yet. But yeah, it's, as I said earlier, it's a surface that handles very similarly to sand and wood. So you slide a lot, you don't have to like actually tap the brake to slide around. So everything happens just organically by the steering, because it's wet grass right here, so you just slide around. Very difficult to keep control over the car here. Gonna slow down to catch the boost.
This part is also rather tough to get
It really is, because sometimes you just bounce off and you actually skip those boosters, which is why I just took it safe there and slowed down, just to make sure that I gather enough speed. What you also saw, I actually did a water bounce, so I skipped like a stone, like you do stone skipping basically in TrackMania.
Yeah, so it's very interesting that you said that, because in TrackMania, if you have a certain amount of speed as you fall in the water and forwards momentum actually, you won't drown immediately in the water, but your car will skip ahead, and
Watch
you're gonna
it right
see
now.
it here. So it's pretty funny, but that's a mechanic in the game, and it's
yeah, it's especially funny in Lagoon because you keep a lot of forward momentum. Like, it's the same forward momentum, and if you didn't have enough of this, then don't worry about it. The game
Because
got
we're
you
gonna
covered.
have more.
we're gonna have more right here. So another one, and another one.
Nice. So we have a double water bounce right here. As long as you have enough speed, this is not going to be a problem at all. Problem
This
might
turn
be
was
this
insanely
one.
difficult.
This is like, okay.
Yeah, the
Pretty
last
good.
part of this track is insanely difficult. Seeing it done like this is, I love it.
All right, 103, going on to roller coasters. So Lagoon is like super versatile. You have roller coasters, you have beaches, you have grass, you have wood, you have a lot of stuff that is happening here on Lagoon. And this track in particular has been quite a mess in regards to speed boosts. There are a lot of different lines that were proven to somewhat work, but they're still very difficult to hit because, as I said earlier, this is a technique that is mainly based on the weight transfer and the way you steer and how smoothly you essentially steer as well. So 103 is a very good way to actually practice these. And if I hit this boost right here, which
that looks
is
good, yeah.
really good because I got very far to the left.
So
it might actually be the STM here, which is I think a 40-27. Nope, I died at the end.
Yeah.
Completely.
So what he tried to do there at the uphill is he tries to hold this very slight steering movement all the way through, and with that he can gain like a bit. I think it's a bit more traction or a bit more acceleration
like
from
just
the car.
more acceleration, essentially.
So here we have the freewheeling, very slow start to this one, but it picks up the pace afterwards. And
exactly. So also this one, roller coasters in general, it's a lot about hitting those speed boost lines, because that's what it is all about, next to just precise driving. This one has a lot, like everywhere where it's twisting, bending, going up, down, sideways, wherever. Pretty much at every block connection point, there's something they can do. So this is actually quite rough to get through, if you actually want to time attack it.
yeah.
That is one of my favorite OSTs in the game, by the way. The game has random OSTs, and it kind of switches it up when you get engine off or you go through a checkpoint. It works pretty well. Shoutouts to Monster Cat as well, because it has a bunch of ones, and you've been probably hearing some drop tech or the own custom. Yeah, well, that's you know.
Yeah, the thing about the soundtrack, to actually touch upon that as well, the soundtrack is dynamic, so whenever you are, let's say, you race your friend's Ghost and you are behind, then the music is actually gonna kick in to like a fast-paced part of the song, so it pushes you. So it's like a little bit of a psychological effect that the game is trying to put on you. It's like trying to push you, get that friend, beat him, you know, like drive faster than him.
Yeah.
So let's say you're behind, the music is gonna go full ham, and when you're ahead, it's gonna be a bit more calm. So it's actually very interesting to have this dynamic soundtrack, sort of, because I'm pretty sure it does have an effect on you if you decide to play with the music, of course. A lot of players just pop in their Spotify and that's about it. But
yeah, there's several ways to play TrackMania Turbo, because right now you might notice something. If you've been playing this game, as I have, you might notice something is missing. There's a voice we're not hearing, like, easy on the paintwork.
Exactly, so there's a very annoying announcement guy in this game that is constantly telling you, whenever you're behind, the announcer guy is like, oh yeah, go faster. He's like,
Yeah.
it's
Boring.
basically exactly. He's just trying to put you down. It's really annoying actually. So I just put him down because I don't need that in this speedrun. Sometimes he's like, oh yeah, good job. When you're actually ahead, he's like,
Yeah.
oh wow, well done. But when you're behind, he's
You
actually
can do this.
He's literally bullying you. So it's like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I
It
don't know
feels
what they were
really great
thinking.
when you're ahead, but it feels absolutely terrible. And it's also like yelling at you when you're smashing the car a little bit too hard. And generally, that's just part of the track, like some hard jumps or stuff like that. So,
Yeah.
Guys,
Yeah,
guys.
yep.
Yes.
Are you ready for a round of quickfire donations?
Oh, absolutely. Let's
right.
go.
All right, we've got $10 from Red Extra saying you seem pretty decent at this game. Good luck with the rest of the run. We've got $20 from the Racing Cow saying I'm a banana. We've got $5 from Rollin saying I am dedicating those €5 to minimize the bugs in the stadium loopings. You have been blessed.
Thank
We've
you.
got $5 donation from Sipes saying here's to the guy who held 200 world records for 5 minutes. Shout out to Rollin. We've got $10 donation from Superall saying if it feels like everyone is here, it's because everyone is here. Good luck on the rest of your run, Riolu. We've
Thank
got
you.
$25 donation from Demon Hunter without a comment. Thank you very much. We've got a $25 donation from Haxa Smurf saying thanks Riolu for showing everyone how cool TM is and how awesome the TM community really is. We've got a $5 donation from NGLN saying this is the official statement published by Deutsche Welle right now about the influence of this run on Germany. Hey, das geht ab.
Yes.
Wir feiern die ganze Nacht. Die ganze Nacht.
Actually, well pronounced.
And we've got a $10 donation from Airby saying good luck on the run, greeting from Austria. And I would like also to precise we've got a bid war going on for The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt to choose the ending. Right now, if you want to save Ciri at the end of The Witcher 3, it is at $862. If you want to save the frames and leave Ciri alone, we've got, for the moment, $230. So if you want to see the runner save the frames, don't hesitate to donate.
All right, thank you guys so much. This is
I have
crazy.
no words
Yeah.
almost. It's just completely mind-blowing. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I think
It also makes a lot of sense that ESA, which is like a very international event, is getting such love from like the TrackMania community, which is like very international as well. We're getting people from loads of different countries.
Yeah, like just here, the TrackMania people that are here are already from 5 different nationalities.
exactly. Like
so
we came with a group of 5 people, and we're all from different countries. We have Wirtual as a Norwegian. We have me as a German. We have Swede, a Finn, a Belgian. We have everything. So it's crazy. Like coming together as a community is just so amazing. I'm sure you can relate. Like if you're maybe speedrunning another game, you just come together, you enjoy yourself. It's like you're at home. It's an absolutely fabulous feeling right here. Glad that I survived this ending, by the way, because in my practice sessions, I actually
It's
ended up
super
messing it up very very often. Because the thing about these wooden walls and the loops is wood on the one hand is slippery, and then on top of that there's the fact that the car is getting even harder to control when it's like vertical or horizontal or whatever.
Yeah,
So-
and add like 300 kilometers per hour
Yeah.
compared to your normal speed.
Yes,
It makes
yes,
like a
yes,
recipe
yes.
for disaster.
Yes, right here we're going to try to see like the water and dirt combinations here, or the sand rather, and there are some turns here where you maybe can touch the water and gain that extra speed.
There was one part in the beginning, but
Yeah.
it's a bit too risky.
Okay, yeah, I
because
see, yeah.
I already messed it up on 66. I kind of don't want to mess it
Yeah,
up
I
again.
understand.
So
It is that precise, but it does save a little bit of time, so
Sure,
can be done on this one.
But yeah, still a good run here on 109. We have another multi-lap. So we have 110, which is actually a really fun track. Sadly, I don't have my Ghost, because on this track I was actually very consistently on world record pace. The world record right now, a 2:23.65. So let's see what I'm going to be able to
Keep an eye
clock
out.
in. And let's see how the 3 laps are going to go. So once again, a multi-lap with a lot of speed boost parts here, where you need to get that smooth steer, that exact line, and just keep going with the flow, keep the momentum up high.
So the first lap in these ones will always be a bit like, you know, you're preparing for the next ones, because now he starts the lap with 300 speed coming in, and it's going to be way faster going into the next one.
Definitely.
So let's see here what happens.
So you saw right there, I was like doing a little bit of a zigzag. That's just to transfer my weight exactly in time for the uphills. So that way I can ensure that I keep the most amount of speed. Going into lap 2, so as Wirtual said, this is getting faster now. This is pretty much like the fastest pace that we're going to be at on this map. And so far, not sure about the splits, but I think this is not too shabby of a run so far. So maybe under 224 would be insane, or maybe a low 224. Maybe you can place your bets in the chat. What do you think am I gonna drive? If I don't make a mistake, of course.
Yeah,
That would
some
be
numbers
absolutely
in.
embarrassing.
Well, it's already difficult to drive the roller coasters because they're quite narrow, but you can see he's definitely going for like some insanely precise lines every time. Very, very close to the walls. It's like super cool to watch.
It's silky smooth to watch, but when you try to play yourself, you almost feel so useless because it doesn't look like this in my hands. So
you would be like, as a casual player, you're glad enough that you don't hit the walls.
it takes a lot of practice to get this good at it, and it's a blast to watch. So.
Glad you're enjoying it.
So let's see, we're lap 3 now, coming up to the end, and as we said, it was a 2:23.65?
65, exactly.
Yeah, so let's see what we're going for here.
I think I drove it actually one day before I left for ESA, so I'm kind of warm on this. And I think this is not too shabby of a pace coming up to the ending now. And just a quick speed boost here to the right, then left and right again. And coming up to the ending. So let's see what this is going to be. I am actually curious.
Oh, it's going to be close. 2:24. Okay. Still a really nice run here, guys.
Not bad at all. That is STN. Okay, stadium time. So 111. So we're coming up to the stadium block again with the 10 last tracks and the blue flags, and then we're going to have red. So tracks are getting harder and harder. You're in the beginning, you just squeeze yourself to the very left of the pillar and onto the grass. Very, very high
I think we're
speeds.
coming up to the worst turn of my life. Yeah, this
one?
part. Yeah, I can't drive this turn.
It's really difficult though, because as you saw, you actually need to start that drift, and that was my bad because I landed on the line on the border.
Drove you to the right slightly.
Exactly. Like the game just decided to not let me pass, and I got a little bit of a slowdown. So that's what we were talking about. That line in stadium is really, really annoying when you either land on it or just cross it in a very unlucky way.
Yeah, so there is a bit of a height difference between the actual like the borders and the middle part of the road. And when you land with your wheel specifically on the line, it's almost as if you crash on the line.
Basically, yes.
And it will flick your car's angle in any direction, and down was unfortunately to the wall. So
it's something that you just get used to it. Like you just try to avoid landing like it, and you avoid driving over them at some points, especially when you're playing competitions. Sometimes you're like, okay, I'm not going to risk this because at some point it might just throw me out of the track, right?
Yeah.
So you need to, like, especially in competitive play, you need to like balance risk and a little bit of a safer approach. And that's another really interesting aspect about TrackMania, like the esports scene in general. There are many different play styles, and every player is kind of different. Like, everyone is... There are people that just go all in all the time and go for the world records in a match.
And then there are the players who drive a bit safer and always finish with an okay time or an okay, decent time. And
shoutouts to Marius89, the safe meister, who is known for always driving safe, even if there's no one in sight.
So we even have a term now, a bit of a meme term in TrackMania, which is the 89ing.
The 89.
That's driving like Marius and making sure not to crash. So.
Which is kind of what I did right here. You saw I went super wide because for some reason I feel like my pad is actually like not steering entirely.
Yeah, okay, nice.
But shouldn't be too big of a problem. Jumping to the ISS here because yes, and there you go. 113 cleared.
And of course there's 3 finishes on each side, but we take the closest one since we don't want to drive unnecessarily far to the finish.
Exactly, that's the thing.
When you make a time attack map, you can make a start block, only one, because there can't be, like, you can't start from 2 different positions, but you can put any finish blocks as you want. You can even make memes with this, having like 1,000 finish blocks everywhere. It's accepted as long as the player has crossed all the checkpoints and then goes to one of the finishes. Then that's the time.
Yep.
You can even make some little... there was one that we saw in Canyon, I think it was 83, the one with the big wall ride. Well, there was a hidden finish at the very end. If you drove like a specific way, you would actually reach that
I took
extra.
that hidden finish because that's, I think, like roughly a second faster than the normal one.
Exactly.
Yeah. And in this game competitively, it's very standard when they build the tracks to have 2 finishes on every track.
Exactly.
So they build a risky finish, which is well, let's first see this. So this is a shortcut that we can do. And it involves going backwards from the start and just jumping through this house here and getting back on the track.
Nice.
So we got it really nicely there.
Pretty
so,
good.
Look, it's a multiple of 5. Do you want another
Absolutely.
quick
Let's
round
have
of
that
donations?
first, yes,
Let's go.
Okay, let's go. We've got a $10 donation from Forever the Real Venom saying, good luck for the rest. Riolu, you are the best. So satisfying to watch. We've got $10 for Bresso saying, very nice run so far. Keep going. May Hylis be with you for the upcoming stadium tracks. We've got a $100 donation from Runstein saying, saying, if you can see me, I can see you. If you can't see me, you're probably still flying somewhere. Greetings from Germany, let's flip some cars. We've got a $5 donation from Ray Sekadze and Fabin Shane saying, hope the Lucky Charm Bunny keeps most bugs away.
It did.
We've got a $5 donation from Dante55 saying, great run so far, good luck on the latest, hardest 40 maps. Congrats to Riolu, who is fastest overall TrackMania player in game in my opinion. We've got a $10 donation from Wall Runner saying, I'm so proud to see all the TrackMania runners donating for such a good purpose. The nicest community I've ever met in any game. Keep it up.
Incredible.
We've got a $5 donation from T-Man saying, hey Riolu, will you be participating in the renowned TrackMania ZRT Cup competition race event? Space question mark.
Space question mark.
I'm loving it.
And I would like also to thank Twitch for sponsoring ESA Summer 19 and pretty much thanking them for their continued support of all speedrunning events.
Wow,
Fantastic.
incredible, guys.
I'm almost crying. It's very touching. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah.
No idea how to ever return that favor.
Yes,
It's insane. Thank you so much, everyone. And yeah, the previous track, it was actually a very bug-heavy one. And speaking about bugs, I just got one. Perfect. Oh my! What is this jinxing today? It's
Nice.
ridiculous.
Yeah. If that kills your speed, then that generally poses a problem for the rest of the flow of the map. So you could see, like, he bumped into the next part of the road, which made him lose even more speed. Yeah, generally, if you don't have the optimal speed, you're in for a bad time.
Yeah, so one of the things we saw there is a small crash, and that happened because of something we call a no slide. So if you drift and you stop the drift, you will sometimes keep the skid marks behind your car, but you're not drifting. And then it's very hard to start another drift again. And so when you get those, you have to first get rid of the skids and then make new ones. And it's very hard to do that in a small window.
There's no time for it,
So
really.
if you see the skids, you're basically...
Exactly.
You know you're dying because you're pretty much drifting for, like, you making a line for something. You're not making a line for a no slide. You assume that you're gonna get the drift right. So generally that makes it so that you drive straight into the wall because you have a very different grip. Yeah, I'm an expert for no slides.
So you can see the skids here behind his car. It's, they stay for a little while until he straightens his car again after the turn.
So about this track, the loops are really, really bad. Like, if you carry too much speed through them, you will actually clip the edge of that next loop block with your back tires. So if you're fast enough, you will actually get punished for that. So you need to actually lift off the acceleration and make sure that you don't have too much speed. Otherwise, you will flip and it's a reset.
So one of the things that's really bad here is the unconnected loops. If the loop blocks are spaced apart, so you jump from each part to the next, then for each one of these jumps, there's a chance that you will get the infamous bug and lose all your speed. So we can see it here again. It's very scary, and
lucky it worked.
Lucky it worked here.
So we have a long drift. It's actually engine off, as you can see, until the next checkpoint.
Full drift here, still going.
It's a really long drift,
all the way around.
So you could see the skid marks, but you could see the car was still sliding, but in some weird way. Riolu is actually mastering all of this. But sometimes if you push the drift button, your angle is going to get a little higher.
Small skip there.
Yeah. And if you stop braking, then the car will try going back to its like regular position and keep its grip.
Exactly.
So he does this little thing where it feels like the car is wiggling a little bit. It's very masterful. Generally, like if you start, you're better off just holding brake for X time and then just stop using the brake and see what happens.
Yeah, so this track has some history again.
It does. I can tell a lot about this track.
I've watched a lot of the fight.
When I went for the 200 world records, this track was also in my way, and I had a battle with my fellow streaming friend Spam, who also ran TrackMania in the ESA already, 2017 and 2019 at the TwitchCon. And we had a very, very long-lasting battle on this track, which was lasting for more than like two weeks or something. Always like back and forth, trading the world record, always improving this one. We got the former world record down by like 0.3 of a second, almost optimizing this entire track, like getting to the human limit. And my PB was 200s behind his time, so I was trying for, I think, 22 hours to beat that, like in total, across like 1 week or something. And I just couldn't get it. I was always like making a mistake or one unoptimized line, and the run is just going down the toilet. So it was a really, really intense fight until I actually found a new strategy, which gains like a whole 10th, and that way I was kind of able to beat him. I think he's not going to be happy about it, but that's what happened on the previous track. 120.
So apart from those two players, there's nobody really close even at the rankings. They've gone back and forth. And
it was crazy how we pushed that track.
So
it was good times. So 120, also a track that came from TrackMania 2 Stadium. So only with some minor changes in the second half. And this one's actually having a very, very good Super Track Master time. So the medals that we were talking about earlier, that were driven by pro players, this one is actually one that hasn't been cracked by a lot of people. I think there's like a grand total of 6 or 7 people on the entire planet that have gotten or beaten this time. So it's really, really difficult to
Who drove this time? Do you know?
I think this one's by Tween. Can you check on your
phone?
phone?
It, yes.
Yeah, you have it there.
So I have a sheet of all the records made very nicely, and we're trying to keep track here of some of them at least.
Either Race Hands or Tween for 120?
It's by Tween, yes. So
Tween,
the time to beat here is a 1:49.96.
Yeah, definitely not going to get close to that.
It's a very strong time.
It's an insane time. And Tween also being the vice champion, the runner-up world champion 2018 in TrackMania 2 Stadium. So we have a world championship, and that one is not being played on these maps. It's being played on the tech maps that are involving a lot of drifts, very technical tracks. And that is like the main style that we have in TrackMania Stadium. And yeah, that record, that STM is driven by him. Red flag, ladies and gentlemen. We're coming
the
up
blue series, so
to Canyon.
Wow.
It's getting a bit more spicy now, this one. Wait, why do I... Okay. I pressed drive alone. I don't know why. It was like a reflex, I think.
Alright.
But yeah, 121 back to Canyon. And this one actually will have quite a difficult ending. So hopefully that one's going to go right. What was that? I think
the beginning is also...
I completely brain farted there.
I wanted to say something about the beginning as well, because remember what I talked about, you know, with the turbos?
Oh, what the hell?
Wait.
What is this? Okay, great. I didn't know about that gap, actually. Fantastic. So that's like
the more you know.
Biggest time loss today.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So you have the blue turbo.
Unbelievable.
For as long as he's holding the XL button, the blue turbo is going to push him forward. But there's a counter turbo here. And he would have liked to get airtime, because during the airtime you actually are a little faster, because the counter turbo is just this bad that being in the air and not having the engine to slow you down is just slightly better. And there's this.
Ending now.
This ending is a scary one.
It's
if you aim
really sketchy.
Right, you will get it, and
it
looks
gonna
good.
work. Wow, what a map.
Solid.
That was definitely not
so
world record.
Yeah, when going for world record times on this track,
the start was a
millimeter difference in where you jump off that ramp can lose you like a second in height difference at the landing of the last one. So it's very, very precise.
So let's just forget about that mistake. Was some weird snap out of that drift that just screwed me over right there. So yeah, that's another reason to maybe spam some funny emotes about the streamer in the chat. But yeah, coming up to 122, very, very narrow drifts right there. Really want to be on point with the timing, otherwise you will hit the walls on the left or on the right. And if that happens, you
not even just the walls, but the edges like next to the walls are also very bumpy and they can mess you up. So
absolutely flip the car over. Plus the road isn't completely flat, so
so really there's actually going much closer to the limit than you might visually see, because the bumps will mess him up at the edges.
Exactly.
Yeah. You don't even want to go like very much to the inside, because even if you're not crashing, then it has a tendency to give your car airtime, and that basically slows the car down a little bit. So you need to have like a very, very good call as to what is the proper turn for this.
Right, track number 1, 2, 3. So we're getting closer to the ending here. Actually, it's
the ending is pretty difficult. We're coming up to a cliffside part, which is driven at full speed actually. However, I will just release a little bit because I want to make sure that I don't hit any of the bumps. So as we talked about, it's just right now, it's very bumpy on the side. Like on the sand, you really want to stay off for the most part.
And you can see that like mountainside on his left, like one mishap and he just flies up
you're
and
just
out into the
you're
the,
actually
the
just
canyon.
gonna fly out of the entire map.
Plus, you're driving this cliffsides with turbo, so
it doesn't make it any easier.
Oh yeah. That one is also quite difficult. It also has some bumps that you probably don't see it at first because of the off-road. Normally, I'd imagine like normal off-road, like with no terraforming, has no bumps. It's like flat road. But with the sceneries and some of the blocks, it actually adds a little bit of like polygons here and there. And you can have stuff like this.
Small hop there, but
I mean the hop is like not avoidable at all. Okay. That was avoidable. I don't know. I think I hit some pebble and that one just decided to completely throw me out of the track. Fantastic. I'm loving this game. Okay, 125.
This
and
track.
I need some drinks probably.
This track
is all set up
is
for the next
super hard.
Fantastic. Okay, so maybe some donations for this one if we have something.
Oh, we have a lot of them. Trust me, we've got a $10 donation from Vinny saying, "Allez, allez, Riolu.
Oh god.
Kann man mal machen." Thumbs up. We've got a $25 donation from Mr. Velox saying, "Hello, Riolu, please don't bug, Kappa." We've got a $5 donation from It Is Ricky saying, "This run is really boiling my noodle." In a good way, of course. We've got a $20 anonymous donation saying, "I have no idea just how many hours I've spent on all the different TrackMania environments. From starting with Nations, onwards to United, Sunrise and TrackMania 2. There's an environment for everyone, a fantastic community, all built around a great game, not including TrackMania Coast."
Wow,
Good luck, Riolu.
Wow.
And finally, a $5 donation from Flirino saying, "Yo, good luck for the next tracks and keep driving fast, insane, man."
Definitely will. Thank you so much for the donations once again.
Incredible, guys. So
man.
This track is very interesting. There's a trick right here. So no, wait, I'm wrong. It's the next turn.
It's at the end.
They look very similar. So wait, but you might have seen it during the donation reading. So he's gonna slide alongside the wall instead of doing a drift.
Correct.
And that is to get more speed on the next lap.
Exactly.
So
it's basically just a way which is on one hand also safer because transitioning into the next drift is pretty difficult at that speed. So it's actually easier to go for the wall slide. It's coming up right here. So normally you would slow down already here at this point and then transition into that left U-turn drift. But I just take the wall and it's basically turns me around perfectly without having to really think about the angle or anything. So that's something that is very helpful.
Those chicanes are nuts. Especially this one, because the end has to be quite precise.
Yep. Also the entry into the tunnel here, you see that ramp. And you need to force a nosedive on that ramp if you don't want to slow down a lot. Because the tunnel entry is a bit too short. So you either want to slow down or you trigger that nosedive. And the way that you trigger that nosedive is that you steer on the ramp. So you transfer your weight in a way that it pushes your car's front downwards right as you leave the ramp. So it's basically just gravity doing its work there. And it works, but it's precise because that ramp is actually barely wider than the car.
Yeah, so sometimes it will be faster to land with the front wheels down, the nosedive, as you say. If it's a hill, for example, then you can do this weight transfer, and it makes you land earlier and also with more speed.
Exactly. So a little drink right here.
Yeah. Hydrate, guys. It's important. Get some water. And
I'm glad we have this 5th century helicopter drop right here. So I can actually take a little zip.
Yeah, he just went slightly off course so that he could start drifting without having to brake.
And here we can see the same trick again.
Yep,
so
again, using the wall to my advantage because slowing down so much for that tight corner is just not worth it. So you take the wall. Your car is a bit damaged, but the damage is only cosmetic, so it's not going to have an impact.
Yeah, and this track is really interesting design-wise. Like it's a bit different from the other tracks.
Yeah.
Like you drive on the dirt
Big
inside
jump,
the tunnel,
be
avoiding the
number one
roads.
or die trying.
Yeah. So
What's next? I don't remember. Chicane. Okay, left.
left. All right.
Okay, I guess I'll go left.
Oh, nice.
What else? We have Try Hard 2, Try Harder, in your cinemas tomorrow.
Yes.
Alright, but apart from that, pretty smooth map right here. 126 is also completed after the straight. And there you have it. So that was not too shabby of a run, going on to 127, which is going to be on those very narrow cliffside blocks. So also here, once again, very, very careful with the steering. Don't want to hit the bumps too much that send you into the air. I'm going to drive over the dirt right here because it is going to give us a little bit of a speed slide that is going to maybe remember you of what we said before about speed slides.
Yeah, so we said earlier in Canyon, when you are drifting, if you have the skid marks behind your car does accelerate faster if it's not that sharp of a turn. So
Exactly.
what he usually does here is he starts to drift and then he cancels it very slightly, as slowly as he can, to keep the skids for as long as he can, and he gains a bit of speed every time he does this. So,
especially at lower speeds is the thing. Speed sliding is really done at faster speeds, but at low speed corners, then it is definitely worth to give it a shot and maybe get some extra time.
Yeah.
Next track is going to be 128. It's one of my favorites, actually. It's a
Yeah.
really, really cool track. I'm just a bit afraid that my gamepad, which apparently doesn't steer 100% to the right, I noticed, that it's not going to be like a little bit of a disadvantage here, but we're going to go 128, extremely technical track, really tight, which is super fun to play. I love it.
Yeah, we've actually played this track quite a lot to test one cheat code, which was mono screen, where there's a shared screen and all the 4 cars are like at the same on the same screen, and if you go out of the screen, you lose a life and you have to respawn. It's like kind of micro machiny, and 128 was our map of choice for this. Because, yeah, it would make very, very interesting races.
yeah, so this track is incredibly tight. We're driving on this road through the entire map, and the drifts are so tight with the high speed, and you have to be able to control your car in the downhills. As you can see, he pushes the wheel on the apex every time here. It's very well understood, but it's really hard to do, and especially in a live run like this. So this is a very impressive time.
Yeah, too bad I crashed in that one corner. I was trying to push it a bit much because I really like this track. I just wanted to be like fast on it, but little mistake. Doesn't matter though.
I can understand why. I think the guy who made the Super Track Master, he's like pretty good at this game.
Oh, you think so?
Do you know about this man?
Might have been me. Might have been me.
Yeah,
Not
there's
sure
actually well, you actually posted all YouTube videos, like that was a rendition of all the tries, and this the 128 Super Track Master actually gets so close to the walls for the very first turns that it creates sparks for like 5 seconds without actually slowing down the car. It's like the tangent line.
So the sparks are triggered when the car like is supposed to crash. So it's like as close as you can be without crashing, really.
Yeah, exactly.
So
you just see the first turn is just like you're like, well, I have to beat that. Good luck, me, I guess.
And I think it's one of the least beaten Super Trackmaster medals.
Yeah,
so it's
exactly.
probably only beaten by
hardest.
the people who have completed the entire challenge.
Yeah, there's maybe like 1 or 2 more people that got it, but other than that, it's a really difficult one. 130, ladies and gentlemen. We have one more Canyon
this
multi-lap
map.
right here. You like it?
I do like it, but I have to say it beat me up quite a bunch of times. There's many opportunities where your car can just go crazy, and also a bunch of cliff blocks with a lot of turbos, a lot of speed that you have to keep. It's pretty crazy.
So what I did right here is that I lined myself up on the right lane. It's actually a very nice visual cue because it helps me to line up for the next drift to get the best drifting angle around the corner.
And that jump right there was really hard because he had the freewheeling, the engine killer, and you cannot brake in the air with the engine killer. So the speed you have as you jump off is the speed you're going to fly with, no matter what. So he needs to brake before the jump to make sure he doesn't crash the roof there. It's,
yeah, and that's going to be especially of a problem if you actually take that corner before really well. Then you need to slow down before the jump. Also here, I need to actually slow down unless I'm going to hit my forehead on that canyon. So not the greatest idea. So I'm just going to slow down here and gonna keep on driving.
Yeah, this turn is really hard to nail. But yeah, the most defining part of it are those like 2 jumps. There's the freewheeling. Freewheelings, you really cannot miss your drifts before that, or else you just lose too much time.
Okay, nice.
And this, you have way too much speed for this. It's like super hard to get your car in control with such a narrow way.
Yeah, it's actually surprisingly well timed if you hit it perfectly. But if you don't, and if you start correcting your line, then you're gonna be like all over the place.
Yeah, and you really cannot hesitate in that turn. Like you have to commit 100%, and then it works. So it is.
Oh, I don't need to slow down here.
All right, so we got the natural release.
All pretty much tactical wallbang.
Works out as well. So it's actually some tracks you do that where you have to reduce your speed drastically, and one of the fastest. Oh, all right, we're fine.
Well
saved.
And so one of the fastest ways to reduce your speed drastically is actually by intentionally just slamming your car in the wall for certain tricks. So might come up later in Stadium is usually where you see it.
All right, so one more time, I'm gonna clear this very narrow turn, full steer, then open up the steering and go back into the turn. Try to stick to the inside.
Whoa.
Oh god, that was...
that was very scary. So what happened here is he actually regained grip, which made him turn, which kind of did an unexpected brake trick. And that could have killed him.
Yeah,
really
generally
nice.
you don't expect
having...
don't expect having so much turn radius, so that generally like instantly slams you into a wall.
Yeah.
But he actually called it.
Alright, going back to the valley. 131, this is just dirt. Actually a pretty cool track if you ask me, for time attack purposes. This one's pretty nice. It also teaches you like how to really optimize your line on dirt in valley, because you need to go for certain lines. For example here, I don't go like to the inside because on the inside you jump, and you don't want to jump. You learned that by now. So I go outside to the outside where the elevation is the less steepest, and I will be able to keep the wheels on the ground. So that way I keep the most amount of speed. Other than that, there's going to be a dangerous ramp coming up now, which I hope is going to work.
Scary.
This one's very sketchy, but it works. So that's something.
In some practice runs, we saw some very awful bugs there.
It was ridiculous. Like I think 2-3 attempts. I hit the ramp, and it turned me 180 degrees, like almost immediately. Okay, through the bush we go. National Geographic.
Really nice.
Pretty good run here, actually.
Really nice.
Yeah, that was really good.
All right. 132 coming up. So Valley is the environment that is getting really difficult at this point already, because of many, I would say, too fast parts where you actually need to slow down or just manage your speeds in some way. So you see it, like here's the boost, and then you have a tight grass corner to the right, and you need to be super careful with what you do.
And it's very scary because there's an angle where if you steer just a bit too much, you oversteer completely, and then you lose a lot of time. So you push towards that, but you don't want to go across that threshold at all.
To really ramp up the difficulty as well, there's a lot of jumps, and for the jumps you're in dirt sections, and you really it's really hard to adjust it well. You kind of need to have a feel for it, really. And normally on like tarmac that wouldn't be so hard, but on dirt, very slight budge on the stick can really make a successful jump into like a complete disaster. So
Exactly. There's so many details in this game. Everything could possibly kill your run. So you need to be incredibly cautious of what you're doing. Like every tiny input that you're giving to the car could possibly result in a massive crash.
yeah.
So this turn with the boost up the hill, 180
very
degrees,
wonky.
very bumpy, very wonky. This is not pleasant to drive, but I'm glad I kind of survived it here. So here's where a lot of attempts died as well, like wall-triggered attempts.
Yeah, this
Which-
is a scary
yeah.
one.
Which made it a bit of a start simulator. Like you just keep restarting in the beginning because it just goes wrong right from the get-go.
Yeah.
But what went wrong even more often is the ending. We're coming up to walls, which is something that you don't have in Valley very often, but they are incredibly difficult.
Yeah, so we have a wall-to-wall here, a wall ride jump, and this one is very hard, so
So gotta jump high
need to
enough
get
pass
enough
that
airtime
jump.
to make it. And it's better to save this one,
Yeah,
because
that was a massive Marius 89 moment here, but hey, we got it. Very nice. So 134. This one's actually also a track where wall trigger could be possible, but I don't know it by heart, so I guess I'll just go for it and we're gonna find out later.
all right.
It's also really hard because there's this ramp that kind of makes your car like
And
roll.
I'm dead.
Yeah.
Ooh, oh,
So-
yes, we got back on
So
this.
the roll angle of your
Hello,
car,
Pebble.
we've talked about like air control. You can do air brake to kind of do something about the yaw, and then you can do the steering for the pitch. But the roll angle, there's nothing you can do. So if your car is slightly tilted, then you just have to pray that it works. And this track actually makes your car roll on 2 or 3 occasions, I think. In night mood setting, it's very, very gruesome. Like here's this one as well.
This one
This is
should work
scary
fine.
jump,
There you
looks
go. All right.
All right.
And yeah, the Valley car and the Canyon car are specifically very bouncy. That's why we see these loop shortcuts we've been talking about, where
Right.
as long as you manage to get off your wheels, then the car will just roll and roll and flip
Exactly.
and flip,
It
and it's
never stops, it feels like.
Yeah. So
All right.
if you first tilt off, then yeah.
Yep. 135. Do we have donations?
Oh, trust me, we do.
Oh,
boy.
wow.
Okay, let's go. Whew. There's going to be a lot of them.
All right.
$25. Well, $25 from Nadeo saying pizza celebration later.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
$20 from the Racing Cow saying don't do a flip or do a flip. I don't judge. Moo. $20 from Alexi W saying playing TrackMania for 13 years, no and can't
13
imagine ever stop. Also, thank you ESA for picking this important cause. We have $5 and $5.18 for Aperture Grills saying hello to Qlex and greetings from Japan.
Wow.
I've been loving this ESA and had to donate for this crazy overload, extremely skilled driving by Riolu, and great commentary. Good luck and have fun on the remaining tracks. We have a $6.90 donation by Div saying if you do a 10,800 degree flip without touching the ground, I'll donate $42,069. We've got a $28.28 donation from Top Cat, the best cat, saying greetings from Denmark. Drive fast, speedrun fast. Or as we say in Denmark, 444, nay 4 for ikke 4, 4 for fast lam. We've got a $5.57 donation for Voltice TM saying FB deal. We've got a $10 donation from Honigford saying I can't even keep track just watching. In the meantime, Riolu is mastering the game while commentating. Impressive. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 $5 donation from respectively Lars, Taxon, Chris, Shorty, Anonymous, Engine, and Marius89 saying Ehrenmann. And finally, we've got a $100 donation from Hero Cup
Incredible.
Jesus Christ.
saying Yo Spaghettiolu. I want to donate 200 for all your crazy world record, but alas, I am but a student. I played a lot of TMNF when I was a kid, and you made me rediscover the games. It's a pleasure watching this run. Great play, great commentary. Greetings from Dr. Mr. Dritzek.
Dritzek. Oh, I love it. Thank you so much. This is...
Yeah, you guys are amazing. This is incredible to be a part
We
of
can
here.
only
and,
repeat ourselves at this point.
Yeah,
It's just out of words.
big love
out of words.
to anyone who's watching right now.
Especially shoutouts to the German boys.
Yeah,
with
I'm
the-
sure they're all in Discord watching right
Exactly,
now and
yeah.
having a good time. So
I truly appreciate that. It means the world to us. It's insane. Absolutely crazy.
anyways,
So,
this
135. This is actually a track where I could have also beaten the wall trick. Now I don't know what it is, but
have a look. There's
could
a
be
shortcut
kinda
here, the
close.
ending.
Exactly.
oh, small
great.
touch.
Yeah,
Ah,
lap 3.
312.
Wall trigger not gonna go down, but it could maybe be the Super Trackmaster at least. Let's see. I got a 319.9. Can you?
The
Look that up.
Super T Trackmaster medal is at 319.01, so it's close at least to the STM, but I think the small touch.
I gotta go faster. Okay, 136. Continuing the valley right here. Also fully dirt, which is another important track right here to survive. Before we dive into some very interesting tracks that are coming up with 137 and 138. Here once again, this diagonal thing in the swamp. Gotta avoid everything.
Very scary to
Very,
watch.
very sketchy as well. So want to make sure that you actually line up. Also, this branch that
this
was
branch
a
is,
millimeter away, maybe.
Yeah.
it's a champ.
Can anyone get out a ruler or something and measure that? It was really close.
And it's so funny too, because you wouldn't think it matters, but it would literally stop this
It-
car at
yeah.
300 kilometers.
Yes,
Yeah,
it just
yeah.
stops it. Like you have no choice.
You have to see it for yourself. Play the game.
Yeah.
Play this game. It's good.
Give it a try.
Oh! Okay, we got it.
Wow.
Bit of a scary bounce.
That was mildly lucky, but hey, it worked. 137. You can see it in the distance. Loops. A lot of loops. And this one
Yeah.
also has a shortcut, which is ridiculous. You will see it later.
Yeah.
Definitely not going to try it now, because that would be a time loss. Guaranteed one.
Ooh, very nice start here though.
So yeah, going into some set of loopings right here. So in loopings in general, you want to avoid steering as much as possible and avoid sliding out. So there's a very difficult line. Like it's
You can see he's going from right to left to right very softly, and it's really to avoid these auto drifts that happen in the loop where sometimes you just skid out if you have the wrong angle. And
the thing about these loops is that there's that weight transfer happening due to gravity, and that is just pushing you to one or other side, and you need to counter that all the time.
Yeah.
But as I said, countering slows you down, right? So steering slows you down, so you need to minimize that while still keeping control of the car. So these loops are actually really difficult to drive, and it took me a while as well to grasp them, essentially, because they don't make sense at first. They really don't. Shortcut time 138. Let's see if this one's gonna work out. There are two different shortcut types. I'm gonna do the easier one, the more consistent one.
Yeah, so this is a pretty interesting one. It's it was actually discovered really early on too.
Yep.
So comes up after this checkpoint here at the top of the hill. Very okay, all right.
Yep.
So anyways, he's gonna go here and out to the side, and there's this mountain here that we can conveniently climb.
Oh yes.
Just like that, and get back on the track here. That skips actually
I was
quite a bunch.
so afraid it was not going to work because of the little wall bang.
So it is barely possible, but
That was
quite
really good quarter pipe as well. So this is like the thing that makes Valley especially difficult, because we're not gonna have this one only once, because this one's coming up again, and on later tracks again and again and again. So these quarter pipes are unfortunately a bit random as well, because sometimes you jump off and the car is just like going behind the landing zone or in front of it, or it flips, or it does a backflip. I don't know.
that was beautiful.
That was a
man.
really good
That
one.
was really, really good.
Thank
Those
you very
quarter
much.
pipes are insane to do properly.
This one luckily doesn't have one. It's another fully dirt-based track. You saw it from the overview already. We're launching ourselves off the helicopter right there, so dropping into the deep forests of TrackMania Turbo Valley.
Yeah.
But yeah, other than that, could maybe talk about another possible bug spot right here, the infamous ramp.
Yeah, so this one is
It
scary.
worked.
And,
Thank you very much. Very happy about that.
Something about like the design of the planks or whatever that just
There's
makes it
something
very,
that,
very,
exactly. There's something about that ramp that the car really doesn't like. And I feel like in Turbo it got a bit worse than how it was in TrackMania 2, where it was essentially the same block, but something apparently changed. So that ramp can really destroy you some runs. But luckily it didn't do that here, so we can continue to track 140, which is quite a cool track where we could maybe read out some donations if we have some.
Oh, that we certainly do. We have $20 from Forever the Real Albinum. So afraid of 178, Riola Bless.
Oh yeah.
We have $5 from Anonymous, Udodag, when you're back, forehead. And we have $300 from Pumped Kicks.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow, 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 what
Incredible.
am I hearing?
Unbelievable.
Thanks so much.
Music to my ears.
I only watch Riola from time to time, but it's nice to see him with the ESA. Keep donating, guys.
That is insane.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Wow. So, speaking about the tracks, and this one has an intentional wallbang. In fact, there are 2 per lap. It's also coming up right after this corner. Let me just see. So you could do it on the right. I had the wrong setup, so I didn't go for it, but you will see it in the other 2 laps. But that wallbang basically saves you a bit of an angle that you have in that turn. So instead of just fully steering to get around, you can just use that wall, and it's actually perfectly bouncing you back into the wall.
Yeah,
so it's a really convenient one.
So what you can do is you can approach the turn with way more speed than you can even make it with, and then you intentionally crash these planks or the wall, and so here for example, and then you readjust your angle, and it's faster than taking the safe approach.
Yep.
So good concept to remember, and it's possible twice, as Riolu said. So there's one at the end too, right?
There's one at the end, exactly.
Yeah.
So 2 per lap, which means we have 6 in total over the course of this track. Let's see if it's going to work for the next one as well. So we're building up a lot of speed. You see 2 boost pads here, and then the game just decides to throw us into the corner. So that's the perfect opportunity to do a wallbang.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
That was a really good one. Moving on to lap 3, there's a potential shortcut on this one as well, but it's rather difficult. I don't really feel very comfortable with it, so I guess I will scrap it for now. But there is a possibility to essentially skip the entire last sector by driving through the forest.
Yeah, so what you can do is you have this one, let's say, unnecessary turn at the end, where the fastest lines just head straight for the finish or the start, multi-lap start.
Yep.
But you drive through the forest, and it's very hard to navigate where you're going and avoiding all these branches of death.
Branches of death.
Which can
sums it up very nicely, actually. Well
which
said.
can just kill your
Well
vehicle
said,
immediately.
well said.
So
Yeah, the 4 branches
the
of
forest
the
is a scary-
apocalypse.
yeah. The forest is a scary place to go, so we're sticking to the road.
Exactly, it's safer over here, so
Yeah.
gonna stick to the roads. There's no need to really risk it right there, because I've had a bunch of blunders here already in the run, so no need to add more. Coming up to the ending now, a little wonky, but it's all good in the hood here.
So what you would do is you would jump out to the right here before this last turn and go towards finish. But this is
Wow, 3 minute flat. Look at that.
that is a beautiful time, actually.
Okay.
On the dot.
Absolutely intended. Okay, Lagoon Red coming up right here with 141. And you see the beautiful landscape. I think Lagoon is just a gorgeous environment. It looks amazing.
Yeah, that's it's a thing. It really added a lot as well, especially because it was like kind of a reveal. Like TrackMania 2 Lagoon happened after TrackMania Turbo. And TrackMania Turbo was kind of a sneak peek / preview of what the environment had to offer. And yeah, there's just rice fields, there's mountains, there's a bunch of tunnels. There's a lot of stuff in there.
And it is a really creative twist, because all the environments usually have their unique touch. So like the valley in the forest and the canyon in the valley, you know, like in the Grand Canyon. And it's hard to find new ways to innovate that. And the combination of a roller coaster in this tropical summerlands, it really works out. So this track is really interesting. So the wood has very low grip, but the boosters here have normal grip. So what we're going to see is you can cancel the drifts for each of these booster pads. So there's drift and then the booster, and you readjust usually.
Exactly.
We can see the spiral coming up here now.
We're going to see it right here. So I'm going to drift over the first one, but then we're going to cancel it here. And I just snap to the left right here.
And then,
which is going to give us a lot more speed to begin with.
Yeah.
So a lot more entry speed into the spiral. And a better angle as well. So it's a really, really handy trick that is not even too difficult once you have the muscle memory for that cancel movement. it's essentially just a quick counter steer and then back into the direction of the turn, and it works like a charm.
Yeah. So it's precise in the timing that you have high speed, and there's a small block where you must be able to perform 2 movements.
Exactly.
Make sure you get it.
So at first it might seem a bit difficult because normally you're not like doing those quick movements at a time, but in that case, once you get the hang out of it, and that applies to a lot of things in this game, once you get the hang out of it, the feel for the car, what is happening, what do I need to do exactly, then it really goes butter smooth.
And as we've said, like Stadium, for example, has had many iterations, and it's an environment that's been around now for like 12, 13 years. 13 years. And Lagoon is the newest one, and there's no other car that acts this way, where it's super reactive and you snap to either side if you're not careful. So
Yeah.
it's taken players a bit of time to adjust to this new environment, but we are making do. So we have a big jump here up to the
Very
blue
good.
and into the finish.
That last jump was a bit problematic because there is a bug called a moon jump that can happen, and instead of jumping the way I just did it, sometimes the game is just not giving me any forward momentum as I leave that magnet, so I just jump up like a candle basically, and that's gonna ruin my run. 144 is gonna introduce us into something that we call a drag boost. Let's see if I'm actually gonna get it right here after that little transition.
Alright, let's have a look.
Let's see, and nah, I didn't get it sadly, but we will have more opportunities to see it.
So
But
there's
the drag boost is an insane exploit in Lagoon, and it helps to improve the track record on this track by like 4 seconds, because it
actually
gives you
crazy.
so much speed that you carry through the rest of the map. It's actually ridiculous. I'm kind of happy I didn't get it, because it would have made the entire track a lot harder, and the chance to actually die would have been a lot higher as well. So 144 a little bit safe here, but that's not going to be a biggie. The drag boost is something we're going to explain later, so don't worry about it.
Yeah.
There's going to be track 150.
Just
we're just
think,
going to make use of it.
Yeah, just think F-Zero GX pretty much. Just a major shift boost.
Okay. How does that work actually in F-Zero? I'm actually not familiar with that.
If you leave the track for a few frames and then come back to it, all the tracks are magnetized. That can give you a crazy amount of speed.
Oh.
Like 200 kilometers per hour. And this game can go up to 3,000. So generally, Japanese players just go like...
Tuck, 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 tuck.
Yeah, and then they get like insane speed. They go like 3 times the normal maximum speed that they're supposed to have.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a funny thing, you know. It's coincidence that this game also has magnets, and there's a bunch of magnet boosts as well.
True. So 145, we have a multi-lap here, which is very dark.
Okay,
So it's barely possible to even see where to go. You're basically surrounded by all these lamps,
So
very close.
you can see Riolo just drove over 3 anti-boosters, so they're pointed against him, but he gained a lot of speed. And there is a very specific trick on Lagoon, where when you drive over a booster pointed towards you, if you simply release the acceleration, so you're just driving, then the booster will not slow you down at all.
It just doesn't work.
It doesn't work. So for every one of these anti-boosters, as he's going over them, he's going to release the acceleration, and he's going to maintain his speed.
Yeah, it's really powerful on this map, and it's basically a free Super Trackmaster medal if you actually drive through the track without making a mistake, but by actually applying these anti-boost techniques.
Yeah, and it gets kind of sketchy because the track isn't designed to have this amount of speed in the coming sections, so it's some precise turns to be made after doing the trick.
Yeah, you see, it's really fast, and Lagoon,
So here,
the Lagoon car is like, it's turning so fast. You can see it's just left, right. It turns so quickly.
Yeah, like you can see, this is pretty hard to control, and it's masterfully executed here, though.
This is where the car really shines with like its turning radius. Also, this part is very scary.
It can actually bug sometimes, so I'm kind of praying that it's not going to happen in lap 3. So that little bump that I drove over, sometimes the car is just flipping in a way that you can't save it anymore, and then you just slide out into the bush and you have to respawn.
Yeah, people saw it flip a little bit. Like at the end of lap 2, it was like visible that it was like a little weird. But yeah, if you don't have enough speed, especially, it can cause major issues.
It really does. Okay, so far we have survived, which is great.
Really good run here, actually, yeah. No big mistakes, and we're getting the anti-boost.
Letting off right
skip.
here, right and left, close to the wall. Very nice. Gotta hug the wall, gotta say hello. I'm here.
Yeah.
We're ESA. And now, one more time, bless
Right.
RNG over the bump, and it worked.
That was good,
Very
yeah.
nice.
All right.
So, 145 in the pocket, and that could be STM. 244.3.
Let me have
Can
a
we
look.
check that, Mr. Virtual?
We will have a look. So
In the meantime, 146. Very jungle-like environment
That
right
was-
here. It's a really
STM by 1.5 seconds.
Oh,
so
nice.
indeed, yeah.
not too shabby. But yeah, it's another type of map right here. You can see we're surrounded by these jungle type of blocks that are very, very crowded with trees. So it gives a very nice immersion and it makes the track feel even faster. Take a look at the speedometer. We are already at 350. And for the Lagoon car, it's of course nothing. And for like every TrackMania car, in fact, actually goes up to 1,000 if you give it enough time and enough boosters, essentially, as well. So this is, in my opinion, actually a really cool track.
It is a really cool track, and once
Yeah.
you're able to handle the vehicle, you feel really good playing this
Yeah.
track because the turns are nicely balanced.
Yep. It also like exploits some potential like mistake that you can make, that the roads have some slight bumps, and that can make the car drift. But sometimes you can still keep it in control. You just lose a bunch of speed, and driving this track really like makes this shine. It's you don't see it in you don't really see it in a lot of the other tracks.
That is true. 147, so we have unconnected loops, which are our nemesis in Stadium. However, in Lagoon, at least in this case, they are actually fine, because we're not going that fast. So they're not too problematic, luckily. So this track mostly about just picking tight lines here around the corners, similar to the night track that we had. Just want to go tight around the corners. Here, up and up and up. Gonna tap the brake to force a nosedive. And land a little bit early on the boost, which is a small time save that translates into a bit more speed going into the final sector of the track.
It's of course important to collect the full booster there. You can take half of it, but then you don't get all the speed, and in loops you usually lose speed as you go up, so having more to start with will gain you time.
Yep. So, not too shabby of a time here actually, 57.35. Can we...
Oh, you're just short. It was 57.28.
That
Yeah.
hurts. Okay, anyway, 148, we're moving on. This one has a very, very dangerous ending, so gotta definitely put a couple of those Riolo Blesses or Bless
Ending.
RNGs or any Bless emote that you have available in your inventory.
To me, this map has a dangerous everything.
It is indeed true. Like looking at this,
Yeah.
it's hard control.
You can lose control of the car in so many various different ways.
So we actually have a tube here, an extended loop to the side, and followed by a water bounce.
Boop.
And
Nice.
here we go. Let's see it.
Into the beach part we go, coming closer to the ending. So here on the beach part, you go through the turns with a lot of speed, so you need to steer very, very early and make sure that you commit to your turn, that you transfer your weight properly. And now the ending, you see, hey, where do we go? And we go all over this place, all over the mountains.
Now it's very hard to control your car here as you land because you are sliding, but
and we're
we
hitting
got
the
it
finish.
very nicely. The danger there is jumping too. Yeah, let's give it up. The danger there is to jump too far, because then you don't have enough momentum to the left to steer into the finish, and you fall off to the side.
Yeah, very dangerous. So lucky it worked. Going on to 149, snap turn to the left here, very, very tight. It is a
Looks
interesting.
so satisfying, though.
It works really well actually, because this was certainly not intended by the developers, but it did actually work out really well when we optimized this track. And all you need to do is just steer to the left, just in the right moment, and the car is just going to carry you through. Also, the ending, dangerous, so a couple Monka S's here, maybe... Am I going to hit it?
Oh, looks good.
Oh my goodness.
I might... No, I'm not.
No.
Okay.
Oh,
This
damn.
finish is
Yeah.
really difficult
Yeah,
because
it-
you have no time to line up at all. So
It's a blind
it's
jump from
almost,
a mile
yeah,
away
it's essentially
and,
blind.
Yeah,
Exactly.
It's also on wooden planks, so yeah, you
It's
can't
incredibly
really,
difficult. Like,
yeah.
this one goes wrong like 80% of the times.
And again,
because you have no time.
because you jump so far as well, like a small adjustment to the right, just it adds up so much. Like
Yeah.
you almost have to be perfectly straight there to make it
Yeah.
directly in.
Okay, so 150. I will explain you the drag boost, hopefully, if I get it. Which is at the end of the lap, though. So a little bit of roller coasters to be enjoyed here. This track,
Yeah.
in fact, is also available for VR. So if you...
That's an
you-
experience.
You can maybe imagine this
Yeah.
with a VR device, and that is going to be yeah, either amazing or you are going to empty your entire body. But yeah, I think No
Yeah.
need to do that right
Having
now.
roller coasters with like blue turbo and engine off is very like you definitely hold your breath.
For sure.
There it comes.
For sure. So we're coming up to the drag boost spot. So the speed threshold that I'm aiming for is going to be roughly between 310 to 313 right here. If I'm a bit faster, oh my god,
that was so good,
This
actually.
was really, really good.
So, okay, so what happens is that as he goes there, he goes a bit too fast, really, so he leaves the ground, but the magnet still wants to push him to the ground. So, because of that, he has two speed vectors, so he has the forward momentum, but also the downward momentum on the magnet, and that just gives him so much speed.
It
That's
basically
called
multiplies the two vectors, which means that we get a crazy, crazy speed boost that carries pretty much through the entire map if you get it right. So that was actually a very good display of how that drag boost works. It's just how the game calculates speed. It's not really like a bug, it's just like a logical consequence of how it's actually being done.
But it's again like really, really risky because the window is really like 2 speed on the speedometer.
Yes.
If you have too much, then the car won't be pulled down enough and you fly out. If you have too little, you're not going to get enough airtime. So let's see if we can get it here.
We can get it again here. Small break. That was too slow.
That was a bit too slow again. Yeah.
So that was like 300. So this is what happens when you just drive normally.
This lasted like a few seconds. Before that, it lasted like a blink of an eye, pretty much. That's the difference between the two.
Do we have time for a few donations?
Sure,
Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely.
For the rest of the map, absolutely.
All right. FWO Qlex donates for $49.99.
Wow.
Nice. It says, look. Shoutouts to everyone pushing TrackMania to the limit. We have a $10 donation for Koso, I think. It has no comment, but thank you very much. And Viper donates $10. Hey guys, best of luck on the run. The Colin McRae speedrunning Discord says hi, Capelin.
Hello there.
Hello.
I'd also like
Nice.
to give a shout out to our partner, the Yeti. The Yeti has a special line of ESA merchandise, 3 shirts and a pin, where $5 per shirt and $4 per pin goes to charity. Check out the awesome ESA selection and their other gaming items at www.
What?
And he still
Pretty
landed it. So
Pretty good.
this can happen as a consequence.
Okay, so that was the perfect display for a drag boost that kicked me backwards.
Yeah. really, really impressive. Show.
I didn't ever know you could do that.
Me neither.
So that drag boost is like technically maybe the perfect one you can get, but it's not matched for the track really.
Yeah.
Like he gets the most speed he can get, but he flies too far and lands backwards even.
I'm sorry, I must have shrieked a little bit. I'm RIP headphone users.
RIP
I
ear
just-
users.
Yeah.
Ear users feel sorry for you.
Oh well, that was interesting.
Anyways, we are now back on Stadium, and
It's your jam.
yeah, it's my jam, and the tracks are getting more complex now. We have dirt, but it's not really like defined, so there's a lot of off-road, there's some hills and borders, and you're not really sure how to take it, but you kind of find the flow of it after a while. And especially with dirt, the more technical it is, the more like low speed it is usually. That's when you get the hard turns.
Oh,
And-
land bug.
Oh,
Hopefully I'm gonna make this loop now.
car went into parking gear there.
Alright.
Okay, perfect. We
So,
still made it through. So Stadium is like the environment where the bugs are the most prominent. So especially on the later maps that were a bit less calculated for speedrunning and for just time attacking in general, we might have the one or other bug that might ruin me.
Yeah, what's
yeah.
its name? 156?
159 is going to be another one that is going to be a real killer,
Right.
so you can look forward to that.
So this track is very defined in a style that is many people playing. It's called full speed, and in full speed we have a lot of tricks. So the one you saw there at the platform, he skidded and kept the skid marks. That's also a speed slide, and it works in Stadium. And it's usually a lot of wall rides, usually a lot of loops, and you're going to see one more here, the speed slide. It gives more acceleration into the last part here. And this track is actually a remake of
It is a remake
a
indeed,
TrackMania 2 Stadium track, so
which I'm kind of happy about because it's not even a bad track.
it's a really good track,
It's not even that bad at all. So to touch upon that speed slide for a little bit, the way that the speed slide works is that for some reason the game decides to accelerate you even more after a certain amount of speed. The speed threshold to really start one of these speed slides is roughly at 410. And the slower you go, the wider the skid marks need to be from each other, but they still need to be like close. The
So,
faster
yeah.
you go, the slimmer they need to be, like the closer they need to be.
If-
So it's
if
a
we're
lot
ge-
about just taking a look
Oh,
at the
nice.
skids.
if we're getting into like the tiny details of it, the thing you're looking for is that the skid marks overlap. So like they split apart, they overlap, they split apart, they overlap. And that happens if you look at the replay in slow motion. But yeah.
Yeah, it gets pretty insane because the faster you go, the bigger an effect it's gonna have, and so the faster you'll go. So it can go up to like 600, 650, and it makes a very, very big difference.
So the speed slide is something that you use on full speed tracks a lot. TrackMania is usually being divided into map styles, and the full speed map style, similar to what we saw on that aforementioned track, it's like the #1 technique. If you want to be good at full speed, you need to master the speed slide, because that's like the main source of speed.
Yeah. And as we said, it's a speed multiplier. So like, say you're 1% better at speed sliding than someone else, you can gain up to like a second on a really speed slidey track.
Yeah, that's.
And recently we actually had one of the greatest speed sliders in the game, Mudda from Australia. He decided to quit the game, and he had a very heartfelt goodbye stream. And he really was one of the greatest at this technique. And you would often see him like 1 second ahead in the rankings.
It was ridiculous. That guy was absolutely nuts.
So we'll see if anyone can reach his level in speed sliding. It's a hard limit to reach, but
if he's watching, shoutouts to him. 155, very technical map, which also has a very difficult Super Trackmaster time to beat. So a lot of drifts being involved, also drifts that don't require tapping the brake or holding the brake once, but you actually tap it multiple times. It's like a multi-tap drift. So you're going to see it, for example, in this upcoming corner. I go to the left, and I just constantly tap the brake. Just tap, 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 tap to keep the drift going, because if I don't do that, I'm going to lose my drift, and then I will find myself in the wall.
Yeah, that's the infamous no-drift situation. So you have to have the skids apart to be able to continue to multi-drift. So you're always letting it drop down very close, and then you tap the brake, they go wider, drop down. And
exactly. Also here, tap, 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 tap.
Yeah.
You can see how inconsistent my skid marks are.
Yeah.
That is just because I keep tapping the brake simply for health reasons, just to stay alive on the track.
Yeah. If you don't do that, it becomes like very, very puzzling to do this track properly. You like generally hit walls, you go too fast, or you just break up like way too much. You don't properly keep speed. So yeah, this is the part where you have to master the drift of the stadium car, which is pretty much one of the most like deep.
It is
one of the deepest and like very
insane,
versatile movements in the entire, like in all the environments, really.
Yep, that is very true.
We have another round of rapid fire donations.
Let's go.
Oh yeah.
Alright, Speedsoft donates $10. I've been looking forward to this TrackMania Turbo run, and I'm absolutely pleased. Awesome run and great commentary. Greetings from France.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Itandu 33. Let's go, Riolo, my dude just wrecked them. The Racing Cow, that was $25 from Itandu. The Racing Cow donates $20. These are not bugs. These are just happy accidents, so that you can show off your skill. Moo.
Moo.
Sander donates $50. My grandma suffered from dementia. I don't want anyone else to suffer as she does. Let's not forget to beat this horrible disease. And Specialites donates $10. Hello, Riolo, with a capital R, and good luck for the rest of the speed run.
Wow. Someone's trying to trigger me. Unbelievable.
Insane.
All jokes aside, thank you so much for the donations.
Much appreciated, guys.
And just to to raise some attention for the cause that we're raising the money for. It's the Swedish Alzheimer's Foundation, so if you donate money, it's going to go right to that cause. And there are a lot of people suffering from it. It's a really, really terrible disease.
Yeah,
at some point we hope to finally defeat it.
Yeah, so the Alzheimer's Foundation, they do a lot of really good work. Primarily, I think it's research to try to find a cure, or at least something to off-put the disease. Because right now there isn't much to be done about it, but they hope to find out in the future. And I mean, we should at least try, I think. So
yeah, absolutely.
It affects so many people, so it's really great what ESA is doing and what you guys are doing by contributing to the cause. So thank you so much.
That is super, super amazing. Thank you so much again. And we're coming on to 157, a very platform-heavy track. So you can see, like, we have very wide roads. So technically, there's a lot of room for error, but we're not looking for errors. We're looking for optimal lines. So you want to go for a lot of speed, get those drifts as short as possible, but still keep the speed intact. Going
So
to the
this
left
is a bit
and
of a
to the
tricky one. It
right.
goes up and
Yeah.
down all over the place, and kind of lose like spatial awareness because many parts look very similar on this one. But
Yeah. Also, sometimes you will no slide because you haven't like quit out from the previous
Yep.
drift, and that's a nightmare.
It really, really is. So now we have a track that I really don't like. 158, it has a shortcut at the end. It has unconnected loops. It has everything that makes the stadium unenjoyable. And here we go. So let's see if this one's gonna work out.
Well, first of all, we have this.
so this is very scary.
Very
He's gonna land on the
sketchy jump.
second
Oh
one. Very nice.
Goodness.
And now
Now a little bit of a resident sleeper triple loop right here, which is probably the best part of the map because you can do a lot wrong here.
yeah.
Now to the left, past the poles, unconnected loop, hype, very nice. Okay, there we go.
All right, got through it.
And
Pretty
now
good.
we have the final set of loops, which are very, very landing bug heavy. So I really hope it's not gonna destroy me here.
Okay, good.
Pass, 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 and we did it. Perfect.
Very,
It's good.
very nice, actually. Yeah. So what we're looking for at the end there on the loops have certain lines, like very defined. You can maybe see it here. There are some specific lines. And what tends to happen is that if you have your wheels on one of these lines, as you land in it, then that's when you get the bug, like the collision type.
Yeah, very,
landing
very
bug.
likely. By the way, 159, one of the worst tracks in my opinion, because you have so many things that just don't work. Coming up, first jump. Can we maybe count how many bugs I get? So
Alright,
far
let's have
we
a
are
count.
at 0. So Twitch chat can also have a guess. Maybe I will actually survive this.
This one is a bit of a wonky one because it combines like 10 boosters in a row and then you have a really sharp turn to the right. So it's like the design doesn't really make that much sense, but you have to adapt to it and make your best of it. So this one is looking good so far,
Yeah,
though.
I'm surprised.
Yeah.
So you can see it. It's like 10 boosters and then you
Or
have to
this-
go immediately
You
right.
land on the boost and then yeah. Can you please slow down again?
Jump into an uphill.
I still
That
didn't bug,
makes-
guys.
This is incredible.
What is happening? Is it Christmas?
Ah.
That's my bad.
It was a bit of a bad landing before, so he didn't have the speed. It's not the bug we're talking about,
Yeah.
but
I'm just bad. Okay, but I think
0 bugs actually
Wow.
incredible.
okay.
Thank you, game.
I take it. Thank you so much, game.
We've been blessed.
I think the blessings that we
Yeah,
got from
yeah.
the donations, they actually brought us some fruits here. 160, the final track in the red flag, and then we're gonna go to the very difficult tracks. We have 3 laps here once again, and also here we have to fight some of those insects. So let's see if we're gonna survive this one as well. Starting off with a loop here, want to stay as low as possible in loops like that, because you want to maximize the grip
yeah,
and
now we're
minimize the
entering.
time that you're actually in that wall.
So this is the bug zone, this loop
No
maze
bug,
here.
no bug.
And it's very
no
important
bug.
to avoid the lines.
Yes.
Very, very nice.
Okay.
Again, one more here, I think, unconnected.
Yep.
So
With
even
a
if you avoid
lot
the
of-
lines,
yeah.
things can happen, but your best insurance is to go as far as you can away from it.
Okay. Boop. There you go.
All right. Water bounce.
Now a
And-
tight inside drift here. Very difficult to get that right, but it feels actually very satisfying to get it right. It's really good.
Car flows naturally into the exit of the turn as well, and it makes a lot of sense to go for.
Okay, the sign tells us drift here. We're gonna do that, I guess, right?
Yeah. Follow the signs.
All right. Lap number
Follow
2,
this
doing it
one.
again. All right. Stay as low as possible. Leave it as early as possible. And then we are gonna be approaching this one with a lot more speed. So we actually have to release a little bit.
Yeah. Round 2 here.
And round 2, lottery. Who is gonna win the $5 million again?
Oh,
Well,
very close on the last one, but
That
we
was
made
good.
it.
Yep, still
was good.
survived. Still in the mix for the 5 million, man.
The insects
Wow.
are putting up a fight, though.
I think it's the donations. They actually, like,
Yeah,
They
it,
help.
it looks.
They help.
Speaking
Yeah.
of donations, we have
Yes.
more.
speaking of donations,
Alright,
let's go.
Cardian donates $10. In terms of performance, Muda was the best player ever in this game. I don't know if that's a challenge or not. And Anonymous
What?
donates $200 with no
What?
comment.
Holy, very
Wow.
much appreciated.
Thatwood donates $10. Even doing ESA, Riolo can't stop low-key memeing. Keep it up. I would also like to say thanks to our partner ViewSonic Elite, who are our very long-term partner. They are providing all the gaming monitors for the event.
Yes.
With over 30 years of experience working on CRT to 1 millisecond LCD monitors, ViewSonic Elite is using that knowledge to take the gaming products in a new direction.
Thank you very much.
so much.
And yeah, surprisingly enough, no bugs so far. I think someone sprayed bug spray in here. Who's responsible for the bug spray? Stand up in the crowd. No, but all jokes aside. Wait, did someone stand up?
Yep, absolutely.
Wow.
Get him.
Thanks, man.
Nah, we're fine.
And there you go,
The bugs
160,
are gone and,
we're done with red. Very nice.
Almost a flat too. So.
Yeah.
Yep.
So normally you wouldn't even be able to play the black tracks on like local multiplayer unless you've unlocked the tracks by getting gold medal on every previous track, I think, or silver. And then that's when you get this. It's insane.
So these tracks are going to become fast, unforgiving, inconsistent, and
Yeah,
can we have more adjectives? I don't know. I can't think of anything else.
The difficulty has really stepped up here again, and this is the hardest step. So it's high speed, sharp turns, lots of obstacles to avoid, and you need full focus for these to get through. So
Yeah, probably some of the hardest track ever made in Nadeo campaigns. Well, more especially with the way they work, especially like these little bumps.
yeah,
You need to have a feel for like the lines, and you have to feel it down to your bones, pretty much. This track is really fun, especially with like some of the high-speed things. Like it's kind of like an amusement park, so it feels really rewarding to get gold medals in these areas, because that itches you closer to discovering the next set of tracks.
indeed, yeah. And the progression is very nice too, because you know, you wanna, like, say you want to play one environment specifically, and you have like a favorite environment, and you still have to get through the ones that are like maybe a bit annoying.
Yeah.
But then it feels really rewarding when you actually master these environments that you maybe don't enjoy as much.
Yeah,
So,
that's how I felt when I completed 178.
and it might be like a yeah.
I don't want to spoil it too much, but I think it's been talked about.
Absolutely.
So that might push you to unlock further if you
Oh,
really want to
yeah.
play new stadium tracks again, for example.
What?
Going.
Mildly close over there. Almost four-headed into that one.
Yeah.
Early landing on the boost, very important, because we have a long spiral coming up now where it's really difficult to actually keep control over the car.
Yeah.
Because the car is like, it wants to go all over the place because it's so fast, and the weight transfer is completely out of control. So
Nice.
not easy to get through, but we did it in the breeze. 163. This
Oh.
one is going to introduce something very annoying to most people. It is the so-called death loop.
The death loop.
The
yeah.
death
Right.
loop, and I will go into it as we reach it. First of all, just a little left-hander here, passing the rocks that someone placed there, wherever that was. Thanks. And now we
It's
have the
under
death
construction.
loop. Here
Yeah.
we go.
The speed that we have is also like insanely high
So
compared to the speed that you normally have when taking the death loop.
it's really hard to grasp how difficult this track is, like, and especially the death loop. There's a very
Yeah.
specific line you need to drive in order to get through.
There's a reason why this track is only 1 minute long.
Yeah.
Not even.
Not even
time's
for
stopping
someone
at
like
42.
Riolu. 42-43, which is insane to me.
So yeah, maybe you want to explain what the death loop entails.
Yeah, the death loop, you already saw it. It's really narrow, and the fact that the canyon car is very unresponsive in loops makes it extremely difficult to actually keep control over the car.
Yeah.
Similar to valley loops, you need to minimize the time that you're steering, but the weight transfer still pulls you to either side. So you need to like be really cautious with the steering and actually make sure that you counter steer just in time and keep the car in balance. Otherwise, you're just gonna hit the wall, spin around, potentially causing a restart.
Generally, you have a feeling. Well, everybody has their own feeling and like movement. I generally end up going like left, right, but just you know, having a feel for it. Because yeah, there's many different reasons why the car would hit any of the walls or just fall out of the loop because you just broke too much and then you don't have enough speed. Riolu took it at like full possible speed,
Yep.
which I don't know, it's quite insane.
Bonk.
Oh, Yeah, good save, good
saved.
save. Yeah. It's also a bit funny to notice that the song playing in the game right now of the game's soundtrack is called Bug Noticed. So,
Oh, right.
so they
My French fries.
they at least
Awesome.
have some concept of the bugs
It
existing in the
seems
game.
like they were planning it all along.
Yeah.
165. This is going to be the longest track in Canyon that we're going to have in this game. It is
Alright.
3 laps once again. Very dark, very fast, very unforgiving.
This is my favorite track in the game.
Is it? Like,
Yeah.
legitimately?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Okay.
So this landing here gets very, very scary in the coming laps. There's a lot of speed. And any tilt there will make the canyon car usually fly out, so be careful.
Yeah. It's a track where you have like an insane amount of speed during the whole run, especially here. We're gonna see.
This-
Look at the speedometer.
Zoom.
This jump is really difficult and the landing is
Okay,
like...
okay. Yeah.
You sometimes just have to do this because the landing is really wonky.
Yeah.
So it was kind of a safe strategy there to
And-
just
and,
take
yeah.
the wall.
And at
But
that,
for,
yeah.
for me, that wall bang was kind of a miracle that it didn't send the car to Narnia, because
True.
it normally
True.
does that.
But so, yeah, I actually
It
noticed...
becomes like a hot tofu on a plate, just and then just jumps out of oblivion.
At the point where you start going towards the wall, it's almost as if it's better to like steer against it to keep yourself on that lower part. Because if you try
Yeah.
to steer with it, you're gonna lift off more likely. So it was a good save. Like once you first fly
Yeah.
out, indeed.
Yeah, generally the best way to prevent that wall hit, that nasty wall hit, is to never steer up until you actually
Yep.
do the jump. But obviously, if you're slightly, misaligned, then there's nothing else you can do than actually steer a little bit and pray. We're gonna have it a
Whoa,
second
what a
time.
snap that was.
Okay, managed to back it up here.
Okay, so this one's gonna be just
Should
fine
work.
because I landed flat, avoided steering as Qlex said.
I was
steer before
actually,
then, you're
yeah, I was actually told of one trick by reading the Super Track Master description in this track about the car, like needing to slow down a little bit before like steering at such high speeds, which I didn't think was a thing. But I think at some point you have to brake because there's so much speed that the car is gonna just steer out of control.
Yeah, that's very well possible.
Yeah,
It's
I didn't even
extremely
think that could. Yeah.
unpredictable at these speeds. It's like you never really know what's gonna happen because the slightest offset or the smallest bump at this speed is gonna translate into like the next moon landing basically. So
And, yeah.
gotta be
And
careful.
Qlex mentioned it earlier with this chaos theory that like the smallest adjustment has big effects, and if you
Yeah.
steer like a bit before the jump and you have this, we talked about the weight shift. If you have this just tiny weight shift, it can spiral out of control here. So
Yeah.
it's really important to be like as straight as you can, and this is looking good. Yes,
Perfectly
Nice.
flat.
really well done.
Yeah.
Guys,
Yeah.
guess what?
Yeah,
We have more donations.
keep him coming.
Yeah.
for
All
it.
right.
Alright. Cylinder donates $5. Says, Relo is the best TrackMania player after me. I love you. Merp donates $10.
Lovely.
Good luck with the TMT run. Great driving and commentary as always. Paxis donates $25 with no comment. Anonymous donates $50 with no comment. And we've just passed $57,000.
Wow, incredible.
Insane.
This is fantastic. I have never expected this
Yeah,
much.
really.
Yeah.
This is out of your minds, guys. Okay, but what's also out of people's minds is this track,
Yeah.
because it's way too fast.
All of the black tracks have a very specific like style. They almost seem like surreal, very very different from the other tracks in the campaign, and they generally chain together things that are insanely difficult, like this turn.
Followed by.
Yeah,
Right.
it will like find a concept and really like push it to the limit, pretty much.
Saved.
Yeah.
Got it.
Had to lift off there a little bit, but we're all
Another one of
settled.
these.
So yeah, a lot of drifts where you can possibly get through without having to lift off the accelerator. But if you're slightly off, if your angle is not perfect, then you have to lift off.
Yeah.
And that is actually translating into very big gaps in the leaderboard of this track. Because it's really difficult to get a run through that is actually like full speed without slowing down at some point.
Yeah. This part as well.
Oh,
Nice.
It was tight. It was tight.
Yeah.
Thought I'm gonna
It's a
go
hard
for that
one
little
to-
gap. 167. This is a very infamous one. A lot of people struggle with this one.
Oh.
I struggle with. Everyone struggles. So this is
boy.
this is the nemesis in Canyon pretty much. So this is gonna be a very difficult one to get through. I will really take it easy on this
Yeah.
one. I will slow down pretty much everywhere because it's dark, like really dark.
The night mode here makes it really hard to like see all the bumps and everything you have to avoid.
Yeah.
And the,
Then B, you have boosts
yeah.
that are holding on for so long, and C, there are bumps everywhere.
Yeah, some of the blocks that are introduced in here are just like insane to go by without actually having the car flip out and just land 10 kilometers away from the checkpoint that you wanted to reach.
Sums it up pretty nicely there. So, 2 more turns remaining. That was a bit close.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
But
yeah, okay.
there we go. Final straight. Just gotta keep it easy here. Don't steer too much. And there you go. Survived one of the hardest maps in the game.
really great.
Yes. Perfect.
To watch this is, to me, is mesmerizing. I don't even think it's possible.
This one's not gonna get any better though. 168 has a lot of loops, a lot of walls that are. I think we're gonna reach almost 1,000 kilometers an hour on this track. So you might want to take a look at the speedometer in the second half of the track. This jump, bless RNG, gonna
All
work.
right,
yeah,
okay?
nice. All right.
Because
Okay.
for some reason, sometimes you are actually not gonna land, like in the ramp at all. Sometimes the game is like, okay, you're gonna miss it. So it's lucky. Like I haven't found a consistent approach for it. I don't think anyone did.
940.
940, nice.
Let's see how this is gonna pan out in the second half. Couple boosts coming up, and then a long straight with a lot of boosts.
Oh, 999. Yeah, it was
999,
nice.
That was the 1K there.
I don't think it shows the 4 digits, but it is the max speed.
Yeah.
All right, one more turn here in the loop.
800, 930. Okay.
Very nice.
I mean,
Nice.
it's a cool track. Looking at it, but driving is a mess.
Yeah, oh,
driving
yeah.
is a mess. I'm telling you.
It feels
Well,
nice when you
169.
get the medal that you want. You're like, all right, I'm glad I gave it my best.
Yes. Absolutely. So this one's a bit longer now. and
One death loop.
This one is gonna have 2 death loops. One in the beginning, one at the end. And a lot of difficult corners and one massive quarter pipe transfer.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's
Near
this
the
one.
end.
yeah.
So,
That one's gonna be pretty exciting, so if you have some popcorn, you should maybe like rip off the package right now because you need it for the last portion of the track.
Also, this part is insanely like tech oriented. You have to brake quite a lot and really understand what the line of the track is. Because you
And,
just keep going with the same like angle. You're like, oh, I wonder when it's gonna stop, and then it does that weird like 90-degree turn right here,
Mhm.
and you just fly inside of the cliff.
And as Really mentioned, this really big quarter pipe jump is probably one of the biggest in the game, and they actually found like a strategy to jump super low in it
Yep.
and still make it onto the ramp, and they beat this godly super trackmaster time by several seconds.
3 seconds, I think.
3 seconds faster than the
So
time.
I will try that strategy now, and I really hope it's gonna work.
All right, so watch
If
this.
not, then I will be sad.
So you can't even see the ramp yet, maybe, but it is actually there behind this rock, and we are going super close. Oh! really
That
close
was
there.
a
But
few centimeters away. Unlucky. But if I made it, it would actually be like a really good time.
Yeah.
So let's see if it's gonna work now. That looks a lot better already. Maybe not actually.
the
Nah, it's
rock.
fine.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Hey, perfect. So now we have another death loop and then a speedy stretch to
I
the
mean,
finish.
sometimes
Yeah,
you just
speedy
gotta
chicane.
risk it for the biscuit right there at the
Oh
end.
yeah.
But hey, it's really unpredictable. It's
Yeah.
really difficult. As we said, it's something that can save a lot of time if you get it right, but if you don't, you're
Yeah.
dead. Final canyon track of the game, ladies and gentlemen, 170 with the longest helicopter drop I've ever seen in my life.
8 seconds.
This is
just
like-
dropping, yeah.
10
Yeah.
seconds of nothing.
It's not a multi-lap, surprisingly.
Yes, I don't actually. Do you know why this was done?
No,
Like,
I do
what is
not.
the
I do
reason?
not.
wonder.
But the last track of every black like section for every environment is not a multi-lap. It's some sort of weird like home stretch that has more or less everything you've seen in the
Yeah.
game condensed into one very, very long track.
So this one has certainly rustled a lot of jimmies with these
Yep.
quarter pipes you can see in the left there.
Yeah.
And we're coming to them. And the problem
Oh, you'll
with-
see them up close.
Yeah. So the problem with these quarter pipes is that for some reason, as Riolu mentioned on another map, sometimes you don't really land after the jump. So he's going to jump up on one and then try to land on the other, but it might not work for...
Yeah, it's a bit inconsistent, but a
Weird
way out on
reasons.
this track is to just take it really easy and jump from the top of the ramp.
Yeah.
If you jump up from the side, which is a tree... Okay, nice.
I did not know that was possible.
I thought I could actually jump over it. Okay,
Yeah.
never mind. But anyway, to come back to what I said, let's just forget about the little tree
yeah,
endeavor
sure.
here.
Happy little
So
tree.
the ramp,
Happens
right?
to the best of us.
Yeah.
But yeah, you wanna just jump from the top because jumping from the side. What is this?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh,
It's 20 less kilometers than previously before, and that you see what that did
yeah,
to the car.
it makes a significant difference. But yeah,
Yeah.
if you jump from the side, it's very likely that you're not gonna reach the other side.
You
So
can
what
see-
I'm gonna do now
Yeah.
is
Yeah,
jump
just
from the top.
take it safe.
I'm gonna take it really safe
So
and
the-
just land over on the other side.
Yeah. So the
Because
arrows here kind of bait
another
you
one.
because they point to the side, but you cannot jump off the side.
Yeah, exactly. Like
You
it's
wanna
a bit
jump off the
weird.
top.
You could if you're trying for time, like serious time attacking, but
yeah,
it's,
the wall
it
tracker
looks-
jumps off really aggressively from the side with almost no airtime. It's ridiculous. But it's so inconsistent, we're not
Okay.
gonna try it.
There's the tech part, and it has to boot 2 death loops at the very end. So yeah, best of luck.
Thank you. One, that is looking good, and the
Oh, wow.
second one right after that. Steer left, balance the car, and we're through.
Oh my
All right,
gracious.
This track has been a little bit of a roller coaster, but
So we're
we survived.
actually done with Canyon.
And
We're
Canyon
on
is
to
finally done.
Valley.
Ay, Valley. This is the part where a lot of people have actually not gotten through anymore, because these tracks are going to be really, really rough.
I think I spent about 1 year at least stuck on Valley Black.
Oh, my condolences.
Yeah.
It was very, very tough. All of the tracks are like demand insane accuracy and insane lines. Most of them demand a lot of speed, or else you won't make some of the jumps, especially those ones approaching. So Riolu is having the best lines, which will make it so that he can do this. But if you're losing just a tiny bit of speed because you turn just a little bit too sharp, generally you'll get some of the bumps, and that will be it. Your run is dead. You have to try again to get the
Yep.
gold medal. So yeah.
So now, coming up to the uphill, I'm going a bit wider on purpose, so I accumulate enough speed to actually land in that slope, because if you don't, then all of your momentum is going down the toilet.
Yeah.
So you really want to make sure that you go wide. Also here you see, I don't go to the inside, because I need the speed, I need the acceleration to do it exactly
Yeah.
like this.
It doesn't seem that bad, but it really is that bouncy
Yes.
on the inside. Because the angle is the steepest too, so...
Oh, wow.
Alright.
Nice.
So, 172. This one, like the first 2, 3, 4 Valley maps in black, they are, let's say, alright. But later on it's going to be really, really rough. Like the last 5 tracks, the last 6 tracks in Valley Black, they are going to be burning the bacon for some people.
Yeah. You really cannot make any mistakes, because the entire map is like a music sheet. If you just like are offbeat by just a little bit, you're done. Like this, you have to be very,
Very
well
straight, very straight.
aligned. Nice.
Which worked out really well. So the water, of course, you saw it on previous maps, you can get slowed down, but if you actually land perfectly straight,
That
then
was actually good.
that was good, yeah,
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah.
But if you land straight, you will actually avoid it, and that luckily worked out, coming down to the last sector of the track now. Also here, you can actually jump far enough into the more shallow part of the water, so you can avoid the slowdown, snapping to the right, and that was actually a surprisingly good run for this track.
Yeah.
Alright, really nice.
Alright.
Yeah, it's definitely hit or miss. If you don't make any mistakes on this track, you can keep it in control, but it can spiral out of control very,
Certainly.
quickly.
So 173, you can see it in the distance again, a lot of loops. So this looks like your
A ton
local.
of loops.
It
Yeah,
looks
nice,
like your local fun fair, basically.
Yeah.
So if you want a ticket, you know what to do. But yeah, maybe we can have some donations, because this track is just loopings, basically.
Alright, we have plenty of donations. Dark Abyss donates $5. Hey Riolo, has been here since track 1. Great to see you play one of my favorite games once again. Good luck with the rest of this run. Riolo bless. Thornton Fraser donates $5. It says, hi. Anonymous donates $25 with no comment. Thank you very much. The
Really
Racing Cow
appreciate it.
donates $40. Great cause.
Wow.
Sexy commentator voice. Player without any skills. What else? You want more? Maybe sow grass. No kidding. Highly enjoying this run.
Ooh. Fantastic. So much support, guys. You're not stopping. You're not even thinking about stopping, it
Yeah,
seems like.
It feels like it. Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
just keeps going.
It just
So
keeps going.
it's actually interesting because the one guy said like he's been here since track 1, and we were actually even questioning if people were gonna sit here and watch the entire run, but it seems that
Yeah.
it's caught some interest for people, so that's cool.
Really happy about that, because watching a 4-hour speedrun, it's rough. Not everyone has 4 hours available right now to just watch a video game.
Right, and it can be
But,
cool with an RPG where it's like some lore that you can explain, some story, but here it's just complete track fasts.
Yes.
And that's the entire story of it.
Exactly.
It is indeed, but within that, there's still so many possibilities and things to explain. We haven't really like
Oh,
ran
yeah.
out of words or
So
things
many
to say on this. So.
happy little accidents that create many interesting stories to,
Yeah,
to
indeed.
tell to your sons. Like that insane boost in
Yeah, 150.
in 150. That I will definitely tell my my grandchildren
Same.
about. It's
Yep.
quite insane.
So, we are having this big
part.
boy jump into the downhill. Very difficult to aim for that.
Yeah.
But the arrow is actually a very nice and helpful visual cue.
Yeah, the maps really have some nice visual cues with the helicopters and whatnot. That's a big help.
Shortcut, by the way, to the right. We're just not going to jump onto the dirt, but we're going to stay on the
Alright,
mountain.
really nice.
Yeah,
And
that was good.
And we're going to skip one corner, one uphill, one downhill section. Saves around a second, and we got it
Really
here
nice.
pretty nicely. And now, buckle up for 175. This one is a really difficult track.
Oh boy.
And this one has killed a lot of people.
Yeah.
This track is like a graveyard of people that ended up on this track not getting a gold medal.
It was the second last track that I got gold medal on. Yeah, it's incredibly long and incredibly unforgiving.
So what makes this track difficult is, of course, the fact that it's night, so you can barely see anything. Then on top of that, it's really fast, and you have a lot of like corner combinations where your line, if it's off, you're gonna be in the bush.
Yeah.
So for example, right here, you need to actually go straight on the boost, then line up, and then you have this big jump where you need to like completely go straight and make sure that you don't go too far right, and also slow down
That
in order not
plank
to go
has,
into that plank. So it's a lot of things
Yeah.
that you need to actually keep in mind there.
last
Had I
plank, yeah.
blown on his controller, he would have died because you really cannot like change a little
Yes,
bit your
yes.
line. That's
Also
how it
this,
is.
like you have a
This is
90 corner,
insane,
you have
yeah.
a 90 into a boost, which is just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
You can't offer that to people, it's just way too difficult to drive.
Especially on dirt, because yeah, you really cannot really adjust your turn well,
Yes.
and then you have to jump for like 5 seconds.
Yes.
So any misalignment generally makes it so that you end up against a tree and you have to respawn from the checkpoint and do the same thing again, and that's still
Yep,
not
3
easier.
times.
Alright, here we go again.
Here we go again. So you saw already the tactical wallbang, similar to track 140. It's essentially actually the same block. So you hit the exact same spot and it's going to throw you into the turn, which is really helpful and makes the entire thing even easier. So I'm glad to have that because the track is already difficult enough. Okay, taking it easy, landing very, very early so I can adjust my line. The wall jacket strategy is almost jumping into the next turn. It's really difficult to do.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, well,
yeah.
it's a thing about TrackMania. Like, it's very difficult to complete a track, but then when you get better and better and better at it, then you reach speeds that were never before had.
Yeah, true.
And that makes it so that the next turn becomes like near impossible, or sometimes you get off the track because you get airtime where you previously thought it was
Where
impossible.
you didn't. Exactly, yeah. It's
And that adds up a new, like, that gives a new meaning to the map, really.
And a big part of the difficulty in these tracks comes from the fact that we're trying to do them so fast. Like, if you were driving pretty slow, then you wouldn't have an issue. But the objective in the game is to go fast.
Yeah.
So you're kind of forced to play this fast, and then it becomes an issue.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. And then it goes really into your comfort zone. You just accumulating those fasts per second. And then something new pops up and you have to really adapt your muscle memory to it. That makes 175 a heck of a challenge. Once it's done properly, it's really insane to watch, but yeah.
It's a fantastic track. I really like driving it because it really pushes you to the limits, and you need to be extremely cautious for every steering movement. This is actually a really good time. You're maybe under 320. No, but fair
Yeah,
enough.
no,
Really good run. either
No,
way.
that's quite crazy.
That's certainly one of the hardest tracks out
It
of the way.
was.
Yeah.
It was a big boy cleared for now. 176. We have this jump, which is
Ole!
Pretty
difficult,
nice.
but
Pretty nice.
Yeah.
you can make it as long as you kind of line up properly.
So many of the quarter pipes that you're going to have are made with cigarette boxes. They're so tiny that even if you're slightly off, like you think you took the quarter pipe, but the game is going to say no, you did not. Just fly over there, please, and wait your turn.
Yeah, and we might see that happen on 178 and 180.
Yeah, because
those
those
are-
tracks also have some very fun
Oh.
quarter pipes. Ooh.
Thanks for that bump.
Okay.
Saved.
Yeah.
All good. All good.
But
so
yeah,
that little height elevation, to just talk about what happened there. There's a little height elevation change from the grass to the road, and that one threw me off a bit higher than I wanted it to do. But zoop.
Jumped through the telephone pole there. Very
Yeah.
nice.
I was rather close to the right side, but
Yeah,
then again,
it
it
was.
was just close. It's just close, no matter how well you
Yeah.
can go through it.
Because you saw that gap was barely wider than the car itself, so you have no other choice basically. This one's a bit far left.
Okay. Yeah. Got the grip, so we're
Cool.
fine there, and up
Canceling the
into the
drift.
last section here. 2.
Alright, and 176 is looking to be in the backpack as well.
But yeah, so we mentioned the quarter pipes and the track 178, which is a bit infamous for these quarter pipe transitions.
Yep.
So this is a bit of a warm up for that.
Oh yeah, 177 is gonna is sup, I heard you like quarter pipes and half pipes and wall rides. Well, there you go. You're welcome. And they're done. They're very steep as well. Like you have to make sharp turns, but still keep your car in control. So yeah, it's a
Little of a,
very tough one.
This loop is, for time attack purposes, incredibly important because you have those engine off parts again. And the more speed you carry through them, the more speed you will have for the rest of the map pretty much. So they are really important.
Another big
This
big
this one
baby
is hard.
wall ride.
This one is really difficult because if you go too far to the inside, there's that curb. And if you hit the curb, you will basically just get sent out of the entire wall. So you need to avoid that for as much as possible. But this map went smoothly, which is very nice.
Yeah,
so we got it
that's
here as
pretty.
well.
That's
Alright.
pretty impressive to
so
watch. Yeah.
let's have a gander. 178.
Look at a stretch here for this one. This one was a track that I really don't like, and I'm not the only one. So let's see how this one is going to pan out.
Well, first of all, this can flip your car over. That's the very beginning of the track.
And the first one.
So now we have the quarter pipe jump, and these ones have a tendency to not work. So you can
Yeah,
see
it
here,
didn't work.
for some reason, it doesn't work that well, and
At least I didn't have to reset, so this is
we managed
just
to get
fine.
past it.
Yep.
Now we have to drive on this cliffside here, and between these mountains, or
Yeah.
And hey, another one.
small bug
How
there.
awesome.
But
This
here
one
we go.
is going to be fine.
All right.
Really good landing.
Damn.
It's far from over, guys. We still have a lot of way to go on this one. So
Oh yeah. This part is super hard because if you don't have enough speed, you just fly into the signs.
bumpy uphill here. Need to get enough speed to land this downhill, and
Yep.
the ice gonna manage. So won't
Avoid
lose
the
his
center.
momentum.
You
Avoid
saw
the
why.
center, but yeah.
You saw why. If you don't have enough speed, you are going to be in the
Yeah,
woods.
I generally end up in that category. I don't know why.
I'm not sure. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, look at this one. Ah, tasty quarter pipes.
Boy.
It worked.
We still got through. We still got through. So we won't have time to describe the amount of ways this could have gone wrong, but
Yes,
it
it's
certainly went
unbelievable.
really well.
Many
So
ways this could have gone wrong.
The thing about that last quarter pipe jump in particular is that was completely blind. Like, you don't see where you have to land. You just go
Yeah.
up and you hope that you land somewhere.
Yeah.
And that just adds up to the difficulty. Next to the fact that you can't get these weird flips and whatnot. It's a pain. It's a real pain.
But it's not over.
It's not over
There's
yet,
still
but
more where that came from.
personally, this one's at least a little bit of a breather to what's coming up on 180.
Oh yeah, well,
So this one's
I didn't
not
feel
too
like
bad.
it.
So,
Oh,
coming
yeah.
up, cancelling the drift here. This is something I could have done on 175 as well. In that 90-degree dirt into boost section, you could have cancelled that that drift, but it's really difficult, and most of the times it will actually ruin your angle. So I just decided not to go for a quarter pipe jump. Hey!
Ooh.
oh,
Okay.
really
yeah.
good.
And
Really,
I
really
that
might
good.
was
have enough
insane,
speed
yeah.
to jump over this one. Yes.
Wow,
So now we can set up
that's-
his line perfectly. That's a
Yep.
really good.
So this
Yeah.
was like the world record strategy, basically, and I'm glad it worked out.
You think this
Yeah.
is STM?
Could be.
Can have a check.
Yeah.
Might have to check, even though
This
this was
part
a bit
is
wonky.
frightening though, because we're gonna have a very, very long jump with dirt for the very end of the track, and you will be in engine off with turbo,
Oh,
and
that was
your
good.
car will be incredibly unresponsive. Any gust of wind will just make the car
So
fly to a different direction.
150.97 we're competing against here for the STM medal. So
Okay, I think we might be on a good pace here. Let's see.
Here it
Last
is.
jump now. Yep.
Oh,
149, 150. Close.
Close one. Really good run
That
still.
was,
Thank you.
that was really, really good.
So
And
180.
the final one of Valley, 180, and we are again having this incredibly long, unnecessary helicopter drop where we do nothing.
Yeah, I could prove that this was impossible when I played this game. Like this part and this jump, to me, were just impossible to make.
They're indeed very difficult because if you actually end up steering too much, we talked about it earlier, if you steer too much in Valley, you are gonna lose speed. And
this is
one
looking
looks
pretty good. Yeah,
very
you got
good.
it.
Oh,
my
my
Nice.
God, look at that speed.
That is beautiful.
That is surprisingly good. Let's keep going.
Yeah. So again,
This
there-
is really bad. Bonk.
Oh,
Really? Wow.
wow.
And yeah,
That's,
from hero to zero with TrackMania Turbo.
yeah.
Your experience right here.
180 has a way has a way with.
Not again.
Okay. Yeah.
My goodness.
The thing is that every bump is gonna throw you into a random direction. So you're either staying straight in the center or you just get thrown into that rock. So a little bit unlucky there. Sad for that good start. Sadly, it would have been a good time probably.
Yeah.
But hey, this is 180 in a nutshell, or Valley Black in a nutshell.
Yeah. These really are. Oh. Yeah. Okay.
Just wanted to show you the landscape. Look at that blimp.
Oh, that's insane.
It's
Yeah,
a lovely
thank
view,
you.
right?
But-
I didn't know that existed.
yeah.
Thank you so much.
Just wanted to be bro.
Wow.
T-Tours in the chat.
Yeah, T-Tours.
If you guys are watching, we're going on a bit of an expedition here. So
Look at that blimp. Preserve nature.
Wow.
preserve nature. Yeah.
Very important.
Do we have time for a few donations?
Oh, we do.
We do,
Yeah.
absolutely.
First of all, I would like to thank Los Randers for gifting out 10 subscriptions to ESA. Thank you
Wow.
very much. Anonymous donates $45 with no comment. Ricky MacESA Face donates $25. Good luck from USA. Darklink donates $10. It's great to see your insane skill
A bit of a stretch.
put
You
on
ready?
full display. Your dedication and love for TrackMania surpass us all. Javi Flyer donates $5. Hello, Riolo. Javi Flyer donates another $5. Hi, Virtual.
Hi.
Hi. All right, thank you so much for the donations once again. We have completed Valley, so this is a big block being done now. Coming up to Lagoon with a couple of easier maps in the beginning again. There's this little strategy right here, which I will do.
Alright.
Gonna skip
Let's
the
go.
antenna, which allows me to keep a bit more speed. Otherwise, you would have slowed down a lot in order to get through that antenna. But
Yeah, not
I,
only slow
just
down,
go
but
to the
he
side.
also lands wider out, so he can push the inside corner better in the next turn. And
Very, very
it,
correct.
It amplifies.
Okay, so here's one.
Okay.
Then there's
Very
gonna
aggressive steer here in the air.
Yeah.
So in TrackMania you can't like rotate your car in the air. You need to do everything before you actually jump. So what I did right there is that I just gave the car a little bit of input to the left before I jump, and then get just enough the perfect rotation, bonk, a little bit of a rotation to get into that corner pretty much.
And the fourth
flawlessly.
one in the track.
All right.
Swing.
Very nice. 182 roller coaster, and this one has a very exciting ending. So also here, we might have a couple popcorn endeavors right here.
Oh.
This landing is really bad because that ramp that you take, it is similar to the one on 144, which is causing the drag boost. So if you hit that ramp in an unlucky way, which is what happened to me, then your car will not land with the two front wheels first, but with the two side wheels, and then you just wobble around at the landing.
Yeah.
And that is going to cost some time. So that was like 1 second of a time loss probably, but not too much of a biggie, I hope.
Yeah, and in Lagoon, it's really important to stay on all four wheels when you can, because any tilts are like, they're not setting you up for any speed boost, and they're kind of hard to control. So let's see here. Alright.
I'm preparing my 6.0.
Hey!
Yes. Okay. That was a jump and a half right here.
Yeah.
Only in TrackMania
Certainly
Turbo.
was more than a jump.
Was 2 jumps.
Yeah, it was probably 2 jumps, yeah.
Alright, anyway, 183. Not a big fan of this one. You're probably going to see why. Because we are going to go onto some wooden loops. No one likes them. And we're going to coming up right now.
Much like I said, at this point the game gives you like a concept and just really goes to the full extent of it.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's really, you gotta just like to try to control that, because if you tilt one way, then you have to correct the other way, and it becomes this, you know, like driving on ice.
Generally, if you're trying to keep your position, you see the car slightly steering to the right, you just like hold and lean left as much as possible. And sometimes that's not even enough.
Oh.
Nice.
Yeah, okay.
This finish is ridiculous because you're coming up that little ramp, which is wood, so you slide, and you go up, so you slide even more, and your line is just going to be ruined, basically. Can't believe I hit the first available wall right there.
Yeah, don't worry, there's many others.
Can we beep that out? Anyway,
in this track,
184.
there's many other ways you can hit something, because that's the theme of this track.
Yep, look at those toll booths. They really want your money here, I think. But
An expensive track to play.
the money goes to ESA, not to 184.
Alright, we're fine. Yeah.
So we're good.
This
Big
part
water
is
bounce here.
insane. Yeah, this part is really satisfying to watch. Nice.
So yeah, this is actually not even a bad landing. It might look stupid because you're like sliding on your back, but it's actually not even bad because you're getting really early ground contact. And the Lagoon car isn't okay.
What? Alright. That was
alright.
intentional, right?
If anyone can explain that, because I can't.
Yeah,
but hey.
yeah. Well, it's gonna be a struggle. But so that little ramp before the toll booth has a tendency to like just flip your car. If
Bug.
If you're unlucky, and the insects took their toll as well. So
yep, they certainly did.
You could also skip this freewheeling.
Yes.
Is it done in the world record run?
It is, yes.
Okay.
But it's
it's
extremely
happened so
precise.
many different world records with and without it that I can't barely tell.
That is true.
it's like the icing on the cake in that run if you get it in the end.
Yeah, it's at the very end of it.
Alright,
Oh,
we have
well.
a big donation come.
This is the perfect time.
Yeah,
All right.
go ahead.
The Yeti donates $500.
What?
Wow.
Wow.
Hey all, Yeti here. We got another $500 to donate thanks to everyone who's ordered a tea or a pin. Thank you all for your support. A special shout out to all the volunteers, runners and organizing staff who helped make this event possible. But we are not done there, because we have another round of rapid fire donations.
Alright, go ahead.
Dick Squid donates $50 with no comment. Leon Lonseller donates $10. It's a joy to see Viola obliterate these tracks. Great commentary as well.
Thank you
Nina
very
Dora
much.
donates $5. Stay hydrated, Viola Lurk. 11 donates $15. I love you, Viola, and I love ESA. Keep it up. Anonymous donates $20. Been enjoying this run a lot. Excellent commentary and great driving, Viola. From a random suite. Frostbiol donates $5. Forehead.
Alright.
Thank you
Forehead.
very much for
Thank
this.
you guys
Very
so
much.
much.
That forehead kind of gave it away there, but thank you. Insane.
Yeah.
So to talk
Yeah.
about this map 185, this one probably looks quite spectacular. I really like how it feels and how it looks like, because the atmosphere, like you're at night and you're
drag.
going through the
Yeah.
roller coaster
Yeah.
and everything's fast and
It works really well with the roller coaster because it has lots of lights, so it gives a special feel, and you're never like really lost. You know exactly where to go at all times.
very true.
And,
So
yeah.
sorry to interrupt, but this is a jump that is very risky because you can get that moon jump that I was talking about. So sometimes you're not getting attracted back to that road, but you actually just go up. And if that happens, on this track, it really translates into a big time loss because you have to reset quite far back, and you need to build up the speed again. So I hope it's not going to happen in lap 3.
And have the engine off again, so that deletes a lot of your speed that you couldn't just get. It's a real issue. Have to be aligned quite precisely here. And then you have like big turbos for the loopings, and generally that's where you discover that the car can steer out of control in roller coaster. I didn't know that existed up until I was literally shot like a particle in I think it's in Switzerland. They have the synchrotrons.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well that's the thing that happens in here, like here.
It really feels like.
Yeah.
It really feels like.
If you steer just a little bit too much, that's the wall.
But believe me or not, but this is not even the fastest track. It's gonna be even faster. So
Yeah.
definitely buckle up because you might need it. Hopefully no moon jump. Bless RNG, Riolo bless. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, that was
Alright, so we're fine. Nice.
So we're just gonna survive the rest, and then we're gonna move up to 186, which is in my opinion a really cool track. It is gonna be full beach, and I think a lot of people are gonna be struggling with that because beach, most likely the most difficult surface to master, not only because it's slippery, but also because there are a lot of props to be hit.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're gonna
some
see
of the
that.
rocks, they really dislike you.
Yeah.
They can't throw themselves at you, but the intent is still there.
Yep.
Don't worry about it.
So you're gonna see that soon. Coming up to the last loop section here. And after that, gonna be some beach action. Hope you got your sandals out
Oh yeah.
and your swimming pants. Because if I go swim, we might need it. But yeah, last turn coming up, and this should be STM.
This is surely
349.
an STM by over a second actually, so a great
Very
run there.
nice.
So.
Insane.
So you see it already, like the presentation of this one. It's like on the table. You see, it's a lot of beach.
Yeah, I feel the
that
sand
you drive on.
particles.
You already feel it in your eyes.
Yeah.
In your shoes. The sand in your shoes, it's already there.
Yeah, it's
The nasty sand. But yeah, we're going through a lot of difficult, tight
Yeah.
corners, a lot of direction changes.
also some blocks here are used quite a bit, and some of them are a bit much to handle because they ask for like chicane-like turns.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult to do that on the beach. You'll see.
But yeah, once you get the lines down, once you really get a feel for this track, it's actually an amazing one. It's really nice to play.
A small break there to keep contact with the wood and get
Exactly.
the downhill booster.
Yeah, that
So-
part is
Oh,
very
getting
That was
challenging,
really
very
difficult.
especially with the upwards bump, and then having to turn to the other side when you're like losing grip. Not an easy one.
Absolutely not. So, once again, rotating in the air to get into the turn, get around the 90 right here. Gotta adjust a bit,
Alright,
because
yeah.
otherwise I would have probably hit the rocks there. What?
Oh wow, so yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks for that, I guess.
that
yeah,
is
the
a
game
prime
didn't like
example.
how well you were performing.
It really seems like it.
I think it didn't appreciate your comments on the bugs.
Was maybe a bit too many.
Yeah.
Too many comments on the bugs. I do apologize, game.
We're not even on stadium
that's
yet.
a bit of a shame because the run was actually not that bad.
Yeah.
So yeah,
It just happens.
blame it on the insects. Blame it on the insects. 187. This is really difficult as well because this is also a very fast map on wood, and I think by now we have learned wood and speed and walls and everything is not a good combination at all. And we're going to be starting right here. Blue boost up to 400. Blue boost again going up to 500. Dropping down, slide to the right. So this is like not too bad so far, but it's going to get worse. We have this jump right here, this transfer onto the ship, onto the wood, slow down, 360. No.
Yeah.
I thought I could be cool there, but it didn't work.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate.
But yeah, I was risking it a bit too hard there, but hey.
But yeah, so it's really precise there. You have to set up your angle before the wood, and if it's slightly off, then yeah, you can end up hitting the checker.
And some beloved quarter pipe jaw. Dead. Taking a bath. So I hope you got the swimming shorts with you.
I might have lost them somewhere.
Qlex with no pants.
We got shot so hard, I might have lost 1 or 2
I
pants somewhere.
I see. Okay,
All right.
188. This is visually my favorite track.
It's
This one looks absolutely fantastic. It's really like a roller coaster. It's so beautiful.
Yeah. It's I think it has a theme. I can't quite put my finger on it yet. Previous was beach. This one is
A roller coaster.
Oh, right. I was about to say that.
Yeah.
Not sure. But yeah,
Not
a lot
sure,
of speed boost parts here. That was a big part of other roller coaster maps as well, but we explained it earlier, so you get the idea. A lot of smooth steering involved.
Yeah, some slight chicanes like these. It's rather tough because you generally go all in with the steering, especially at this speed. Going gently on it so that you don't bump into the walls is
And we go up.
it's pretty tough.
And what's also coming up is a drag boost spot. I will go for it, and if I die,
Alright.
then I'll be sad, but not a lot.
Okay.
So let's see.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm actually maybe on world
Incredible.
record.
This is actually really fast.
This is really fast.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure what the world record is, but we might actually get it here.
Oh, good.
Yeah. You can feel the drag boost coming, but in this part it's guaranteed not to happen. At least not with the speed.
1:45.35.
Insane,
it might
man,
be.
insane.
It might actually be. I don't remember.
Wow.
Can you open the Twitch chat? Can the Twitch chat help us right now? What is the record? The TrackMania community. Did I get it? Because I'm not sure.
You can have a look. See what.
Can you
the
take a
boys-
look virtual? That would be
I
sick.
will take a look for
That
you.
would be sick.
1:44.61. So,
What did I drive?
You 1:45.45, I think.
Ah.
So we missed it by a bit, but still, though.
It
that is
really felt
insane.
good though.
Yeah.
Okay, hype for nothing, but anyway.
Well, that drag boost was
189.
insane. And you like, it's one thing to have a drag boost. It's also another thing to keep control of the car and have a good angle for the rest of the track. Because generally you have just way too much speed, and the miracle doesn't happen. You have all this speed, all this potential, and the car just explodes pretty
So
much.
this is dangerous. I might die right here because this is very difficult for auto drifts, but I didn't get it.
Ooh.
So up the mountain we go, climbing it because the Lagoon car climbs everything that you want. It's
Pretty
extremely
creative track, actually.
It
like,
really is.
yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of interesting bits
Alright.
and pieces in the level design.
Whew. So final track of Lagoon, and I
One
really,
more.
really don't like this one. You see roller coaster, you see fast. So like you see a lot. You see a lot.
I didn't really like the fast.
The fast is you're gonna see it soon.
Do we have time for like 7 donations?
Can we keep it after the map?
Sure.
Yeah.
Because
this part
is
is
fast.
insane. Yeah. The fast.
You can see it here, like it's really hard to control this. It's
It's
my
still
eyes can't even keep up.
Yeah, it's
so
breathtaking every time I see it.
Just enjoy this for a second here.
Yeah, you can also see bits of the roller coaster that are like flying in the air. You'll see some of them. That's because we're gonna use them.
So actually, like memorizing the path was really difficult for me because it's going so fast. I have no orientation. I don't know where I am right now, basically.
Yeah.
It's really,
you
really
can see
difficult.
the flying donut sometimes. You're like, oh, there's a flying donut.
So now there's like water
Yeah, there
above
it
me,
is.
and I'm like, okay. What is that?
It's a little tough to understand if you're like standing on the ground or what orientation your car is in.
Yeah.
We're gonna use the flying donut.
So up we go, facing the sun, and we go down again
And nice.
into the final part of the track.
I worked well.
Okay.
Inside line there, and onto the beach now, last part. So
One more jump remaining. It's this one, which can be a bit tricky because there's this palm tree very, very low, but luckily I wasn't fast enough to actually be close to it. So yeah, I think we gotta say goodbye to Lagoon with the final jump. And
very nice,
we're
man.
done
Very
with
nice.
Lagoon.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
So we can pop in some donations now.
Alright, time for a round of rapid fire donations. W_1R donates $5. Not ein, but try. Ruder is proud on you, man. Good job, Riolo. That Wood donates $5. Here, Riolo, I'll pay the toll booths and 184 for you.
Thank
Inflamed
you.
Mercury donates $5. This has been a great one to watch. Good luck on the remainder. Effect donates $10. Great to see all the beautiful looking maps in this game being speedrun. Kudos to Pappy Chambi for building them. Amazing gameplay and commentary from you memers. Superral donates $10. Haven't seen the 3.5 hours pass by thanks to the great run and commentary. Looking forward to the Qlex showcase. Kuro donates $50. Hey guys, Kuro here. Riolo, I'm sad we missed each other at ESA, but I'm really happy I was able to catch the full run. Keep killing it. What an amazing run so far.
Thank you very much.
Specialites donates $10. My favorite Pokemon is Riolo. Haha.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, thank you so much for the donations,
Yeah,
guys. And yeah,
thank you,
Kuro, I'm
guys.
actually sorry it
Insane.
didn't work out. We were incredibly busy, but that's what it is. 191 cleared. It's actually quite a cool track because it does involve like drifts
Yeah.
and a couple of rather
Yes.
well calculated corners, which is something I can't say about this track because this one's gonna be a horror. 192 is a track which has a lot of these unconnected loops. So those are already like a little bit too much salt in the salad, but also you have a lot of poles. So
Yeah. So we
you
warned
need to
about
avoid these.
we warned about the black tracks being hard and stupid, and you can kind of see why here because it is just a mix of everything you wouldn't want to see in a track. So especially all the poles here where it's like, yeah, it's really
Nice.
hard. So and the loops as well make it just that much more straining.
So if you remember what we said about unconnected loops earlier, you need to be under a certain speed, otherwise you will hit your the back of the car will hit the edge of
Yeah.
the loop.
that
you
will
land
that
in.
will make it fly.
Bonk.
Oh. I think we're fine.
I'm not sure.
Oh,
Nope.
we're gonna.
Let's do it
yeah,
again.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
better. Yeah.
Hey. Alright, so back on track. Passing a couple poles that were like in disguise, like in that underground part. Being like, you're not gonna see me. But I
Alright,
know where
nice.
you are. Okay, so not the greatest track, but glad I'm done with this. 193 is dirt, and we know dirt is very heavy with the bugs. So we
Yeah.
might catch that one or other insect here again. Let's
Yeah.
see if that's gonna happen.
Also has those transitions that you just saw, which are pretty interesting beasts, because that implies that you need to have your car roll a little bit, and you can only use the scenery for that.
Oh, yeah.
You can't use, there's no right stick in this game. So yeah, you kind of need to have a very, very good positioning. And sometimes that just can't happen.
So the thing he's doing in all these bank turns here is he's going really far up into the turn. And the reason for this is that we're very much about the gears in dirt, and going this far up and then down allows you to keep the gear through both of these and the turns like it. And it's going to allow him to get good time here, with good speed to the finish.
Yeah,
so.
I'm actually happy that I didn't bug on these upwards ramps, because sometimes you actually get the slowdown and you don't make it. Like,
It
not
can
at all.
happen, yeah, indeed.
It can happen.
So
194, we are finding ourselves in a hole, which is kind of like a karting track almost. It looks a bit like a karting track. You have a lot of those technical corners, so you need to drift a lot. Gotta do a wallbang here, which actually gives you a better angle into this right-hand turn.
almost like perfectly calculated, that one.
It really is. Like, that surprisingly works well for this purpose. And now we have a quarter pipe transfer, low as possible.
Really good.
Very good. Moving on.
This
Wanna
part-
land as early as possible, so you have enough time to actually start the drift. Otherwise, you're gonna find yourself in a very spicy situation where you can't really turn in time.
Yeah.
Ring, couple rings here. This landing is a bit bork,
Oh yeah.
but it works. And the final jump into the finish. This was not too shabby.
Nice bump.
Yeah, there's many ways it can go wrong, really.
Indeed, indeed. 195. This is arguably the buggiest track in the game. So you can count, and you can maybe guess in the Twitch chat how many bugs am I gonna get here.
Yeah.
We have 3 laps of dirt action, uncalculated dirt, really, really bad track.
This is a long one, so we need to
I believe I'm gonna say 0.
get
0?
lucky.
Yeah.
0. All right.
Okay,
I'm a believer now.
That's interesting call. Let's see if that's gonna be happening.
Well, ever since I saw 159, I'm definitely a believer now.
Ooh, yeah.
All right, so that was a dangerous one. When you go up that ramp, which is very steep, the car is sometimes the car is like, nope, I don't want this, and it's gonna go either to the left or to the right within a frame. So you can't save that; it's impossible. And sometimes it sends you far enough to the left or to the right that you actually miss the landing zone, and that's a reset.
Yeah. Just being aware of the fact
One.
that. Oh.
Well, I tried.
Yeah. Qlex
It
is
was a
out.
fun lap.
Qlex is out of the bet here already. Was fun while it lasted, man.
Yeah, pretty much. 1 minute out of what, 4? Yeah. All right.
All right,
On
lap
to
2.
lap 2.
Here
so
we go again.
It wasn't fun enough one time. We're gonna do it 3 times.
Yeah.
So again, it's these dirt drops, and especially like drops that aren't properly calculated. So if you don't land in the hill, then you have a very big chance of bugging. And some of these tracks are designed that way. So
Also this drop is very dangerous because you saw the arrows are pointing backwards, so that one's actually meant to slow us down. But if you get a bug which slows you down again, you might actually not have enough speed to pass that back boost, so you might respawn there as well. I had it once or twice on a world record run, and it's really burned my entire bacon, so...
Yeah.
all right.
I think there's some comments about the donations right now. Maybe the donation reader would like to say something.
Sure.
Sure. Let me just read this last 2 process that came in the last minute. All right, we have 5 donations to read. Voyager donates $10. Pog. Archibald
Lovely.
Potason donates $10. This run is so hypnotizing that I'm having difficulties opening a new tab to donate. Amazing event, amazing runners, great cause. HD Wolfie donates $25. Great show. This Riola guy seems to be good. Ian had donates $85.
Wow.
So you got 17 SMT, which is more than impressive. Huge respect, my friend.
17 so far.
Yep.
Wow.
Looking good then.
Shorty donates $22.22 with no comment. Thank you very much. I'd also like to remind everybody that we got several bit wars going on. One of them is for the Nidoran nickname.
Nice.
Currently, Dave is in the lead with $384.77. Right behind, we have Jan Susi with $300. So
Right.
get those donations in.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for all the donations. It's
Yeah.
really cool.
I could
Especially-
see the little 58 regarding the numbers of the thousands. It's 58 or 96. 7, 8.
Alright, we got that one done. 196 isn't any better because we have a lot of quarter pipe jumps here that are partially blind. Like, you can't really see where to land. So hopefully this one's not gonna go badly.
You would indeed be correct that we have passed $58,000.
No way.
Let's hear it, guys.
The donations, they just keep coming.
This number is surreal. It's insane. Alright, so we have survived so far, which is positive. But there's another one coming up. And it's not even going to be the last one. Say hi to the helicopter.
Yeah.
You're not going to get closer to a helicopter than that, I think.
Yeah.
Then to the left, to the right. You need to use that dirt to kind of steer a bit more into the turn. Because the dirt is slippery, so it makes you steer a bit more than the tarmac. You can use that to your advantage. And now we're coming up to probably the worst finish I've ever seen in TrackMania.
Oh,
that
right.
Uh-oh. Okay, we good. Okay, so take a look at this. We need to bounce off this edge.
Oh, wow. That's...
This is ridiculous. I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, it was one of the last golds that I got, I think.
I have no idea who thought that was a good idea. Because you need so much speed and you need to be perfectly centered to even finish.
Yeah.
So I don't want to imagine how it was for beginners to finish that one.
Well, keeping my speed wasn't my forte, so I just tried and tried and tried until I eventually got it, pretty much.
Right.
Yeah, I just couldn't put my finger on what was wrong. I just kept going.
So this track might be familiar to some. It's actually a remake again of one of the campaign maps from TrackMania 2 Stadium, and
I do believe it's EO2?
EO2, yeah.
Very correct.
And it features a lot of loops and drops here where it's important to control your drifts afterwards at the exit, so you gotta time it right. And coming up on the end here, there is actually a shortcut.
It actually has been eliminated in
Oh,
TrackMania
so
Turbo.
so they fixed it in this game.
So the original version of the map does have a shortcut. You can actually drop down like to the right and finish immediately.
So
but here in Turbo, it has actually been nullified, so you can't do the shortcut. Okay, 198. We have 3 tracks left to go, guys, so you almost did it. You almost survived TrackMania Turbo, which is an achievement in itself.
It's actually gone by really fast. Like,
it
as
did,
the donation guy said.
This is 3 hours and 53, and it feels like I just started.
Indeed.
But yeah, 198. There will be something that I will try just for the memes.
Oh,
it
indeed,
is a shortcut.
The maximum ham.
The maximum ham,
as they call it.
The maximum ham. I'm just gonna try it because I am actually well under average. Estimate, I mean.
Yeah.
So I have nothing to lose, pretty much.
Whoa, good no slide save.
It was a save there because I was
I would have died.
No slide.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Okay, so let's see if that's gonna work.
Let's see it. Oh.
So what I was trying there is a so-called bug finish. You can finish from below, but you need to hit like one almost pixel perfect spot under the block.
Yeah,
which is insane.
So what happens is that the finish line, the line itself, actually extends a bit into the road itself. And if you aim it right, you can hit the line at the spot under the edge on the side. So like, if you hit exactly the line under the edge on the side, you can kind of clip into the finish line from below. That's called the bug
The thing
finish.
is, like, the trigger of the finish block is sticking out of its geometry, sort of, so you actually can hit it from below and also from the side.
Yeah.
So that's something that is being used a lot on TrackMania maps, especially those that are just, like, made for fun, sort of.
Yeah.
Not really competitive maps.
Yeah.
And they actually removed that in the main competitive title, which is TrackMania 2 Stadium. But in this one and in Nations Forever, it's still possible, so...
Yeah, we've talked about a lot of different map styles, like full speed, dirt, tech, but there's actually a map type that's literally called LOL. When I played one of the first tracks, one of the Nadeo employees said to me with a very straight face, it's a LOL map.
Yeah.
And I was like,
LOL.
What? What?
Yeah, so the LOL maps are the more casual, fun tracks. You play them on online servers. It's usually like a short 15-second track with some interesting tricks, so they're not meant to be competitive.
The final track, and I'm in the hole.
Ooh.
Hey!
Yeah, so we go again.
Prolonging the run a little bit here.
Yeah, exactly. We wanna enjoy it.
The 200.
The 200
We actually
right
made
here.
it to the last one, so let's get it.
Come on, yes.
Nice.
All right.
Okay, so
Yeah, this
final
track.
track has this big boy thing here as well, which is gonna work out just fine. A little bit of a shaky landing here, but it's all good. So this track has a very, very nasty ending,
So
which we're gonna see soon.
Nice. Okay. Got the
Fair enough.
checkpoints.
All good. Jumping through the rings. Never really my favorite. Like I always disliked this one because it was so inconsistent, and I guess this was a good display for that. But yeah, drifting around the holes right here. Mildly close.
I could see death coming.
Yeah, I smelled it as well. And now we have this upwards loop, which is really bad because it can land bug you to death.
Oh.
Can I save this?
No.
Let me
That
see.
looks tough.
Can I back
Because
up?
there's the
Let me
free
try. Let me try.
oh wow.
This could be hard.
Okay, this is not.
Yeah,
okay.
stadium car
Yeah.
doesn't have a lot
lucky.
of power, I would say. Especially on uphills, it's barely going uphill.
The last track is actually bad.
Oh, we got the bug again. Yeah.
Look at that.
So this is what happens when you have this big gap between the loop.
Yeah. The game wants its spotlight.
It hurts.
The game wants its spotlight. You know, it wants to be like, hey, you're talking about all these people. What about me?
So we are actually coming up on time here. It's going to be after this last loop jump up.
And time.
Really well played, man.
All right. That was TrackMania Turbo for you. That last track has been absolutely atrocious, but yes, that's how it is.
It's a thing.
That's how it is. This track is just not good. But yeah, this was TrackMania Turbo. You can purchase it. You can challenge the world records. You can go for the speedruns. It is available on PC, on PlayStation 4, and on Xbox One if you want to check it out. Or if you're not interested in Turbo, but in the other games where we have like the main community with the competitions, with map building, with skin making, with streaming, video making, what else? Like you name it.
Yeah, so there are actually TrackMania titles for each individual environment here. So if you want to play Stadium, you can check out TrackMania 2 Stadium.
Yep.
And not the others, etc., etc. So.
But we're not done yet, because we have reached the donation incentive of $500, which I'm really thankful about. So maybe a couple of applause here for
indeed.
the donation
Thank you
incentive
guys.
right here. So
I guess
the donation incentive was similar to what Mr. Wirtual did next to me yesterday in TrackMania Nations Forever. I have prepared a couple of replays that I will show you, and these are all extremely lucky shortcuts that that we talked about, but that were just simply not viable for the speedrun. This was actually the wrong one. I want to show you 4 last, because track 4 was
Track 4
the
is
final
a special
track.
one.
Right,
so
right.
It was the
let's
final track that I got when I went for the 200 world record. So we're gonna start with 8. I think I will. I mean, I'm well underestimated, so we should have some time. Track 8. This is
an incentive,
this is the world
so-
record, so you can just take a look and maybe embrace the stuff that's coming up.
This is insane.
So with this trick, as we mentioned early on, this is one of the freest Super Track Masters, because you can do this.
Yeah, it's not easy to do.
It's
You can
very
actually still
precise,
beat the
but-
Super Track Master without it, without a lot of trouble. But
The thing about this break is that it's absolutely pixel perfect. Like you need to start at the exact, at the perfect spot basically, and you need to have like the exact same speed to hit this roof.
shoutouts to the turbo sound that went.
Yeah, what is this? Wait. I don't know what it is. But yeah, what basically happens is that you hit your roof on the roof and you flip. So it's like a transfer of momentum basically, and it flips you in a way that you actually land perfectly on the boosters. Like you can see, the landing is absolutely flush with the downhill. So
if you don't do that, you have to either brake in the air or slow down in the air, or brake enough that you have just a perfect jump. But it's not that easy.
Exactly.
All right.
Next track, 28. We're going on to Lagoon. It's also White Series, if you remember. So a little bit of an easier track. And also a super, super lucky shortcut at the end, which, as he said earlier in the run, it was found really early in TrackMania Turbo's history. So it was like 2 weeks after the game was released, people already cut this track.
Yeah, so this is a special one. It was found actually by one of the shortcut masters of this game, Nino. If he's not much around still, but he found this. So
Yeah.
This is absolutely ridiculous as well,
And,
because you can imagine how precise the bounce is. And
Yeah, and keep in mind, it's actually you have the internal camera because you're getting near the looping.
very good point. Very
so
good point.
what you're seeing
What
is
you see from a player's perspective is this. So in fact, you have no
Yeah.
idea what's happening.
Exactly.
You're basically just praying that you get through, and hope that the finish line is triggering and the game is telling you, hey, you set a new record. That's what you're hoping for.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much what's happening.
Not much and not less. So this one's really, really stupid to play, but gotta do what you gotta do. 54. Next shortcut, and we're gonna go on to Valley, which is the environment that has the most shortcuts, actually. So we're gonna see plenty of Valley shortcuts. Also, this one is in the end, which doesn't make it easier to hunt, because you would have to actually complete the entire track and then go for a shortcut that has a chance of like 1 to 10,000. So that's quite a time waste. So if you feel like you have nothing to do, you can try this. I can
New
relate.
occupation, new purpose in life.
Yeah,
Just,
you hunt
complete-
shortcuts
Yeah.
in this game.
All right,
So
it's
coming up
here.
right here, you boop, bounce,
Wow.
and you skip the final 180. Can actually show you with the free camera. So this game also has a replay editor, as you can see, so you can
Yeah.
do really fancy stuff with it.
There's a lot of graphical details you can edit or you can
here.
add. For instance, right now we don't
So
have
you're-
grass.
You're
But
coming
yeah.
from here, and you skip the 180 basically. So you go from here, boop it up, and up the finish. This is not the world record though. There is another alternate strategy that is even more ridiculous, which beats my time. You can see it's a 33:67 that I did on that track. I think the record is like a whole second faster. So you can imagine that was like a lottery bounce and a half. Speaking of which, this
All
one's
right.
the next one. So enjoy the first half, which once again, like most of the shortcuts in this game are actually at the end, because there are just these loopings or
Yeah.
some other
Yeah.
unnecessary corners they can just skip.
That's
when-
like kind of the curse with loopings because they don't have a checkpoint at the top.
Yes.
You can't like make them have one.
Yes.
So
But let's see.
you can do this.
Still beautiful to this day. So
Yeah. If you want to like how-to or a manual, this is the video.
So
Nothing much more than that.
the thing about this shortcut is that this wasn't even planned. I didn't mean to hit this one. I meant to hit this one. So this shortcut actually was like a yes, 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 no, yes. I don't know what's happening, and then it went in. So camera currently having a stroke, but basically what I was aiming for is the pillar of the checkpoint.
Yeah.
And if you hit it in the proper way, you're gonna squeeze yourself in between that yellow silo and the loop block. So the trajectory will kind of look like this. Like you hit here and you go like over there to the left.
Yeah.
But what I did was I hit this, like I hit it later.
and again,
And what is this bounce?
Yeah.
Like it doesn't even make sense. I really don't understand how this happened.
and again, as we said, like as you enter the loop, you get the internal camera, and you
Yes.
you really don't know what's going on.
So I've been playing this track for I think 13 hours in total, and then I ended up doing this. So,
Okay.
so you can imagine, like the people on my stream, it was like a complete row of question marks in the chat because no one understood what happened. But it was an absolutely fabulous moment right here. Next, 58. Very similar thing. I'm just gonna skip here to maybe save a bit of time. Otherwise, we're gonna be stuck till Christmas 2021. So we're instantly in the second half of the track here.
So we mentioned the valley loops, and most of them are actually skippable. This one is a bit creative, so what you're going to see here is just a fancy little wall
Wow.
climb and right into the finish.
Yeah.
Not too shabby, I would say myself. So the trick here is that you drift into this barrier. Wait, let's go a little bit closer. Okay, so this barrier that you see is actually of a different shape. And the different shape allows the car to actually climb it. So you see, like, this is a concrete wall, which is like thicker, and the car can't climb this. But the car can climb this, which is actually funny because it goes like, the interpolation of the replay is so bad that it goes like through the wall a little bit. So it's weird, but
Look at the gap you have to squeeze through. It's
this
very,
is the
very
gap.
precise.
This is the gap that you need to squeeze yourself through. So it's the most difficult part is not getting over the wall, but it's actually getting through this hole or through this gap. So this is absolutely ridiculous. So once more in slow motion. It looks really cool though.
Yeah.
Like,
Top
from this
corner as
perspective,
well.
it looks
Sparks.
amazing.
Yeah.
I love it. So there you go into the corner. It's like Cristiano Ronaldo goal, like into the corner. Okay, 61. This is another really precise one, I would say. So once again, I'm just gonna skip because the first part is not relevant. Oh, sure. So you
Yeah.
do this.
Oh, wow. I did not know of this one either.
This one's really annoying, and since we are running out of time, one more, which I think is really, really cool, and it's gonna be 93. This is
Well,
gonna be the final one, so...
I guess we could probably show 4.
Oh yeah, 4 maybe as well. If we get permission to show one 30-second clip, that would be sick.
4 is a bit of a special one for
Yes.
Riolu since it
Yeah.
was the one that gave him the 200. But look at this though, it's
Yeah.
Beautiful
it's
bounce.
really
So you
incredibly tough.
remember how I struggled just taking these ramps, but you can just not do them at all. That's how easy it is. So final track, as I said, this is the final one that I had to get for the 200 world records, and this one took me 42 hours. So you can imagine how stupid this one is.
okay. So
Yeah.
what actually happens there is that the checkpoint hitbox extends a bit outside the barriers. So he actually jumps. With you can see it here. Oh, yeah. So he jumps with the edge, goes on outside of the checkpoint, but still gets it, and then bounces with the pillar towards the finish.
I'm using like everything that is available to me to bounce myself into the finish. And yeah, as Wirtual said, the trigger is not only here, like in this arc, in this area, but it also extends all the way to the left. So that's TrackMania Turbo. Hope you enjoyed it. It was
Thank you
a
guys
pleasure.
so much for watching and donating.
It was
It's
a
been
pleasure.
great. Yeah.
And
Thank you for having us.
in the behalf of us and the entire TrackMania community, thanks for all of the donations that went towards this good cause. It's insane. Like the sheer amount of money is absolutely tremendous. Thank you very much, and I hope you are gonna enjoy the next run and the entirety of the ESA. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
thank you. Bye
Thank
bye.
you so much.